Good morning. Wait for a few people to get in here, make sure all my audio settings are right. I think we actually have the technology figured out, at least until I
feel amazing.
do well enough
From a
at this
size
to
14 to a size 8.
get a new
Cannabello, one visit, fat
computer.
removal.
How's everyone doing? Welcome. Day 4 of the Aaron Dean trial. Just in case you missed it on Wednesday, the prosecution rested after 3 days of a case. I was absolutely dumbfounded by that. They did not bring on a use of force expert. They did not bring on a police tactics expert. Just absolutely amazing. We should be getting started soon. Thank you all for being here. Please hit that like button. Please hit that subscribe button. Let's get it out there. Let's get some folks in here watching the defense begin their case in chief. It's going to be interesting to see what they do. They've had 4 or 5 days to think about their strategy. Are they going to rest right away? I don't think that's the worst strategy. Remember, it's on the state to prove their case. I don't think they did. I'm one that believes in a defense going for the W, opposed going for that kind of they didn't prove their case. So, but that's always a risk, right? Do they bring on a use of force expert? I think they probably will. Do they bring on Aaron Dean? I highly, highly doubt it at this point, but we've been surprised. I'm gonna put one more light on behind me real quick. As you're all coming in, I'll remind everybody, please hit that like button, gets that message out. Please hit the subscribe button. Please hit the notification bell. Really trying to get this channel going. We've had some good early success. I'm super happy with where we're at, but I want to keep doing this with you all for a long, long time. So if you do all that, it definitely helps. Also, there is now a link in the description for a donation to donate to me. I hate to do it, but there's a couple things I need to really get this going and taking off. So if you are so inclined, please do not feel obligated. But if you are so inclined, there's a link in the description. It's actually run through GoDaddy, so it doesn't cost me a whole lot. It doesn't cost you a whole lot to donate. So I definitely appreciate that. But again, please do not feel obligated. I do have the trial up and watching, ready to bring it up live as soon as they're ready to go. John should be joining us. He had a couple things to do, but should be joining us as soon as he can. I always love to have him on the channel so I can bounce the layman questions off him. I feel like I know the law, and especially criminal trial law, pretty well, but there's always things that I have to ask. I didn't go to law school, so I love having John on. Again, he should be here shortly. We have some folks coming in. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Anyone have thoughts on the trial? Throw them in the chat. I'd love to bring them up while we wait. Nothing yet. So, prosecution case in chief was quite interesting. We remember first witness we had was Zion, who is oh man, I can never say her name. Adelina's Tanya's nephew. He actually witnessed the shooting. Horrific for such a poor young dude. But his testimony was anything but solid. I don't want to call him incredible. The poor kid, 11 years old, was 8 years old at the time. He definitely didn't go up to lie, I wouldn't say, but there were definite discrepancies in what he told the child psychologist who interviewed the day of compared to what he testified to. Especially, and this is the crux of the case, did his aunt raise the gun at the officer? Zion told the interviewer, the child interviewer, that she did raise the gun on when he was interviewed the morning after, or that evening. I guess it was the same day because the incident happened at about 3 a.m. So later on that morning, when Zion did the interview, he told the child psychologist that his aunt raised the gun. In his testimony later on, I think that was on Monday, he was quite clear that she didn't raise the gun. Again, I think it's probably a wash for the jury. They may lean a little bit more towards what he said in the beginning, but at the very least, that's a wash for the jury. So the state is not proving their case. Next witness was the officer that was on scene with Officer Dean. Her testimony, if we boil it all down, was in the end slightly favorable to former Officer Dean. She also drew her weapon. She was very clear that the call was for an open structure, meaning that these officers are going in with the sole, are going in with the thought in mind. I can't think of a better way to say that. With the thought in mind or the assumption that the house was burglarized. The officer testified to when a open structure call goes out, that is your default thought. That is exactly what you think is happening. She also testified, I mean, they went back to back covering each other. Well, outside the house, she did not testify to whether or not she saw the gun raised. And again, I think this case comes down to that and probably that alone. If the decedent, Atatiana Jefferson, I'm just going to start calling her Mrs. Jefferson, or Miss Jefferson. If Miss Jefferson raised her gun, the shooting was justified. If she didn't, there's a lot more question around if that shooting was justified. She still had the gun, which gives the officer a little bit of an out, but I think without showing she raised the gun, he's got a lot bigger problems. Our third witness was the neighbor, Mr. Smith. Mr. Smith called the police about the open structure. The key to Mr. Smith's testimony for me is that he walked across the street to check out what was going on, got about to the white car, which was in the driveway, the car closest to the road in the driveway, decided it was probably not a good idea to be there because he didn't see anyone in the living room, and backed out. After backing out, he called the police. Another key part of Mr. Jefferson's testimony was elicited that he initially thought an officer was shot when he heard the gun. Here, I got a question here. Let's pull it up. I haven't watched the trial, but I'm assuming there isn't any body cam footage. There is body cam footage. That is a great point, and that was brought in through the officer. Originally, the police, at the time of the incident, the police released about a minute and a half, maybe a little less than a minute and a half worth of body cam footage. At trial, there was closer to 5 minutes of body cam footage brought in. For me, the key to the body cam footage is from the officer's chest view. Again, this is not his eye view, which really drives me nuts about body cams. Kind of wish they could do like a Google Glasses so you could see what the officer was actually seeing. But the view from his chest, which is pretty close to what he was seeing, showed what looked to be a ransacked house. Now, let's be perfectly clear about this. If you look at the entirety of the house, pictures of the entirety of the house at the time, it was a little bit of a mess. It looked like you had an 8-year-old kid living there. From the officer's view, it looked, and I think we're live. I'm going to pull it up. Here we go. But from the officer's view, it looked ransacked. Guys, let me know how a noise sounds. Oh, noise does not sound good yet. I'm going to put that back on mute and check a different feed. See if maybe it's just this feed. It looks like it's probably everybody's feed because the channel I'm watching just went back to the back to their default screen. But let me check another stream just to make sure. We have had audio issues almost every day of this trial, so this is par for the course. Gotta love it being your first streaming your first trial and there's audio issues all the time. I'm wondering if it's you or if it's the stream, but it's definitely been the stream for the most part. So once the officer, so Zion testified, officer testified, the neighbor testified, then they brought up Miss Jefferson's sister, who just gave you a little bit of character testimony, I shouldn't, humanizing testimony. And then the state rested, which was absolutely unbelievable to me. Sorry, I'm just looking for a new feed. I don't see any yet. I think I was probably jumping the gun there. Maybe. Yep, we were just jumping the gun. I'll bring us live as soon as I can, or as soon as they're ready to go. Try one more thing. I can never give up. Yeah, we're not live yet. Kara had a thought. The weird thing is Zion said he didn't see or hear the shooting. I agree. I've just never been through a super traumatic experience like that, so it's hard for me to make judgments. My default is kind of like, yeah, right. But again, I've never been through a traumatic experience like that, so I could be way off base. It may be something that's very natural for a kid at age 8 years old to just block that out and simply not remember hearing it. He did say he saw his aunt fall, and heard her begin. I don't even know if he said he heard her scream or not. I think he said he heard her scream, but Kara is absolutely right that he said he did not hear the gunshot. And to my mind, he's either making that up, which doesn't really make sense because there's different other things for him to make up besides that. I think he very well may have just blocked that out. Michelle, I think my answer is no, but I'm kind of bad at watching body cam footage, to be completely honest. I think that's going to be something that the defense will probably try to show. And I've seen still shots highly zoomed in that the police released showing the gun. But again, even in those, I didn't see it clear that it was raised or not. I think we're going to find out more in the defense's case in chief. I strongly suspect that's going to be something that they talk about. Well, yeah, you guys could all hear that buzzing, right? Someone say yes in the chat.
body-worn cameras, as is the case here in this trial, the piece of evidence we asked you to interrogate. How does a camera, let's start generally with, forget taser or Axon taser for a second, just generally, you had to have training and experience both in your degree work and in your professional work on how the human eye
the human visual experience.
Let's try this again. My apologies. Thought I had this perfectly set up today, and I still goofed it. What is going on?
Reflective information.
Thank you, Greg.
50 nanometers, and it sees all the way down to about 430 nanometers, which is what we can see. So that spectrum is where color is, and that's where our roads are sensitive to. The cameras have a little bit more broad sensitivity. If they have their,
I will let you know who this is as soon as I
light in. So it gives them certain, it gives the cameras an ability to see in darkness. Many cameras, like body-worn video systems, have the infrared filter that is locked, and so it doesn't see that frequency above what is the 750 nanometer cutoff. So if it's dark, it's going to be dark. If the infrared filter were removed, which can be automated, then it would see into darkness. Things would look black and white, but we'd see in that dark area.
So for an example for the court, when we see the pro home video camera system, CCTV for the house, the do-it-yourself stuff, that at night you may see a black and white image of our house. In the daytime, the same camera's color. We're controlling it from a phone. We haven't done anything. That's the cutover?
Correct. So the camera has a sensitivity to a certain light level. They're all slightly different. I have a number of cameras around my residence, and at a certain time of darkness, the camera will switch from color to black and white. And it'll be a switch, you can see it. It'll flash over.
Do cameras, and I guess go back into this, you're aware that there was a particular type of Axon camera in this case?
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Do you remember the model type?
Yes, it's a Flex 2.
So this is definitely going to be a body cam guy.
Interrogation of the matters in this case, did you learn the technical specs of a Flex 2 camera?
Yes, I teach how to use Axon cameras, the different variations, different models, and I consult for Axon. So I'm very familiar with the Axon Flex 2.
Are there limitations or range, lack of poor question, Mr. Fredericks? Is there a field of view for a Flex 2 camera? Is that the proper? I'm looking at this. If I understand your field of science, the human eye can see at about 180 degrees, even if we put our hands behind our.
More than 180 degrees.
More than 180, I can see my fingers even though they're behind my eyes at this point.
Correct.
As an example. What is that called when we're looking at
Field of view.
the Flex 2 camera? What type of field of view does it have?
It has a horizontal field of view of 102 degrees and a vertical up and down field of view of 55 degrees.
Can a Flex 2 camera, how does that perception captured in our system? How does it versus how a human eye would see stuff?
Well, in most law enforcement configurations for cameras, they're designed, and I was part of the design for the standards for the federal government. The cameras are usually employ a wide-angle lens, different from what we'd see from a television camera, for instance. The wide-angle lens has the effect of having a bit of a distortion around the edges, so that we get what's called barrel distortion, where it becomes sort of more circular around the edges. The effect of having a wide-angle lens, excuse me, makes objects look further away than they actually are. So the best example I can give is when we're driving our car and
I knew he was going to
at
go
the
there.
side view mirror,
Objects in the
National
mirror.
Highway Transportation Safety Authority mandates a certain warning that when everybody looks at their mirror, they can read it. And it says objects are closer than they appear. And that's because it's a wide angle lens. So it's a warning to drivers. The same applies to body worn video, in-car video for law enforcement, for the majority, not for all of them, but for the vast majority, certainly the Flex 2. And when you look at the video and you see what should be on the edge of the image, a straight object like a window, the window will look like it has a curve on it.
I do not, but that's my default answer, and I've been surprised several times.
And it is. That gives the illusion.
I'm going to say there's a 50-50 chance.
For a layperson.
I kind of think he needs to get up there and says he saw a gun. He raised at him.
So
it really sets him up, though, to get grilled.
That occurrence, that event that's happening, is actually closer to the person wearing the camera than it appears to be on the video.
With respect to Flex 2, those were purchased by the city of Fort Worth to be assigned to their patrol officers. That's your understanding.
Yes.
And you've had a chance to look at an audit trail with respect to the one that former officer Aaron Dean was wearing that night. Is that correct?
Yes.
You've talked about video. There's actually two more streams if we were to roll a definition up called digital multimedia evidence, or DME. There's three streams, is there not? Audio, video, and metadata?
There's two streams. There's audio and there's video. Okay. And the metadata will be carried in one or both of those streams.
Does the metadata that's carried in one of those two streams tell you more about how the video and the audio were captured? I guess each of them has their own metadata.
This metadata is basically data about data, and apart from the video stream information, the audio stream information, the rest.
Correct. There's not much in his file, but there are notes that say that he doesn't communicate well with the public or with fellow officers. Again, not disciplinary notes, just kind of like review notes from supervisors that say things like that.
It will read how pixels.
He also does have one criminal charge. It was a misdemeanor.
Type of frame. In other words, what kind of codec was used.
But just to be blunt, in college he grabbed a woman's breast and was charged with it for it.
Then there's a bidirectional frame and a predictive frame. All of those frames work together to borrow information back and forth to try to create a picture that is relatively accurate. It often uses information from previous and from future images. So it's a hard.
Yeah, is volume good? I can adjust.
A group of pictures is created before the video is actually encoded. So an event's occurring, the camera is sampling the images, holding the images in buffer. Once the group of pictures, I believe it's 15 frames, are encoded, so about a half a second, then the system will do the encoding, and it looks back and forth to see what is redundant in one image to another image, and it will use redundant image from previous images to fill in. So when we look at we can do an export of parts of the metadata, and we can look at how many bytes of data are used to create a picture. And when we get into what's called the bidirectional images that are borrowing information from their neighbors,
Whoever is
we can see
running the
that
pool
very few
stream,
bytes of data,
the
real
pool feed for
information,
everybody,
is
has
actually
been
used for
struggling.
images. A lot of it is borrowed.
Thanks,
It
Maddie.
doesn't mean to say that they're inaccurate. The encoder looks to see, for instance, this room. If I were to take a photograph of this room and take 10 photographs in a row, as the people in the room
100% care.
are being recorded from image to image, somebody might have their eyes closed. And if there's enough resolution, when I snap the next picture, their eyes will be closed. But the ceiling basically doesn't change as long as my camera doesn't move. So these systems will say, let's just reuse the ceiling information from image to image to image because it's the same information. If the resolution, if the sensitivity of the encoder is not enough to see somebody's eyes closed and then open, so if there's not enough pixels and it's a bidirectional image or two bidirectional images in a row, even though they may have their eyes open at that time of the recording, the system will say,
I hate this
"Not enough
foundational stuff.
redundancy to trigger new data at that position." So
I
it'll
think
just
it's interesting the
reuse
first
those
time you
flash
hear
images
it, but
from
when
image to image to image until the next what's called a reference frame.
hundreds of trials in, it gets a little boring. Thanks, all. It sounds like the audio is
The
good.
system uses.
It sounds like
an
we might be
MPEG
beating
encoder.
some other
MPEG
channels
is
on the
Moving
audio, so that's
Picture
awesome.
Experts Group. And each of these systems has a sensitivity, and you can dial it down on the cameras to save storage. So if the sensitivity isn't high enough, the response isn't high enough, there's not enough pixels in the area, and the redundancy is set too high, then it'll be less accurate, and subtle motions like somebody turning their head may not be recorded until 15 images later when there's a new reference frame, when everything is updated again. So it gets complicated. This is a week-long class I teach, hard to do in 5 minutes.
So is that the follow-up to that? You made some observations, if you did, I believe, on the record level of this Axon camera in this particular case, did you not?
Yes.
When a camera can record, if I understand the Flex camera from Axon, it has 4 possible.
If the prosecution did a better job, I would lean much more heavy to making this argument. He needs to get his story out, and I think really he needs to say he saw a gun, but they did such a terrible job that I don't think it's worth the risk.
Pixels across the screen, or
Well, the monitor.
Just think about it. Like, think of like two of the major
take an image
self-defense
with
cases that we've
15
seen.
pixels across and 15 pixels down.
Rittenhouse
there, and it will
and
force
Dean
it to be
Cummings.
large, and it will use what's called the
Both took the
interpolation
stand.
method.
Both
And
won.
what that does to it.
I think the calculus of defendant never taking a stand has to be different in self-defense cases.
Looking at a small image. The camera systems have a range of settings, and the agency can decide what setting they want from about 848 pixels across by 480 pixels down. That's the lowest setting, to 1920 pixels by, I believe it's 1080 pixels up and down. So that would be what they refer to as high definition, HD. So generally, with the same kind of compression technology, the more pixels in an image, that would be a 2K image, the 1920 by 1080, the more resolution, the more accuracy we're going to get, and the more likelihood that if somebody's eyes are closed, they're going to be recorded as being closed. If they're open, they're going to be recorded as being open.
Is this a user in the field setting, or is this something that has to be done through a firmware update at the department level?
It's an agency level setting that all of the camera systems for that agency would be set to.
And your understanding from your work with Axon Taser that the camera ship at the 1920 by 1080 setting, is that correct?
I think there's an option when it's shipped.
Yep, but then we have to ask ourselves, did she ever have a chance of walking out of court?
Say, ship it at, this is the resolution we want. I think an agency has the option to then
you got a highly reduced sentence
and ask for the setting to be changed. I don't believe that the agency can simply hit a button and it changes. I think it's a request through firmware updates. I could be, I
Maddie,
could be
that's
wrong
not to say
about
you're not
some of the
100%
newer
right. She should have
technologies
walked
that
out of
are
court.
coming out, but I think that's
She
how it
shouldn't have
was.
been in court.
For this particular camera, for what you were able to observe in your lab, the frame rate, or excuse me, the resolution was low SD or 480p, is that correct?
Low resolution, correct. Yes, 480 pixels from top to bottom, and the P stands for progressive.
Have you had an occasion, based on your experience and your work in your field, to testify as an expert here in the state of Texas before?
Yes.
In fact, you've testified as an expert here in Judge Gallagher's court before, correct?
Yes.
Where else have you testified? Globally?
I've testified in most states in the U.S., most provinces in Canada, testified in Ireland, New Zealand, the U.K., the Caribbean.
I have a question, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Frederick?
Was he a Persian? Oh, he's going to ask him if this is his report.
Yeah.
I'll show you what's been marked for identification purposes. This is Defense 33 and ask you to take
Oh, God, please tell me we don't have to go through his CV.
Yes,
And is that your CV?
it is.
We'd offer 33 for the record, Your Honor.
They qualified him. There's no reason to go through the CV.
33 is submitted for purposes of the record.
Mr. Fredericks, that doesn't have all of your testimony before various tribunals listed, does it?
My CV goes back about 10 years for trials. I have records that go back to the very beginning, but my current CV is always 10 years back.
Hey, that's how I do mine, too.
Ask the witness, Your Honor.
Ms. Dana, will you need Defense 33?
Copy of it, thank you. Good morning, how are you?
Why are they
sir?
passing the witness?
Good. I know you testified a ton, both for the state and the defense over the last.
Okay, so I think this judge requires
Oh,
voir
since,
dire.
the
Oh my God, I used to be able to say this.
Long
The,
time.
the judge requires voir dire on every single expert witness.
USB
Kind of
this
interesting.
morning by defense counsel that is.
Or these two legal teams are just
Presuming that this is
fucking with each other.
like 6 different files, is that right? Have you had an opportunity to see that?
What are the file names?
Let me go through it for you.
Thank you.
Sure. It's labeled 00 audit log.
Mhm.
And the second file is 01, and there's a dash camera. I believe it's,
Yeah,
it says,
I'm sorry. Yes, it should go from 00 to I think 06 or something, and then they all have file names after that.
sure. So I have audit log as a file name. I have camera limits. I'm assuming it's LIMTS. I have file named light tracking. I have another file named Axon camera specs, a file named audio timeline, a file named laser images recovery of weapon, and then I have a file named source video.
Yes.
Are those 6 files all of the file, or excuse me, I guess that may, yeah. Are those all the files that you did in preparation for this case that you reviewed and or, because the source video is the body camera video, correct?
Yes.
From the defendant's body camera.
Correct.
And so those other files are all files that you reviewed and or created.
Created. Yes.
Okay. The audit log, though, that would not be created by you.
Thank you. Yes. Parfanel.
Sure. So audit log's not by you, source video is not by you, but it looks like everything else would have been created in preparation for your testimony.
Yes.
Is there anything else that you created outside of these files that I just mentioned, sir?
No.
And
Good
obviously, all
answer.
your training background, being a video forensic analyst, did you apply the science behind the forensic analysis of videos and audios in making these different files?
I did.
Okay. And is there anything else that you reviewed, or you tell me, what did you review in preparation for testimony as well as in preparing these files, sir?
I reviewed scene photographs.
Do you know how many, sir? Or did you review all of them?
I reviewed all that I was provided.
Do you remember by chance how many were provided?
I'm going to guess
Don't guess.
30-ish.
30-ish. Okay. All right. What else, sir?
I was provided with a number of other documents that I did not view. I had a discussion with Mr. Brissett that I didn't want to know what anybody else said. I didn't want to see anybody else's reports.
They've all been wearing lapel mics. He's just wearing his closer.
To the operation of the video system and what the video camera can reliably show. So I didn't need any more information. So I told Mr. Brissett I wasn't going to review the other files that I was provided. So I don't know what was in those file folders. So the only thing I can recall is reviewing the body-worn video system. I did look at other body-worn videos very quickly, all of which arrived after the event. So I didn't do any analysis of those. And then the scene photographs, and that was it.
Did you look at the Leica scanner by chance in
No.
this case? Have you been out to the scene, sir?
No.
Have you done any measurements in relation to the scene using either the body-worn camera or the scene photographs you
No.
reviewed? And are you limiting your testimony today to purely just the body camera that was worn by this defendant?
And the scene photographs.
And the scene photographs that you reviewed, you said you reviewed 30 photographs. Generally speaking, what were those photographs of?
They were from the interior of the room, and my focus was just on what the window looked like, so nothing else.
And so as far as the interior of the room, the photographs that you were shown, did it show that the lights are on or off? Or do you remember the light inside that room with the photographs?
The photographs. I think
I'll second that motion, Maddie.
And you did not review any, even though you were maybe provided some interviews, you did not review any interviews of any of the other witnesses that were there at the scene, either at the time or shortly thereafter?
I avoided looking at anything like that.
And there is also, you may not know this, there is interviews that were actually transcribed by the Major Case Division. Did you review that transcription?
I'm unaware of that.
Purpose being so you can be as objective as you can, just tailoring your focus to the
She's
camera.
bolstering his credibility.
Correct.
Now, we talked a lot about all the body camera and the capability and the technology behind it. Is that the same type of technology that would be applied in the scene photographs in your analysis?
No.
Tell me about that then.
The scene photographs?
Yes.
The scene photographs would have been taken by a still camera, so
And-
quite different.
And so as far as, you're the expert in the area when you talk about body camera versus a fixed image or a fixed camera. But as far as the scene photographs, what do you plan to testify about today in those photographs that you reviewed?
Just that I considered what was in the window, the condition of the blinds, the location of the window. I believe that's all my focus was. There's one or two images.
Did you look at?
I think this is going to be interesting, guys. Once we get to the meat, I think this is going to be super interesting.
And what I mean is did you look at the defendant's gun or the victim's firearm?
No.
Were you briefed about
No.
the?
Only what was captured to video. So there is a weapon seen on the video, two weapons. So apart from that, no.
Okay, so this goes back to Michelle's question. He's going to testify that he sees the video. He sees the gun in the video. I think if he can do that well.
Mr. Fredericks, in fairness, we kept you away from the videos of
He-
anybody else. In
It
addition,
might be the end of this case.
being in our office yesterday when everybody's.
Oh, this voir dire is going. Voir dire. Oh my
No,
God!
this is the first
This
time.
voir dire is going way too deep.
And during the course of your interrogation of the evidence, you inquired, and I believe the audit trail that you have, you inquired as to whether we could actually locate the physical camera that captured these images to do some testing, and you learned that it had been turned back in and was no longer available for testing, correct?
We had discussed that.
Your Honor, that's all I have.
So something happened to the body cam, guys.
Ask you then,
The actual physical body cam got turned back into Axion and destroyed for some unknown reason. They have the video,
Discussed it.
but they don't have the actual body cam.
Much more could have been done. I know how the camera operates. I know how it would operate in different lighting conditions. I think it was just the question was, does the camera exist? Has it been secured?
This
In
is kind
case
of
something
generous.
arises?
He could be
At
hammering
this point,
the state
I
on that,
don't have
but he's
anything.
saying I don't think it was that big of a deal.
If something had arisen about the camera not operating correctly, then it would have been good to have.
and as far as the audit trail that you reviewed, was there anything within the audit trail that caused you any kind of concern about the tampering with, changing, or altering of the video?
No.
I don't have any questions.
Fair enough, Maddie. I'm always yelling about the authentication of video, and now I'm yelling about them authenticating too much. Good point. I don't know if the jury was in. I don't think the jury was in here for this, guys.
You need a few minutes before we get started. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Gill.
Judge, the state had requested this case in chief on the guilty innocence phase of the trial. The defense at this time would ask the court to direct a not guilty verdict to the jury. And that the state has
So here's the motion for directed verdict, folks.
That request.
Oh, dude, make an argument, bro.
How long do you anticipate you'll need? We have all the jurors present.
10 to 12 minutes, Judge.
Let's start at 9:25. Okay, 9:25.
All right, so the jury was not in for any of that. But let's talk about that motion for directed verdicts real quick. And I'm gonna stop share real quick.
Okay, Kobe, so qualified this video expert. So today is
Let's talk about that motion for directed verdict real quick. Absolutely unbelievable to me that he wouldn't have at least made so motion for directed verdict is denied all the time. That judge made it sound like I just got the feeling that judge may have never directed a verdict just by his denied. So maybe that's why the attorney didn't try at all. But you want that on the record, especially in a case like this. They didn't prove their case. It's on the prosecution to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the officer didn't act in self-defense. And he didn't even try. This case is crazy. Absolutely wild. I want to bring my cam down and back up one time, see if I can try to sync audio with it a little better. We're on a break. Any better? Nope. Let's go back to small. And I'm going to search for my favorite feed again. Well, no, the audio on this was great. We're leaving it. Wow. He gave absolutely no effort on that directed verdict. Think about the speech that Ben Chu made in the Johnny Depp on behalf of Johnny Depp at the end of Amber Heard's side's arguments. He went for like 30 minutes in passion speech. It was never going to happen. But get it on the record. I mean, especially in this case, sway public opinion a little bit. Your Honor, the state rested. At this time, we would move for a directed verdict. No argument. You are allowed to make an argument there. As the case gets weirder and weirder. John should be joining us at some point today. Excited to have him on when it comes on. Also, I'm going to grift. Please, please, please hit that like button. I imagine all of you already have. If you haven't, please hit it. Hit that subscribe button, hit that notification button. It helps me out. Also, if you want to get super crazy in helping me out, I now have a donation link in the description. It's actually just pay.trialjunkie.live. They forced me to have the word pay in it. It's actually, there's like very little fee, processing fee. So if you're at all inclined, please do so, but please don't feel obligated. Just trying to get this kicked off. One thing that I found that I need is a new computer. I'm going to take a picture of my setup and tweet it out later, but I actually have an iPhone on some books in front of me and then running the stream on my desktop seems to be working out much, much better, but I'd prefer to have everything running off one thing. So if you're all inclined to donate, that will be the first thing I'm getting. I think most folks know I'm actually a data scientist by trade. I work in HR for big tech companies, and I've always I get treated as an engineer in these big corporate tech companies. So I've always had super, super powerful machines, and now using the laptop that my wife's personal laptop, because I've never needed a laptop. And for anyone techie out there, it's a Intel Core i5 processor. It's not my internet that's been the problem. It's this processor. So that's my pitch. If you want to help me get a computer that actually has a up-to-date technology in it and processing speeds, the donate button or the donate link is pay.trialjunkie.live. It's also in the description. And that may be one of the only times I hit that. But there's my grift. Let's see if there's anything in the chat. The judge said we'll be back in 6 minutes from now. Remember, the jury has not been in the room. I see no reason why that expert wasn't going to be qualified. But interesting enough, it seems like the judge likes to do voir dire with every expert right before they testify. Oh, cool. Sounds good, Manny. Oh, weird. Can I not see private on? I'm not seeing private chat. That's really weird. Hey, J. Michael. Welcome. We're in a 5-minute break here. Well, it was a 10-minute break. Be 5 more minutes. Wow. I know I keep going back to it, but how in the world did they just judge, we'd move for a directed verdict? A case like that where maybe we're all reading this wrong. I don't know, but I haven't heard anyone feel like the prosecution did a great job resting after 3 days. I haven't heard anyone say they weren't stunned by that. I was definitely stunned by it. I think I would have made a more hearty argument for directed verdict. This is one of the places. Then again, I feel like we say that after a lot of these trials, so you know. Oh, okay. Oh, okay, Maddie. I don't actually need to go to this link. I can definitely speak to this. I read all about it. Um, so let's talk about this. It's one of my favorite. So I do a lot of research before all these trials, and I have a whole slide deck that you can actually find, by the way, if you go to trialjunkie.online and then go to the drop down trial notes. I put my deck. It's a little nicer than PowerPoint deck, but I put my deck up there that I use for research. All right, so let's hit on this judge. I think it was about 15 years ago. This judge had so a man was on trial for forcible rape. This judge actually had his conviction overturned for quite a shocking reason. See what I did there? He actually, so think Darrell Brooks in terms of defendant behavior. 2016. Wow, it wasn't even that long ago. Well, I think it was turned over in 2016, but I think the trial was earlier than that. I could be wrong. And Maddie says 2018. Anyway, it doesn't really matter when it happened. So think defendant acting like Darrell Brooks. Think a judge with a lot less patience than Judge Darrow. This judge is, and his name is Judge Graham, I think. Judge Graham's patience a little bit different than Judge Darrow. And in trying to gain compliance from the defendant and bring him into control in the courtroom, this judge ordered the defendant be electrically shocked on 3 different occasions. So that conviction was completely overturned. It was a 60-year conviction, completely overturned. My understanding is jeopardy had already been applied. Jeopardy had already attached. And so this gentleman who was sentenced to 60 years is now walking free. Absolutely wild. Again, if you want to see the trial notes, well, let me just pull it up real quick. Thing. So I take that back, but I think we're back. All right, we're back. Yeah, let me pull up trialjunkie.online real quick. Okay, Maddie was way more on. Oh, I'm not pulling up Trial Junkie online. It's already messing up with me. We'll pull it up later, and we just zoomed in way on me. What happened there? Sorry, y'all. I told you it's still a little bit of a. Oh no. All right, I'll select this. It's still a little bit of a duct tape job. Yeah, so anyway, but if you go to trialjunkie.online, I have case notes on that. Next case we're covering, I think, is the it's on the docket. I think it's the McDowell case in South Carolina. Very wealthy, prominent attorney accused of killing his family, kind of to cover up white collar crime. Kind of amazing. Man, I ruined that Zoom. Oh well. Trial should be getting started here in any moment. Make sure we're ready to go with it. Oh, we are. I just need to bring it back in. This setup is running a lot better. Thanks, Beagle Lover. I'm trying. I'll get there. If anyone has any idea on how to keep the video more in sync in with my audio, I'd happily take those suggestions in the chat. And I know someone's going to say, don't run your audio and video through an iPhone. Okay, they're back. Let's go. All right, so we have a forensic video specialist testifying for the defense here. I did not catch his name. Probably doesn't matter. Sounded like he was going to talk a lot about the window, and he did say he was going to testify to seeing the gun in the video. So this is going to be key testimony. Let's go. Again, this is the first time the jury's in the courtroom today. None of that voir dire was done in front of the jury. Ooh, Maddie, I'll have to look that up. And Maddie, if you ever see any cases, or if anyone else does, DM me. I opened up my DMs completely. It's been kind of a nightmare, but I'm gonna keep them open so you all can DM me whenever. If you have cases, DM. It's at Trial Junkie Cole on Twitter. That link is also in the description. DM them to me. I've built out a calendar, but I've built out a calendar for the next 3 months or so. Next week, I'll actually be doing preview videos on everything we're going to do. But I'm always willing to swap out more interesting cases. And I want to do the cases. What the hell? Wow. Testifying right now? Yeah, this is from the jury. He's testifying right now. Holy crap.
I'm giving this call to be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
He's testifying right now.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Answers our question, Michelle.
Can you state your name for the record?
Told you.
Aaron York Dean.
Aaron, you and I had a conversation. You and I and Jim had a conversation about you.
Aaron Dean testifying right now.
Yes, we
Hey.
did.
I explained to you that you don't have to testify under the Constitution, and we could arrest it right behind the state. You understood that?
Yes.
And you understand that once you hit the witness stand, you're treated like any other witness, and that the prosecutors are liable to ask you some tough questions.
Yeah.
Isn't it true? We also talked about the fact that you choose to testify, that
These cases are always just crazy.
that all sorts of things during cross-examination or during direct.
Yes.
And knowing all that, you still wish to testify.
Yes, I do.
Why?
We're back.
Because this jury needs to hear from me and hear the truth.
He sounds confident.
How old a man are
He
you?
sounds confident as fuck.
38 years old.
Excuse the language.
Without a specific address, did you grow up around here?
Yes, I did.
Where?
In Arlington, Texas.
Mom and dad still with us?
Yes.
Do you have any siblings?
I have 5 siblings.
How many brothers, how many sisters?
2 sisters and 3 brothers.
Out of the group, where are you in the pecking order?
Second oldest.
Okay, this is a pretty good job of looking at the jury, but not too hard.
K through 8.
Answer a few questions without looking at them. Don't look every time. Good job.
By your
I
mother?
called that one.
Yes.
Did you go to college at some point?
Yes, the University of Texas at Arlington.
Were you accused of any crimes at the University of Texas Arlington?
Yes.
Yeah, this is not the
I
tie I
have a
would wear to
major
the
in
stand.
physics and a minor in mechanical engineering.
And you became a cop?
What's the major in physics?
Bachelor of Science in physics.
So what is that? What did you learn? What's physics all about?
Well, physics is the fundamental.
To relevance, Your Honor. Sustained. You have an engineering degree?
I have a minor in mechanical engineering. Yes.
Prior to joining the Fort Worth Police Department, did you go into a profession that requires you to use your college degree from UCF? I'm going to object again, Your Honor, to relevance.
Let's just get to what his degree, what he did.
Cool.
Somewhere before you went, you start your
So here's the thing the prosecution's kind of doing to themselves on objecting to this stuff.
Yes, I was an engineer.
They're limiting
at a
themselves
commercial
on any
refrigeration
background
plant here in
character stuff.
in the area.
They may know it's already been left out in
you joined
through motions in limine, but
started to apply for the Fort Worth Police Department.
32, 33, right in there.
What's the application process like?
amen.
The department sends a request for new officers. You apply, you go through there's a lengthy background process. There's interviews with detectives in the backgrounds unit, drug tests, all manner of, you go through a polygraph. There's a physical test. We have to run an obstacle course, and there's a lot of steps to this.
Did you get accepted, I assume, at the academy?
Yes, I did.
Yeah, they either go first or last. It's bold. I love it.
August of 2017.
I love defense teams that go for the win, but that's because I'm not a
About 8
classically
months.
trained lawyer.
You got the list of Officer Gartz testify last week. Do you recall that?
Yes,
And was Officer Gartz in your academy class?
she was.
What Carol explained last week then is similar experience that you had while you were in the academy?
Yes,
Did you have an occasion to learn about police procedures and laws?
yes,
Did you have weapons training?
yes.
Are there topics taught during your academy class on police survival?
Yes.
Can you explain that to
What's we call it Officer Survival School. It's a week-long process where we go through scenarios, and in those scenarios, there's someone with a simulated weapon. We use simunitions, which is a small paintball cartridge that goes in a similar firearm to the duty weapon. Knives, other deadly weapons, and you interact with folks, with the role players in these scenarios. Sometimes they're compliant, sometimes not.
Part of your weapons training, you were trained on a particular version of a Glock that the city of Fort Worth ultimately issued you when you were sworn in as a peace officer. Is that correct?
Yes,
There was testimony last week about the standard issue, and then if you wanted to add any additional approved lights to a Glock, you could do that if it was blessed by the department. Am I understanding that right?
yes.
Did you put the light on after the academy or during the academy?
After graduation.
Did you have to show your proficiency?
Yeah, I'm gonna throw some boost on just to see if we can pick up the lawyer. It's gonna make Officer Dean sound way too loud, but I think it might be better. If it's not,
Yes,
just scream
there
at me in the
is,
chat.
Light training.
Were you cleared as it was the night of this offense with the light rail system on?
Yes,
We can go even louder, so tell me.
Questions last week about your holster. Was the holster you had approved by the department to be on the duty?
yes,
Part of your training at the academy, did you receive training on
I'm gonna boost it just a little more.
towns or cities or streets as part of your training?
yes,
Fort Worth's new training academy has a scenarios that they've adopted from the military to give a realistic feel of what people may be going into. Is that safe to say?
yes,
And is this where you did this simunition training of shoot, don't shoot during survival week?
yes.
He was doing an okay job of this at the beginning.
Survival training.
He stopped doing it.
Did you also have
He
training
needs to do it a little bit.
on a regular
It doesn't have
basis
to be every
in
question by
academy
any
with a
means,
free weapon at the-
but he's got to look over at them from time to time.
Yes.
Oh, sorry, y'all. I'll stop talking.
It's a number of targets that face you or come edge on, and that's your shoot no shoot signal when it edges or faces. And from various ranges, various distances from those targets, you fire certain numbers of rounds.
What are the ranges that you're required to be proficient at to be certified as a Texas peace officer?
Drills go for everywhere from 1.5 yards to 50 yards.
Okay, he looked over a little bit.
You would have to qualify with your Glock that you had that night at those ranges, is that correct?
Yes.
Range is probably a bad word, those distances at the range.
Yes.
Hit that like button, share this out. People are going to want to hear this testimony.
During your time at the academy, did you and Officer Darch, did you get to practice some of these drills together when you're in the survival classes or in the other parts of the training where you're acting as a team?
Yes, we were on some scenarios together.
At some point, did you take the final test, both at the state level and for the department, and were you cleared to leave the academy?
Yes.
After graduation, you go immediately, if I understand, right back into an in-service class for a couple weeks?
Yes, that's correct.
And what is that class all about?
The state of Texas requires a continuing education program for peace officers, and it consists of when you're consists of about 40 hours of training.
After that in-service,
This is
are you
spot on,
immediately-
Michelle, and it's what he's doing.
No, there's a field training program.
What's that all about?
For about 5 months, you ride alongside other officers, multiple other officers, and work calls with them, and they grade your performance and critique what you've done and give you tips on how to do things better.
Are you working days, nights, or a combination thereof?
Combination of all of them.
Where did you do your field training at with respect to the divisions in the city?
East Division and Central Division.
During your time with a field training officer, did you have an opportunity to respond to different priority levels of calls within the city of Fort Worth?
Yes.
Is it safe to assume that as part of your training at the academy, you learned how to use the mobile data computer that's in the car?
Yes.
Is there an acronym for that?
Yes.
What is it?
MDC.
And were you given training on the radio system at the city of Fort Worth for the police department?
Yes.
The night of October the 12th, you had how many radios available to you?
2.
Where were they located?
One was in my vehicle. The other was on my duty belt.
And the car or vehicle, were you in a car or an SUV when that?
It was a Charger.
Is that a car?
It's a car.
Cops rolling around in
What
God
is your
charges.
understanding of the difference between a priority 1, priority 2, priority 3 call in the city of Fort Worth?
Priority 1 is a very high priority call. Usually someone's in danger. Something's actively going down. Someone's in danger. Priority 2, don't dilly dally, but you don't have to run code. Priority
Don't say
3,
dilly dally.
we'll take care of that when we can.
What does code mean to you, Mr. Dean?
Code, shorthand for code 3, it means lights and sirens.
He made code 2 sound
We've
less
heard some extensive
urgent
talk
than
about
his
general orders in the city of Fort Worth.
the other officer did.
Yes.
As part of your academy class, are you supposed to memorize every page of the general orders?
No.
What are you supposed to have?
And we got more people coming in. I'm
A
pretty
working
sure
knowledge
y'all
of the general
know
orders.
that it's because Aaron Dean is testifying, but for those coming in, this is
At the time
the
of this
defendant on the stand.
Texas peace officer, correct?
Yes.
Much like we heard from the communications call taker, she was TCOL certified for her role, correct?
Yes.
Are those tests in addition to tests the city of Fort Worth gives internally?
Yes.
Did you take and pass the statewide TCOL certification test to be a peace officer?
I did.
And am I safe to assume that Fort Worth was the only city carrying your commission at the time?
Yes, it was.
Is part of your understanding and working on the general orders and the communication system in Fort Worth, at the time you went through the academy, signals were still prevalent for how they dispatch stuff, correct?
Yeah. Yes.
There are different numbers assigned to different types of calls. Is that a safe assumption?
Yes.
You have heard the term Signal 56 in this trial, have you not?
Yes.
What is a Signal 56 to a Fort Worth police officer back in October of 2019?
Open
Signal
structure.
56 is an open structure call.
And what at the time was your understanding for how that call needed to be processed or handled? Priority 1, 2, or 3?
It's a priority 2 call.
We've heard testimony that the city's divided into divisions and into beats. Is that correct?
Yes.
Do you recall back on the night of October 11th going into 12th what your beat was?
Yes.
What was it?
Baker 15.
What did Baker 15 roughly entail?
I-35 over to almost 287 on the east side, north to Rosedale and south to Barry.
In addition to a beat designation, did you also, your charger or you yourself, get assigned a call sign for the radio?
Yes.
What are call signs used for?
It's a specific identifier for a specific officer.
Is that how dispatch keeps up with y'all?
Yes.
The night of October 11th, when you went on shift, what time was that?
About 7:45 p.m.
Are you the same call sign each and every night?
Yes.
What was your call sign that night?
Baker 325.
Do you remember what Officer Archer's call sign was?
Baker 321.
So you know you may be in a beat of, I think it's D15, is that correct?
Yes.
Your call sign doesn't, the numbers don't match up perfectly, do they? Where you have a 3 series for your call sign.
The first number is the shift, so third shift. The second number is the team, second team, and then the last number is the beat number.
What's third shift to the city of Fort Worth back in 2019 when you were employed?
It's roughly 8 to 6, 8 p.m. to 6 a.m.
Couldn't imagine. What a horrible shift.
When you got to work on Friday night, October the 11th, what was the weather like, if you recall?
It was cold.
I think it was in the 40s.
Had a front come through?
Yes.
For an Arizonan like me, that's freezing.
The time you finished your FTO on Friday, October 11th, approximately how long had you been on the streets by yourself at that point that you had?
A little over a year.
When did you finish your FTO? Do you remember?
Yes.
When was that?
September 1st, 2018.
So he was fairly new. Should have been an engineer, my guy.
Do you have, in the military, they call it quartermaster. You have a distinctive uniform on that night, correct?
Yes.
How's it work for the city of Fort Worth? Do you have to buy your uniforms? Are you given your uniforms?
I don't understand why the uniform matters,
given-
but they've harped on it.
2 pairs of shirt and pants. There is an approved list, then an approved list of vendors. So an approved list of items and an approved list of vendors. and then you have to go purchase after that.
Coach Whittington?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Dean, I'm going to show you what's been marked and admitted as defense 28. Is that how you looked on the going to work on the night of October 11th, 2019?
Yes.
The watch cap,
Is that something that was on the approved list for you to wear that day?
Yes.
And what does the watch cap have on the front of it?
In silver letters, silver lettering, it has the letters FWPD.
Is that an acronym for something?
Yes.
What's that an acronym of?
For police.
The jurors have had a chance to be in the building the last couple of weeks and see the officers. We see officers in public. There's different ways to wear Kevlar at the city of Fort Worth at the sheriff's department. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
By the time you went through the academy,
I guess this is all just to show he was compliant.
Correct?
Yes.
What are the different ways that you can wear as a patrol officer at Fort Worth Kevlar?
There's straps on under your uniform shirt, and there's one that goes on over the uniform shirt.
On the night of October 11th, which configuration did you have?
I had the inner vest, the one that goes inside the uniform shirt.
So as Officer Darch testified last week in her Class A form, that's a similar type top that you had on that's in that exhibit, is that correct?
Yes, it is.
And you had your badge that was your number, your badge number affixed to your front of your pocket on the left-hand side, is that correct?
Yes.
Is there a place where that goes through? Is it stitched into the shirt where you pin it on the same place each time?
Yes.
You look at the exhibit in front of you, it also appears to have a nameplate on your right-hand side, is that correct?
Yes.
And is that made out of a reflective metallic material as well?
No, cancel it.
Anything wrong with how that's depicted? That's how you wore that night, correct?
It is.
The night, October 11th, 2019, going into morning, early hours, Saturday morning, the incident that we're here to talk about in trial, this wasn't the only call for service you would work that night, correct?
No.
How does that officer, once you put your uniform on, do you put it on at the station? Do you go to a station? How's that shift start?
There are options. Officers can put their uniform on at home and come in dressed, or they can dress at the station.
Which did you do that night?
I dressed at the station.
And just roughly, where was your station that night? Where did you?
This is why we have the chat. That's, I think maybe compliance might be the
It's
secondary.
at,
You're absolutely
Hemp
right.
Hill
It's so he was
and,
in uniform.
Magnolia.
Across from Paris Coffee Shop?
Yes.
Do you, is there a roll call still? Is that, we see it on TV. Is there still roll calls at departments?
Yes.
You take a roll call briefing and then what happens?
Then you go out and find a car, and then start your shift. Go take calls.
You have to log into the computer?
Yes.
And it's based on your login that's unique to you. They know where your call sign is for the night.
Yes.
How does an officer such as yourself on patrol on third shift in the Central District get calls?
They're dispatched over the radio or through the computer, usually both.
When you're dispatched to a call, do you consider that an order?
Yes.
You're ordered to go take care of something.
Yes.
I laid a second exhibit up there. Aaron, when I went up there, can you tell me what the defendant's 29, that, is it not?
Yes, it is.
Is defendant's 29 the information that you received to dispatch you to a certain location?
Yes.
What was the address of that dispatch?
1203 East Allen Avenue.
do they tell you what priority level call for what you can see on the NDC? And it was a priority one call, that's what gives you the permission.
Guys, I'm gonna kill the sound boost because it's
Correct?
Yeah.
making us
Yes.
lag.
Priority two, you know there's gotta be a second officer, is that correct?
Yes.
Do you see who's gonna be your assist when you're assigned the call, or how do you call?
There's a couple. The dispatcher will call it out over the radio. If they don't assign someone immediately, sometimes calls up and says, so and so, I'll go with them. Or it's dispatched directly onto the computer and you can see who's going along with you.
Do you recall this night whether it was the dispatch ordered to, or did somebody volunteer to go with you?
Officer Darch called out Baker 321. I'll go with him.
So that assigns her to the case, to the call sheet as well, is that correct?
Yes.
When you, did you make it right to the residence?
No.
Who arrived first?
Officer Darch did.
Mr. Dean, when you got there, was Officer Darch in her vehicle still, out of her vehicle, or something else?
She was already out of her vehicle.
And where did you park?
Right behind her on the west side of Mississippi Avenue facing south.
Remember, guys, they're not partners. Those two separate cars.
On a different street.
Yes, the call was at 1203 East Allen. We were parked at the intersection of Allen and Mississippi, just south of Allen Avenue.
Aaron, why did you park there?
Well, I was meeting up for two reasons. One, I was meeting up with Officer Darch, but we also don't want to park directly in front of a call location.
Why?
Because we don't want to give away our position to a criminal actor who might be on scene. It's for officer safety.
Remember, Officer Darch testified the exact same thing. I think she did a little bit better job of testifying to that. She was way more detailed.
Yes.
That doesn't equate to your lead though, does it?
Usually it does.
Darch was already out looking for the address, correct?
She was.
Y'all have worked together before.
We have.
Any issue with that?
Not at all.
Besides, you got the wrong house.
Right.
Did y'all come back to the car, either yours or hers, and figure out what the address should be?
Yes.
From where you're at Mississippi with your cars, because you're parked right next to each other,
Yes.
so you're behind Darch.
Yes.
Where do you and Carol walk next?
We walked across the street from the southwest corner of Allen, Mississippi to the northwest corner of that intersection.
Do you walk on the sidewalks, or how do you go back? What's your training tell you for how you move up to a location?
It depends on the situation. In this case, we walked across the sidewalk until we got to about the property line of 1203, and then we cut across the grass.
Why do you cut across the grass instead of making a turn and going up the driveway or sidewalk if a house has it?
So that a possible criminal actor inside the house isn't seeing us walk straight up to him, up the front door, up the front porch.
So we don't get lit up.
When you're walking up to this location that night, are you using your training and experience to get there?
Yes.
Are you using your sensory perception?
Yes.
What are you seeing? What are you hearing as you walk up?
The street was dark. The residents at 1203 East Allen had
Turn the jury on
front
this,
door
dude.
open and lights
There you
going
go.
out of that front door. So there were lights on inside. I remember it being quiet. I really don't remember hearing much of anything.
As that house on East Allen sits, the front door faces south, correct?
Yes, it does.
You told us earlier that it's cool and the wind's coming from the north, the cold front that comes through.
Yes,
Could you hear anything from across the street at all with the wind the way it was blowing?
not likely.
You've had a chance to look at the photos that have been admitted, and there is a empty field. If you're facing this address, there's an empty field to the right.
Yes,
You've looked at the street light there in the crime scene photos, and it appears out with some wire wound up high on it.
yes.
Was that light on that night when you were out there?
No, it was dark when we got there.
When you, Aaron, when you and Carol walk up to the front door, you stand right in front of the door?
Not if you can help it,
Why?
because for officer safety.
When you look in, you look in the front door, the addressable side, the front side of the house?
Yes.
What observations do you make, if any?
I observed that the storm door, the glass door was shut. The inner door was open. Objects were just strewn about inside. I could see kind of straight back to what looked like a dining table, a living area, and a kitchen. I could see objects just strewn all over the floor. It looked ransacked.
Remember, his fellow officers testified to the same thing, so it definitely boosts that credibility.
That door that you're looking at was never open, is that correct?
Yes.
What was going through your mind at this point?
That we had a possible burglary at that time.
Did you take steps to record evidence at that point?
Yes, I did.
Explain that to the jury.
Fort Worth police officers are equipped with an what's called an Axon Flex 2 camera, body-worn camera. There are several different ways to wear that camera. Some officers get glasses, wear it on your shoulder, which is what I did. I had it mounted on my shoulder. And there's a little control pack for it as well. It's a battery and an on-off switch and a record.
So this was on his shoulder, a lot closer to eye level than I
on my
thought.
belt in front of me. So I saw all of these things going on inside and looked down to make sure it was on. It was not. So I flipped it on and started recording.
Aaron, is it a wireless connection from your shoulder to your utility belt?
No,
Is it a cable connection?
it is a cable connection.
So you have a lot of stuff underneath your uniform shirt. Then. You have a vest plus the wire.
Yes.
What do you do next, Aaron?
We then stepped around to the side door to see more of the house. As I stepped to the side door and took a quick peek at the car that was sitting there, I didn't see anybody in it. I looked through that side door. First on the door itself, there was some of the frame looked like on the screen was kind of pulled apart. Looking through the door now, I could see more of the living area and more of the kitchen. And again, there were just items just spilled everywhere. Kitchen cabinets and drawers were open, and items all over the counter. It looked like items had been pulled out. It looked like someone had gone through the cabinets and the drawers looking for valuables to steal.
Based on your training under the general orders, how are you supposed to run a Signal 56?
Well, you're supposed to examine the whole structure for signs of forced entry. So you're gonna walk around the structure and look for signs of forced entry.
Tell me about this screen you just mentioned. What do you mean by that? Did it look like it wasn't intact?
I haven't seen a picture
much
of that.
about the screen itself. It's just the frame. It looked like over something around the edge of the frame was just kind of pulled back.
At the base of the door, did you make any other observations?
That's not forced
Yes,
entry,
I
though, bro.
observed a screwdriver laying there and some lawn equipment.
Why would a screwdriver catch your attention on an
No, it gets my attention.
It could be an implement of burglary, something to pry a door or a screen off with.
But the screen wasn't off.
What did you and Carol do next, sir?
That's not good.
We continued on around the house because the procedure says we have to inspect the structure. So we continued on towards the back of the house, towards the backyard.
You've been on the streets for approximately a year by yourself at this time, a little over a year. Is that correct?
Yes,
And you had time under your field training time to be on the streets with other officers. Is that correct?
yes,
Prior to the night of October 11th, had you had an occasion to look at what your camera had recorded in the past with you?
yes,
And you know that your camera that you had on that night was capable of recording audio and video, correct?
yes,
Did the camera always capture what you saw?
no,
Did the camera always record what you spoke or heard?
no,
For the jury's benefit, the picture of you that night, Officer Darch, I believe, testified last week that y'all were wearing a mobile handheld radio at some point on your belt, correct?
yes,
And am I right that it loops behind you and hooks onto the front of your shirt?
yes,
From that mic that's there in front of you, you can key that with one hand, yes?
yes,
Does it also have an earpiece that goes back to your ear?
He's starting to lead.
yes,
So any broadcast or any communication, you're really, if somebody's talking to you and the radio might be talking, you're listening with one ear.
yes.
Defense could object to this.
You're
Or
past
prosecution could object to
the
this.
second door at this point. Are you and Darch whispering to each other?
Yes, she whispered to me
Why are you whispering? Why are we carrying on a conversation at this level?
because we don't want a burglar, a potential burglar, to hear us and attack us.
You're outside of domestic violence calls when you're standing outside.
Yes,
Why do you do it then?
two reasons. One, we don't want an actor to attack us. We also don't want someone to hear us and then attack their significant other.
Is there a third reason, maybe to gather intelligence?
Yes,
When you're listening, did you hear anything? Other than whispering back to you?
I heard something knock, bump. At the time, I wasn't sure what it
Thump
was.
in the night.
The call details in front of you say there's two vehicles that are in the driveway. Is that your understanding?
Yes,
As a patrol officer, can you just take what you're given for granted and just dismiss the vehicles and focus on the structure itself?
no.
Why not?
Well, we just don't know what's going on there. And, a caller, it's just basic human perception, right? Sometimes we don't know everything that's going on. Sometimes we make mistakes, but a caller doesn't necessarily know everything that's going on. And they call us out there to go take care of something. And so we need all that information about what's going on scene in order to make both safe decisions and to make the legal decision, make the proper legal decision.
So how do you have to address those two vehicles in the driveway?
We have to clear them. We have to look inside to see if someone's there.
I think he might help himself by coming across a little more trite.
No.
Or
How do you look inside?
Just shine a flashlight.
it's almost
inside and
coming
see if there's
across
someone in
too
there.
confident.
Did you do that in this case?
Yes.
Did you and Carol, did you stay together?
Yet I think he still might get
What happened?
crushed on cross.
Where are you? Take me through.
I think this confidence might
Just left the screwdriver in that area. You have to
broken
step
down.
across anything?
Stepped across a weed eater. Yes.
You've got to clear these two vehicles. That's the discussion you all have.
Yes.
How do you, as a team, go about doing that?
One of us goes down one, the other one goes down the other side.
Who went left? Who went right?
Officer Darch went left and I went right.
What's ahead of you when you get down to the second vehicle?
The detached garage at 1203 East Allen.
It is. Can you tell the jury, because Darch doesn't have her. Correct?
Yes, correct. That's correct.
Where was Darch as you guys are clearing the vehicle?
Off to my left.
Did you see her?
Yes.
What was the visibility out there for you that night? You talked about it being dark and you've seen your camera. Did you see better than your camera?
Yes, a little.
You get to the detached garage. What do you do next, Darren?
I took a quick look at the garage door. It didn't seem to be none of that seemed to be broken into. Then I looked towards the left, towards the gate.
Describe the gate.
That's where he has to be on point.
It was a standard defense gate, say 6-ish feet high, hinged on the left with standard off-the-shelf Home Depot hinges and a latch. Again, it just looked like a run-of-the-mill everyday gate.
You're at the gate on the latch side then?
Yes,
Officer Darch is on the hinge side,
yes,
and you have a motor vehicle right there, correct?
correct.
You heard last week from Officer Valderas, we don't know exactly how wide the gate is, do we?
No,
Was it tight quarters right there?
yes,
Part of your training in tactics that are taught by the city of Fort Worth is when you're going into an opening with two officers, two or more, is there a crossover technique that's taught at the academy?
yes.
Can you explain that to the members of the jury?
The person standing on the left side of the opening goes to the right on the inside, and the person standing to the right of the opening goes to the left on the inside.
Makes sense.
Because you're going left, Darch is going right.
Yes,
Had you completed your investigation before you opened that gate?
no, we had not.
When you open the gate, take the members of the jury forward from there.
No.
So I opened that gate by handheld flashlight, took a quick look to the left, and observed with a window and an air conditioning unit to the side. The window was pretty much right up against the fence. Quick look to the right just to make sure there was nobody standing there, and then moved on into the left.
Could you sense or feel that your partner, Carol, from your backside?
Yes,
Part of your training, what you're responsible for the left-hand side when you go in.
This is the feed audio cutting out. It's not. Everything on my side looks good.
as I said, there's a window and conditioning to the right, and it's immediately to the left. Just looking at the window, see it. The screen appeared intact, but I leaned down to look for jimmy marks or something like that. And at that point, I also peered inside the window just to see if objects were broken or messed up in there, or if there was someone in there.
You have your gun drawn when you go through the gate?
No, I did not.
You know if Officer Darch did?
I believe she did, yes.
Is there a reason why she had hers drawn and you didn't?
I can only speak for myself. There's training about doing a general area search, and you don't do that with your weapon out. You do it with your handheld flashlight.
Aaron, when you looked into the window, did anything catch your eye?
He's leading. He is leading.
Yes.
That I guess wasn't, but
Explain that to the jury.
Through that window. Low in the window, I observed a person. So
come on.
a torso, about this much up on the arm, and then about the same on the leg, just the upper leg to the hip.
Seeing if this helps.
And the arms are moving like someone was reaching for something or grasping.
This torso, this silhouette, is it okay to use silhouette?
Silhouette, yes.
Were they near the window or away from the window based on what you could see at the time?
Very close to the window.
You've seen your video.
Yes.
Are you able to see into the room where the camera cannot?
Yes.
When you see this silhouette of the torso, would you say it is an adult torso or an adult torso?
It was an adult torso.
Aaron, when you see that adult torso at the window, what do you do?
Well, I thought we had a burglar, so I stepped back, straightened up, and drew my weapon, and then pointed at your.
I thought he already had his weapon
Couldn't see that
drawn.
person's hands. I'm taught that the hands, and it's what's in them that kill. But we need to see the hands. We need to get people to show us our hands and get control of those hands. So I drew my weapon, intending to tell that person to show me their hands.
I'm gonna drop quality here too. This sucks.
In your training,
Wrong
at
time.
the academy, your training at drills to develop what they would call muscle memory. Is that safe to say for officer survival?
Yes.
Is that part of the training curriculum?
Yes.
Why is muscle memory and repetitive action, especially when you're dealing with a level 3 holster, so important to an officer?
It's actually a really good fact for him.
Because of the holster safety features that have to be deactivated, and also because police work by its nature is reactive. In other words, we're always responding to something, and we're taught that action always beats reaction. So we often end up behind whatever someone else is doing.
You, at this point, have unholstered your weapon. Is that correct?
Yes.
Is there a point or a series of frames on your video where the video just goes dark at this point?
Yes.
Why did the video just go dark if you know? Where did your light source go?
I think my thumb came off of my switch on my handheld light because I had it in the momentary position, and that was before I got my weapon light on.
Back to that muscle memory, is there a sequence that you're taught on how to unholster that weapon and turn the rail light system on? It's approved?
Yes.
Can you explain that to the members of the jury?
You're supposed to
You just demonstrated some stuff in the courtroom. Would it be easier to show the members of the jury?
probably, yes.
May I approach her?
Yes, sir.
No, not yet. Aaron, I've just handed you a flash, correct?
Yes.
And is that your stream light?
A rechargeable light that officers are allowed to carry.
Yes.
Now, does that stream light have several different buttons on it?
Yes.
It has two, does it not?
It has one.
Okay, yours is only on in the back?
Yes.
That button has a couple of different functions in, is that correct?
Yes, it does.
What do you mean by momentary on? If you would, if you're gonna just energize it, point it toward the judge's smartboard. What do you mean by momentary on?
Momentary means you slightly depress it and it only comes on for a moment. If you let the pressure off, it comes off. It turns off.
And is there a way to click it and turn it all the way on?
Yes.
Okay. When you were going around, if the jury looks at the exhibit again, the video, when you shine your light on and off, that's you toggling the back of that light with your left hand?
Yes.
You mentioned an offhand. Is there a primary hand, right hand or left?
Right hand.
So that would be your firearm hand, your right hand, correct?
Yes.
So your offhand would be the one that that you just showed the jury against the judge's smartboard?
Yes.
And how are you taught to turn on the light system? If we were on my rubber gun here, how are you to turn on the light system here?
To use this hand to do it.
So if I have this, if I have your flashlight in my left hand, how am I supposed to, what are you supposed to do? If the flashlight's not in my hand, is there a switch on your rail light?
Yes.
Is it like a flapper switch that comes down?
Yes.
Is it on both sides?
Yes, it is.
Were you able to turn it on the left-hand side?
I was not.
How did you turn on your light's on from the video. How did you turn it on?
Once I realized I wasn't able to get it on with my offhand, I reached up with my trigger finger and flipped it on.
Explain that to me.
Well, since it rocks on both sides, I came up, was trying to, so I keep my trigger finger off the trigger until I'm ready to shoot anyway, so it would have been up on the frame of the weapon, and then just reached and flipped that light switch on.
That's possible.
Both of the lights came on. Were you able to see more field inside that room?
Depth of field meaning into the room? No, I really only saw it up close. I really didn't see much back in the room.
Did the silhouette to you, Aaron, in your eyes take up most of the window?
Yes.
I think you told the jury you've taken a step back. You unholstered your weapon. What are you doing at this point?
Well, as I said, I needed to see that
God.
because the hands are a threat to us. So I looked back after I got my light on, saw the silhouette again, and I was shouting at this time, shouting commands. Put up your hands. Show me your hands. Show me your hands. And as I started to get that second phrase out, show me your hands, I saw the silhouette. I was looking right down the barrel of the gun. And when I saw the barrel of that gun pointed at me, I fired a single from my duty weapon. And immediately had the flash from the muzzle reflecting off the window. And of course, as my weapon recoiled, the light was bouncing back in my face, so I couldn't see. When my vision cleared, then I observed the person that we now know as Miss Jefferson.
This was a little
I
fake.
heard her scream and saw her fall like this.
I
And
believe
I knew
him.
that I'd shot that person.
Are the tears real low? I don't know.
Aaron, when you first hit
Maybe.
the fire,
Oh my God, guys, I'm so sorry. Like, we were doing so good.
Fierce, not any more than arm's length.
this may be an obvious question, but I need to ask it. You see the weapon, is it in the silhouette's hand? What do you see?
I just saw the silhouette of the person and the gun. I don't recall seeing hands, but I did see that weapon pointed at me.
You're not saying the gun's on the floor.
No, the gun was pointed directly at me.
And about how high up on the silhouette was the gun in your mind when you look into this?
Maybe mid-chest. I'm not sure.
You have your city shoot firearm out of the point. Is that true?
Yes,
You're giving or in the process of giving commands. Why didn't you let the commands finish out?
because we're taught to meet deadly force with deadly force. We're not taught that we have to wait. Anytime we have a threat of deadly force, we can use deadly force to defend ourselves or someone else from that threat of deadly force.
I don't like that we can. We should.
When you discharge your weapon.
She was directly behind me.
What happened next in your mind?
I heard Officer Darks call out, shots fired, just like you're supposed to. And I started all 5 shots fired, started supervisor and in MedStar code. I wanted medical attention there immediately. I turned to run around to start giving medical aid and get inside this house. Wait a second, I still don't know. All I've seen is a person. I don't know anything else about what's going on in that room. So I ran back up to the window to see if I could see anything else. I observed the person, obviously we now know it's Miss Jefferson, laying face down on the floor. And I really couldn't see anything else in the room. And Officer Darts said, we got to get in there. We got to get in there. And I said, yeah. And I tried to even jerk at the window just to get right inside. But it wouldn't come up. So we started running around the house, through the gate and around.
Aaron, when you get back to the front door that's never open, is that the door you go in?
Yes.
At this point, if the academy, when you're at the range, are you wearing ear protection?
Yes.
Discharge of the weapon is allowed event, would you agree?
Yes.
When you're under a lot of stress, there's what's called auditory exclusion as well.
Yes.
And you're trained on that at the academy, correct?
We are.
That's hard to simulate at the academy, would you agree?
It is.
And did you make any observations about yourself at that point? Can you hear what's going on around you?
I could hear people on the I don't remember hearing anything else.
You and Aaron, you and Carol have to still clear that house because you don't know what you have, correct?
Yes.
Is your investigation completed at that point?
No, it's not.
What do you do next, Aaron?
Well, at the gate, I asked her if she had one of the tech med bags. She said she didn't, so I started making plans to find objects in the room to start rendering emergency aid until MedStar got there. And at that point, the radio's just blowing up and they're asking me questions and people are saying they're coming and I'm trying to respond. And we get to the door. And she asked me some other question. I started to try to respond and I was like, forget it. We got to go. We got to get inside this house and see what else is going on there and render aid to this person. So we get inside and I let the radio go and we start shouting commands and
Rendering aid
fast
part.
clearing, which is just looking just as fast as we can, but safely moving through and observing into each of the rooms and the halls and everything just to see if there's somebody there. And we got to that back bedroom. And as we moved through the house, all of there was every mess in the house, just objects everywhere, objects all over the floor, all over the furniture. It was just, it looked trash. It looked like somebody had just gone through everything. And I get to that back bedroom. And off to my right, I see a kid. Of course, it's, we know it's Zion. And I'm thinking, who brings a kid to a burglary? What is going on? I see a dog. And at that point, I was just like, never mind. Forget what else. You got Darce. Just shut up and work. Shut up and work. Get the weapon. Render aid to her. Get the weapon. Render aid to the person. And I remember going over to the person laying on the floor and saw the weapon between her feet. And I remember putting my gloves on and then picking up the weapon. And at this point, I could hear Officer Darch saying something to Zion. Of course, we now know from the video, he says, I don't want to go to jail. She tells him, don't worry, you're not going to jail. Of course, I'm sorry. I'm getting ahead of myself, Judge. I didn't actually hear all that at the time. Just processing everything.
And there was talk last week when Carol was here testifying that she had an attorney named Terry Daffron. You know Terry.
Yes.
And as part of your training academy, Ms. Daffron came in lecture journal.
Yes.
To taught you.
Yes.
And she gave recommendations for how to handle and not handle evidence in a scene, correct?
Correct.
She told you not to touch anything. Your instructors are the final word, though, on your training, correct?
They are.
In your survival week training, did you get yelled at for not removing the weapon from a suspect that was down?
I did.
That have a lasting impression on you of what you're supposed to do for officer safety?
Yes, it did.
What are you trained to do to get weapons away from anyone?
Just to move that weapon away from the person, from any person.
Prior to doing anything else?
Prior to doing anything else.
You locate this weapon. Is it a firearm?
Yes.
You locate it near Ms. Jefferson's feet.
Yes.
And I believe what do you do with it at that point?
I picked it up just to move it away from her. And as I picked it up, I saw a green laser tracing across the white wall. And
Is that your concern at that point, though?
no, I'm just getting it away from that person.
You know from what's blowing up in your ear, because we can't hear the radio traffic as it sits on your body on camera, that the cavalry is coming behind you.
Yes.
What precautions, how are you trained to render first aid? You're not a paramedic, correct?
Correct.
Are you a basic EMT?
No.
What sort of first aid have you had in the academy?
CPR and then bleed stoppage on bullet wounds and knife wounds.
There's discussion on the video, your video,
Mhm.
about a trauma kit. Is that, am I using the proper term?
Yes.
A week or so prior to October 11th, did your trauma kit come up missing in your patrol vehicle or in the shift?
Yes.
Did you put a request in for a new one?
Yes. That Monday I had sent an email request. So this was Friday. But that Monday, yes, I'd put in a replacement request.
It's crazy how things like that always happen.
Your video, the two officers that come in behind you that have a little bit more advanced training, they have one of the kits with them, correct?
Yes.
How is time in your perception at this point?
Things are unfolding very, very rapidly.
Why do you put gloves on?
Officer safety, it's protection from, any pathogens or anything like that.
Is that how you're trained at the academy to handle fluids?
Yes, it is.
And you know that you shot this lady,
Yes.
and you've done a visual exam, and you know she's gravely wounded.
Yes.
At the time that you're in the room, when you enter the room, what is the lighting condition inside the room, other than your flashlight?
There was a pair of computer monitors on a desk to the left, and then there's a television up on a shelf of some sort to the right.
Lighting for the room only comes on when the additional units come in, is that correct?
Correct.
Is part of your training at the academy, officers that are involved inside the critical incident themselves are usually moved away by the additional units. Is that safe to say?
Yes.
You're told to politely move out of the way. They're very frank with you. You recall that?
Yes.
And they get on to tending to Miss Jefferson.
Yes.
At that point, you're the one with knowledge of the weapon found at Miss Jefferson's feet, correct?
Yes.
Had you rendered that weapon safe yet?
No, not yet.
What does it mean to render a weapon safe?
To remove any ammunition from that weapon. So on a semi-automatic pistol such as that, you're going to remove the magazine and remove any live rounds in the chamber.
You were proficient on October 11th into the 12th on how a semi-automatic handgun worked, correct?
Yes.
Were you able to make any observations as to the cartridge setup on that gun that was at Miss Jefferson's?
Yes, it had a magazine inserted into the magazine well, and it had one round in the chamber.
And were you able to clear that round from the chamber?
Yes.
The state last week offered some exhibits of the gun as is, I believe, by the front door. You didn't place the gun at the front door, did you?
No.
On video, do you recall seeing you hand the gun, the magazine, and a live round to another officer?
Yes.
Do you recall that officer's name?
Officer Gilbert.
When you're in the hallway outside the room where Miss Jefferson and Mr. Carr were, you're observed on your body worn trying to deactivate a laser system on the weapon. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Though Streamlight made your light system, and they made her light system, they activate differently, correct?
Yes.
If I understand, where yours has a paddle, hers had buttons on either side. Do you recall that?
Some sort of a button switch, yes.
Were you able ultimately to get the laser off that night?
Yes, I fiddled around with it till I found the switch and turned it off.
He didn't mention anything about seeing the laser, did he?
You had a sergeant that.
'Cause I think that would be-
Central, correct?
Yes.
that Sergeant Horner?
Pretty powerful to be like, I saw a laser on my
Find
chest.
out who's in charge of that scene once she gets there?
No.
She takes you and buddies you up with somebody. What's that all about?
That's for two reasons. One, it's preservation of evidence. You sit in a car and you don't talk to anybody. You're put with another officer for your mental care. It's a traumatic event. Shooting someone. And over the years, departments across the U.S. have discovered that it's a better practice not to just shut an officer alone in a car. So they put someone with them, and you talk about sports, you talk about food, you talk about your family, you talk about anything and everything but the incident.
Interesting.
At some point, you're there at the scene in this car with for a long period of time.
Yes.
Who was the officer?
Officer Fuller.
Chief Krause came out, talked to you, asked you how you doing.
Yes.
Other command staff came out and checked on you.
Yes.
At some point, are you directed, and Officer Fuller drive you to 1000 Calvert, the old training academy,
Yes.
just over here on the other side of the river?
Yes.
Is that where Major Case is?
Yes.
Prior to getting to Major Case, had a lieutenant from your patrol division taken your particular camera from you?
Yes.
Can you explain that to the members of the jury?
Lieutenant Halford came and got my body camera, just the camera unit itself that unplugs from the cable, and that he took it back to the sector to put it on the dock, which is both the battery charging unit and the data streaming unit, and he wanted to get that data captured right away. He wanted that video uploaded right away.
So if in an audit trail it shows where it was uploaded, that's how it came to be uploaded at that particular time and date.
Yes.
The camera that you're wearing in the picture then, that's before you in evidence,
Yes.
is that your camera or it's one that's identical to yours in the photo?
It's an identical one from another officer.
The pictures to reflect how you looked when you were there at the scene, right?
Yes.
When, was it Detective Roloff, did he take your weapon that's now in evidence from you that night? Or was he present?
I don't recall if it was Detective Roloff or if it was Officer Dumick, the crime scene officer. I don't recall now.
Were you issued another weapon that night?
Yes.
Aaron, when you look at the scene itself and you look at the window, I want to take you back there for a second if you're okay with that. When you look at the weapon in the window, the silhouette, could you tell if it were, and you may have already answered this, a male or a female, or you didn't know?
I didn't know.
You didn't know if it was a male or a female. Could you tell if it was what race or skin tone the individual had?
No.
In your vision, in what you recall that night, how close was this firearm to you on the inside of the glass?
Very close to the window.
6 feet, 2 feet, a foot?
A foot or less.
went home from your shift on the 12th. You go on administrative leave because you've been involved in a shooting, correct?
Yes.
When you took your uniform off on the 12th, you understand that was the last time you were going to be a police officer anywhere in this United States, correct?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. Pass it.
Let's take our morning break before we do cross-examination. You're retired to your jury room. We'll call you back out in just a few minutes.
All right. Holy moly. We didn't see that coming. Give me a couple seconds here. We're talking about it, but I'm going to try to get John in here and also going to put on a sweatshirt real quick.
Wow. That I was not
I haven't
expecting.
listened to any
Neither
of this.
was I.
I mean, we thought, hold on, are we up?
You're out, sorry.
Okay, sorry. So this was a shock.
All right, I'm back and warm. Still trying to get John in here. I have no idea what's going on. It's probably my crazy setup, but who knows? Wow. I did not see that coming. Wow. I think he did a pretty good job. Came across as confident in what he was articulating, what he was saying. Nothing he said sounded infeasible. It sounded. I believed him when he, within like the tearing up and the traumatic part of it. John's here. Let's bring him in. Within like the tearing up and the traumatic part of it. Okay. John, you're here.
Yeah, I'm here. Can you email me the StreamYard link? For whatever reason, Twitter is acting a little screwy on my computer. So I have you on the phone, and that seems to be working. But if you want camera, can you shoot it to my email?
Yeah. Where's your email? What's your email?
jrobinelaw@gmail.
Okay, cool. Send it.
All right.
I'm gonna remove you from this one.
Right. Yeah, all good.
All right. All right, guys. We want to bring John on, so I'm gonna focus some attention there real quick. As I do that, still and I think he's credible. In the chat, tell me, do you all think he was credible? Do you think he was genuinely upset? Do you think? I mean, that was the part I had a little bit of a hard time buying. I felt like he kind of sounded like a little bit of a fake cry. Then again, he's a dude, a tough cop. He might be how it comes across. That was my only real issue. I saw it in the chat earlier. Someone said, I think he's going to get crushed on Cross. And I said, yeah, I agree. I don't, maybe not. You know, there's always that maybe. And he has a chance of holding up. But not always. Sorry. But I don't think it's a great chance of holding up. They're going to go after him on every procedure that he tried to, on every procedure that he was following, and whether that was right. They didn't get ahead of that. And the other officer, Officer Dark, made it sound like there were a few things, policies, procedures that he didn't follow correctly. So he's gonna at least have to fight on that a little bit. He's gonna have to push back, and that's not. I mean, he's gonna have to sound defensive. Is the way I would put that. I think John is here. Maybe. Don't see camera yet. I'm going to give him a second to see if it pops up. YouTube is fun in terms of all the technical issues that we get to have. I wasn't really expecting to have nearly as many technical issues as I've run into. Seems like everyone else does a pretty good job of it. All right, I don't know if we're getting John yet or not. I want to talk to him about this. We all want to hear from him, right? Cross-examination is going to be super interesting. John is here. Let's bring him in.
All right. Sorry about that. Something is up with my internet this morning. So I flipped on the mobile hotspot from the phone. So hopefully that is helping.
You're coming through good. You're coming through good right now.
Cool.
You know, with the technical issues I've had, it's always my assumption that it's something that on my end. But
you're good. For whatever reason, Spectrum decided that it wanted to take a day off.
Interesting.
So yeah, I'll give him a call a little bit later.
I meant to DM you and ask you what ISP you use, because I've been talking to anyone and everyone that could possibly provide me internet. Right now, I'm gonna take a picture and tweet it out. But right now, I have an iPhone set up on a bunch of books for my video and audio.
Okay.
You can see the backstage, and then I have so you can see what I'm kind of doing, and then I have the desktop running through the computer. It's doing a heck of a lot better. There was 5 minutes, of course, during critical testimony when it went a little bad, but other than that, it's been doing pretty well.
Well, it's crazy to me because I had no problem being able to watch you, and every other website was working, but Twitter was down. A handful of other websites were down, so I could watch you, but I could not get in touch with you. And so I just switched to mobile hotspot for now. But I got to get in touch. Unfortunately, you don't have a ton of options in Tampa. It's pretty much Spectrum, just because they're the ones that wire everyone.
Yeah, we have Cox and CenturyLink, but none of it's fiber.
Okay. Yeah. So Spectrum made a huge investment into fiber in Tampa, and they basically are the only game in town as a result.
I'm very jealous. I want fiber, and I want it now.
Fair enough.
I'm gonna tweet out that Mr. Dean is going on Cross. So, did you get to watch it all?
No, honest to God, I was up until like 5 a.m. Insomnia just got the better of me. So how did the direct go?
He did pretty good. And I kept it quiet. I didn't know if you wanted me to tell everyone you were still asleep or not, so I just said you had other stuff to do for the morning.
Yeah,
But
all good.
glad you were able to get some sleep. Yeah, I mean, I thought he did pretty well.
I mean, it was only, I guess it was only what, 2 hours for the direct? I mean, that's
2 hours for
pretty
the direct.
short.
I mean, it was a pretty short incident, man. Like,
yeah. Well, what do you, if you had to pick like 3 or 4 highlights in terms of, you know, things that you think that they're going to attack on cross, what are your thoughts on that?
Well, they're going to go after him on following policy and procedure, right? Because they already went, that was their best testimony so far, was from Officer Darch saying that,
I'm genuinely surprised that they actually decided to put him up there, but you know.
Yeah, I kind of called it. I said I think there's a 50% chance he goes on the stand. And when you look at it from the perspective of there should be a 0% chance, I feel like that's kind of calling it that he was going to go on.
Yeah.
I think he had to get up there and say, I saw a gun pointed at me.
Yeah, I get where you're coming from. I just thinking about all of the potential pitfalls on
There's a
cross
huge pitfall
that he could walk into.
Maddie called it. Maddie said 100% chance. So.
I would not have.
I didn't think he was going to go first. But I think that's the best time to do it because then you have all your experts back you up.
That's a really astute point. That by putting him up there first, and then you have a train of people that basically say, yeah, he's right. Yeah, he's right. Yeah, he's right.
Yep.
That's a really good way to structure it.
And so they did. I think this judge requires every expert to do voir dire before testifying.
Okay.
Because they did voir dire with the or voir dire. I can't say it. With the with his camera expert. And his camera expert said during voir dire that he's going to testify that you can see the gun in the video.
Okay.
So that's going to be helpful to him too.
That is helpful, but that's interesting that because usually you just step to the expert's qualifications and you don't bother doing the full voir dire.
Yeah.
Unless there's some sort of dispute, and you know maybe that just is like a local custom, like you're sort of saying.
I think it's either this judge that requires it, or these two legal teams are just fucking with each other.
That's entirely possible as well. But like nine times out of 10, you don't want to waste everyone's time, so you just stick to the fact that yes, this person is an expert, and most of the voir dire is really just a show for the jury that oh, this person is super super smart, and you should care about what they have to say.
Yes, but yeah, I mean they've required like them to actually qualify each witness.
That is interesting to me. I'm not familiar with that being the custom, but like you said, it could just be the judge, or it could be, who knows? Maybe it is a local custom that they do it that way. It's not unheard of, but none of the jurisdictions that I have worked in have required that degree of stringentness.
Right, for sure. I mean, it was kind of like for a defendant testifying on his own behalf. It was pretty uneventful. I mean, he said exactly what we thought he would say. I saw a gun. He didn't say anything different than what Officer Darch said.
Okay.
One thing I missed is I thought he had his gun drawn the whole time. He didn't, according to his testimony, and then according to a couple people in the chat, I just missed this, is that he didn't draw his gun until he was in the backyard and saw a figure in the window.
I think that's in the video.
I think I just missed it.
Because the part of the problem is because of where the camera is located, it's a little bit difficult. But if I recall correctly, I think you can see shoulder movement that indicates pulling the weapon when he comes toward the window.
Yeah.
I could be wrong about that, but that's my recollection.
Dude, if I was gonna say like one of my biggest weaknesses in this whole YouTube watching trial game is watching body cam video or watching surveillance video and picking up what's actually happening. I don't know why. I just kind of said that.
Like I said, because of where the camera is located, sometimes it can be difficult. And if you don't watch a ton of it, like just even noticing the jostling of the camera can suggest that there is a movement in the shoulder to reach for a weapon.
Oh, see, that makes
You see what
perfect
I mean?
sense. Yep, that makes a lot of sense. And he did make it very clear that his camera was on his shoulder.
Yeah. So sometimes literally just like a jerk of the camera suggests that they're moving their shoulder to reach for the weapon. So that's what I imagine the camera expert is going to speak to, but
yeah,
we'll see.
His story seemed absolutely plausible. He seemed pretty sincere. I usually believe people when they're crying. I had I didn't believe him as much as I usually believe people when they're crying.
Okay. He cried?
Oh, he definitely got teary.
Interesting.
Or at least pretended to.
Okay. I'm a little surprised by that.
Yeah, especially because he seemed he was very unemotional through the whole testimony until he got to the point of, I saw a figure and I shot. And then he got emotional again when he talked about why they put police in the back of a car with another officer after shooting like that. Because it's a traumatic experience.
Sorry. Let me figure a light probably would be a little helpful. That is interesting though. Because I agree with your assessment from the other day where from his perspective, until he found out otherwise, he genuinely believed he shot a burglar.
Yeah. And he's like, when I went in the house, I was like, why did somebody bring a kid to a burglary? Talking about Zion.
That's interesting because I thought that the better narrative would be that, you know, maybe the kid was left alone and the burglary was in progress and the kid was being used, and that just heightens everything.
Yeah, but he didn't see the kid until after he shot and went in the house.
Well, didn't he, wasn't there something in the video where like they mentioned that they heard a kid?
Right.
So
I think there was.
I only watched the video maybe twice, but I think that story sounds a lot better. It's like, you know, you're basically using the kid. You don't want to have a hostage situation. Like you can create a story that makes even more sense, which I think actually adds to his credibility.
No, I agree. But I think it does add credibility to like, I felt like it was pretty honest. Like, I was like, why is a kid here? Like, I mean, that's what.
Yeah.
I thought he was good. I think there is a big risk of him getting crushed on Cross. He didn't seem come across strong enough to totally hold up on Cross.
All right, so let me put you in the position of the prosecutor.
Mm-hmm.
What do you hit him on, artist?
I go after every operational procedure that Dark said he didn't follow, and just put him on defensive around that.
Okay, that's fair. I mean, it's not like you're gonna get few good men moment. That's not gonna happen with this guy.
You didn't see the gun, did you?
Like that's not gonna happen.
No.
So, I mean, yeah, you bring up procedure, you bring up, was it by the book? But I honestly think that it more or less was.
I do too, but Dart said it wasn't.
Yeah, that's true.
Now, I will say the things she was saying were so insignificant to me that I don't remember what she said they did wrong.
Well, I'm sure the prosecution's going to remind everyone.
They will. So, man, I wish we would have had you here for the very beginning of the morning for the motion to for directed verdict.
What happened with that?
It was disappointingly half like the.
They didn't argue it well.
I mean, I can tell you exactly the entire argument. He got up and he said, "Your Honor, being that the prosecution rested last Wednesday, I need to move for a directed verdict. And I know you're expecting more, but there was no more."
There was no more.
Nope. And the judge goes, "Deny."
Okay. I mean,
in kind of a smug way. Like,
in most circumstances, again, you're probably not going to get it anyway.
But
putting a little bit of effort behind it is helpful in building a record potentially on appeal.
Yeah, and I mean, I love like what Ben Chu did. Like make this officer
as an example.
As an example, like purely PR.
Yeah.
For your client, that's a time to go make a good public argument for your client who's been maligned forever.
And that's where you gotta, and who knows, maybe, I don't necessarily know the background of his defense team. Obviously, they have been doing this work for a very long time. So you have to figure that they understand how important kind of the PR game is. They know people are covering this case. I mean, Nick Rekieta has 100,000 people watching it right now.
Oh shit! Now we just lost the 12 that I have. I saw his Rumble alert.
I prefer your commentary, in fairness.
Thanks.
But you know what I mean? It's like,
people are watching.
Like this is being covered in a high profile way.
Well, I mean, all the local stations have it. All the local stations are watching the live.
Sorry, the neighbor's dogs are freaking out. Give me 1 second.
No problem.
They calm down eventually, but every now and again something happens where they lose their minds. But yeah, you got to figure there is a PR battle here as well.
Mm-hmm. I mean, he's never going to be a cop again.
No, he's never going to be a cop again. But part of it is, look, I mean, well, if he loses, then he's never
going to do anything again. But
wondering why defense team did show pictures of stuff being strewn about to support his testimony. Did they or did they not?
They didn't. But we've seen it. The jury's seen it.
Yeah, but that would be an interesting thing to kind of highlight, because if the whole idea is that in his mind we're thinking burglary in progress.
He did talk about it.
Yeah, it would be helpful to show the photos, or even just stills from his body cam.
A couple stills from his body cam would have been really smart. Because to me, it looked way more ransacked from his body cam than it did at an overall picture.
I agree with
on the bigger pictures.
I agree with you entirely. That would have been very helpful. So I'm a little surprised that they didn't, because you're building a narrative. It's lawyers are basically storytellers when it comes to trial work. Our job is to take the facts and tell a story that is in our client's best interest.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I think you guys are right. I mean, I think talking about it was good, but you're right. If you would have, I think taking a still would have helped build the narrative. Now you guys have me thinking about what other narrative could they have helped build. It was a pretty technical direct. What did you do?
Okay. I mean,
and that's it. Like,
all right. So it was basically just a straightforward textbook direct. Mm-hmm. I am more of the opinion that if you are going to put your client on the stand, you have one opportunity to use them to build that story.
Yep. All right, we're ready. They're back, I think.
All right.
They're like 10 minutes later than they said they would be, but
That's fine. That gave you an opportunity to catch me up.
State's ready.
All right, let's go.
Let's go. This judge is a little, he's Texas. He's definitely a Texas judge.
Very much so.
Does Nick really have 100K watching?
No, but
No.
by the time the day's over, the total view count's probably going to be somewhere in that ballpark.
Well, and you probably only looked at the YouTube, right?
Yeah.
He's,
So I have
he's
no
got-
idea what's
he's
on
got
Rumble,
he's
all
probably
that
got
shit.
at least another 25 on Rumble.
Yeah. And Maddie, this is one thing that I disagree with a number of lawyers
All right,
on this.
everyone may be
I don't
seated.
think that you hold your powder in that
Mr.
sort
Smith,
of way.
cross-examination.
Yes,
Yeah.
John, thank you.
I don't think that there's any reason to do that.
It's not asking the witness to
It's
sit down
risky.
as well for
Yeah.
demonstration.
Mr. Dean, just follow Mr.
And
Smith's
it looks a little shady, I
instructions,
think.
I agree.
You talked a lot about where.
I think particularly you just lay it all out there on direct.
Was when you called her the silhouette. I want
Maddie
you
says
to
Nick has like 4,000. That's like
back
nothing.
and saw through the window what position the silhouette was.
It's more concurrence than I've ever had.
Just so everyone knows, Nick is like my hero, and I love his show, and so I'm just joking. But
Like this.
She had her left shoulder towards you,
Yes.
and where did you see the gun?
Somewhere here.
we're going to the demonstration right away.
So she started.
Yeah.
Bent over, for the record, you bent over your left shoulder toward me, bent at the waist, almost in a 90-degree position. Is that
This
correct?
never works, dude.
Okay, and so at what point did she come up into a more raised position?
Greg, I agree with you.
Somewhere in the time that I was drawing my gun.
Okay, and then when she raised up, when she got up to a raised position, in what position was she in front?
I'm not entirely sure. I saw the upper part of her body upright.
Do you know if she was bent over?
I'm not sure.
We're blowing right into this.
Somewhere here.
That's coming in too hot, in my opinion.
You came in way too hot.
Hands together in front of your chest. Are you saying she had her gun all the way up in front of her chest like that?
I never actually saw her hands.
You never saw her hands. All you saw was a gun.
I saw the gun.
And where was the barrel of the gun in reference to the silhouette? Again,
If the silhouette's here, somewhere in the middle,
under her chin?
under her chin, yes.
Was it extended out?
I'm not sure.
You couldn't even tell us if she had the gun extended out pointed at you?
Oh, he's coming in way too hot.
You couldn't
It
tell
was
if the
dark,
gun
homie.
was up in a raised position, ready to fire?
It was pointed at me.
You couldn't tell if it was up in a raised position, ready to fire?
No.
This comes across as honest.
How long was she in this upright position before you pulled the trigger?
Not very long.
As soon as you saw the barrel of that gun, you decided to pull your own trigger?
Yes.
You decided to shoot her once you saw the barrel of the gun?
Yes.
Fuck yeah.
Once you saw the barrel of the gun, you decided to pull the trigger and take who was on the other side of that window's life.
Yep.
Yes.
That's what I do when I see a barrel gun too.
If I see a barrel of a gun pointed at me, yes, that is what I would do as well.
This is a terrible. This is a terrible.
That's an awful way to open.
And there's at least one person in a Texas jury that says, "Hell yeah."
You saw Zion. Who brings a kid to a burglary? Is that correct?
Yes.
Because in your mind, this
Who of us are
burglary is still
immediately
ongoing. Is that correct?
Yes.
I'm gonna turn this guy down. He's loud.
And after you pulled the gun, after you pulled the trigger of your gun, this burglary was still ongoing, correct? In your mind.
I didn't know.
Well, you just said you thought that this was still an ongoing emergency, correct?
Yes.
And that there could be dangerous people inside, correct?
Yes.
And that you and or Officer Darts could still be in trouble, correct?
Yes.
Did you push Darts out of the way of that window?
Why are you
After you
yelling, you
fired?
jackass?
No, she was behind me.
Did you step out of the way of the window?
Everything he's saying is perfectly reasonable to me.
Not
This
that
guy
I
was
recall.
good with the
I mean,
other
that's a
with
fatal
his
funnel,
witnesses.
isn't it?
Yes.
What is a fatal funnel? What have you been trained about fatal funnels?
A fatal funnel is a doorway or window. It's just a narrow area that is difficult to move in or out of, and you can be injured or shot there.
I mean, according to you, you still don't know how many people are in this house, correct?
Correct.
You don't know how many of these people have guns, correct?
Correct.
I mean, that's what you're telling us here. You thought this burglary was still an ongoing emergency, isn't that correct?
Yes.
But you didn't
He's
push
going to
doors
say that
out of
after
the
the
way that
shooting, they
fatal
should have
funnel did.
taken cover and called for backup
No.
instead of
You
entering the
didn't get out
house.
of the way of that fatal funnel, did you?
Not instantly. No.
You even tried to open the window to get inside that house, didn't you?
Yes.
You tried to open the window to get inside a house where you didn't know where unknown assailants could be hiding that could be armed. Is that what you're telling this jury?
They use it both ways.
Yes.
That's your
They could use it.
Is that good
This,
police
they can
work?
use this against him either way. It's like that kind of sucks, but
Well, that's the point of cross, is
And let's
you
go
don't
back
care
to
what
this.
the answer is.
You said that it was Officer Garch's idea to go in that house, right?
No, we both intended to go inside.
Who was the first one that said, let's get inside there?
Officer Darch.
And then you tried to get into the window of the house filled with dangerous people.
Yes.
this is
But you
that's
didn't
not.
tell Officer Garch there was a gun in that house, did you?
She heard.
Not until we got inside. No.
Did you tell her when you got to the fatal funnel of the cars?
No.
Did you tell her when you got to the fatal funnel of that side door that was open where the bad guys could be?
No.
Did you tell her when you got to
What
the fatal
difference
funnel
does
of
that
the
any
front
of that
door?
make?
No.
Did you have trouble opening that front door?
I think it shines a little
No.
bit
You
of
just went
doubt
right on
on the
in,
fact
didn't
you saw a gun.
Yes.
Hey, when you were in the back shooting at Atatiana Jefferson, do you know how many people could have run out the front door?
No.
I mean, did you have backup there?
No.
Was that front secure?
No.
All the bad people in that house could have just went right out that front door, couldn't they?
Yes.
Would you have any way of knowing if they would have went out that front door?
No.
Is that more good police work?
No.
So now you've opened the fatal funnel. Hey, what is slicing the pie? We've heard that. I wanna
The
hear you
appropriate
tell us
answer would have
slicing
been, I did the best I
No,
could with
slicing
what I
the
had
pie
available
is,
at the time.
When you're entering an opening, taking
Yeah.
it in sections, and then
Or I knew I
dividing
shot someone,
the area
man.
inside.
You kind of peek a little bit and then retract to protect your body.
And again, they
right?
lost the element of
No,
surprise.
if you retract, you're
What else do you
giving up
do?
the ground.
Well, you peek and then move a little bit more, move a little bit more, only exposing yourself as much as necessary until you get as much of view to determine what's safely on the other side. Isn't that right?
Yes.
How fast did you slice the pie at that fatal front of the front door before you went in?
You can do it quickly or slowly.
Did you do it?
Very quickly.
Oh, you did. You determined there was nothing unsafe on the other side of that front door for you to just walk right in.
You need to start pushing back a little bit, man.
I think so. It's been 3 years.
You saw the body cam.
He does. He needs to start pushing back.
That in the body cam, if you were being graded on that slicing the pie at the front door, you'd get an A+.
This is part of the problem is his lawyers
It's more
can't do
bad
anything
police work.
for him. These are perfectly valid
It's not
questions.
Oh yeah,
It's
this is
more bad
cross,
police
man.
work, isn't it?
Yes.
When you got in the house, did you tell Darks there was a gun then?
When I found it, yes.
Oh, when you found it. Now I'm talking about in the living room after you opened the fatal funnel of the front door. Did you tell her there was a gun in that
See,
house?
I don't
No.
think this is good
You
for him.
got
I think this
another fellow
matters.
officer from the Fort Worth Police Department entering a home which you have determined to be a burglary in progress.
I mean, I guarantee you, we're going to hear the word fatal funnel a million times during closing.
Mhm. No, but I think it's huge that he didn't tell
No.
Darch that there was a
You
gun.
didn't think to tell her, hey, I saw somebody with a gun?
No.
Do you not like Officer Darch?
That's not helpful. Oh, okay. That's
I like her just fine.
But you seem too concerned for her safety. If in your head is what's going on, and there's this burglary in progress, and bad guys are there with guns, you let your partner walk into that house
without giving her any heads up whatsoever that the bad guy might have a gun. Is that really what you did?
Maddie, I agree, but I don't know anything that would be a legitimate objection right now.
Did you tell her there was a gun?
I did not.
Is that good police work?
No.
That's more bad police work, isn't it?
Yes.
So, in your head, you testified that whenever you saw Zion, the first thing you thought was, who brings a kid to a burglary? So before you get to that bedroom, you still think there's a burglary in progress, right?
Yes.
Did you clear every room in that house?
I don't think so. I think she cleared one or two that I didn't see.
Is it good for an officer to clear a room by themselves?
No.
When you have two officers, how many officers does it take to clear each room?
2 is best.
Two's best. You had two there, didn't you?
Yes.
But y'all didn't use 2 officers to clear each room, did you?
He should have said when he signed this
I mean, in
flashlight
your
in,
mind, there's still
he
bad guys
realized
with
he
guns.
shot
You just let darts
the person that lived in that
bedroom where
house.
there could be a bad guy with a gun, right?
He would have saved himself all this.
Yes.
And you gave her no heads up.
Yeah,
You'd
but
seen a gun
that wouldn't
inside.
be true.
That's true.
No.
Is that good police work?
No.
But
Is that
kind
good work for
of
your
seems like
department?
it would
You
have
think
been true because
Officer
that's how he
Darts appreciates that
acted.
now?
He acted like he knew he
Probably
should.
not.
The
Did
resident?
you ever want a fellow Fort Worth officer
He knew he
to let
said
you walk into a house without telling you they'd seen somebody with a gun inside?
No.
But that's what you did on October 12th, right?
Yes.
And so y'all didn't really clear those rooms. Y'all just kind of peeked your head in each one, didn't you?
We did a fast clear.
What's a fast clear?
A quick check for threats, and then you move on.
How were you taught to do a fast clear?
Quickly looking into the room to see if someone's there and then moving on.
The only argument you have at
Do you
this
do
point
fast
is
clears
that
whenever you have potential
imperfect police
perpetrators
work
and
does
firearms
not
armed inside a residence?
make the elements of the crime.
Not usually, no.
That's the only way you
don't
rehab.
do it, do you?
Yep.
Not in that ultimate dangerous situation, do you?
No.
So that was more bad police work, correct?
Yes,
Yes.
but
So
bad
you get
police
back to
work
that
doesn't
bedroom
make a
and
murder.
You finally see Atatiana Jefferson.
See, I think the bad police
How
work
fast
cut
did you
both
start
ways.
CPR?
I started doing bad police work because
I
I
don't
knew
recall.
that I shot a Tatiana.
Did you see the video?
I shot a
Yes.
lady
You saw us play States
that
Exhibit 1.
was not a
right?
criminal.
Yes.
How fast
There's
did you
no way
start
he could have
CPR?
known that.
So then why did he do such
It
bad?
was a
Why
lie.
did his police work turn so bad when
Did
he
you
went in?
start CPR?
That's
Okay.
where it cuts
So
against him.
again, when I ask you how fast did you start CPR, your answer should be I didn't, right?
Yes.
I mean, you saw she was bleeding, correct?
Yes.
You heard her last breaths, correct?
I heard what I now know to be her last breaths.
Because you didn't know they were her last breaths then, did you?
At first, I thought it was the dog.
So she still had a chance in your mind, didn't she?
Yes.
She still had a
I mean,
chance
one of
in
the
your
things that
mind, and you
proves
didn't
it
get down there
is
help
to
her
not
to
render
stop
engaged,
bleeding?
and they're going to hammer him on that.
I did. I rolled her over and pressed an Afghan to her chest.
How fast did it take you you didn't roll her all the way over, you kind of just lifted her up, didn't you?
I lifted her and observed that she had a bullet wound to her chest and looked around for something to stop the bleeding. Found an Afghan and then rolled her all the way over and pressed that Afghan to her chest.
How long did that take you to finally put pressure and?
Maddie, that would be a much better
I don't
answer than what he has been given.
Long time?
But
Yeah, we pulled that one up. I agree.
In watching the video, it appears to be
I
a long
think he's
time,
being
yes.
purely
If you
honest.
were laying on the floor
He's
shot,
just being
how long
straight
do you want
honest.
someone to take that long to cover your wound?
No.
Why?
He almost sounds like a parolee. He's trying to get parole. Just
Because
yes, you're right. I did that. Yes, you're right.
Because it's dangerous to that person, right?
Yes.
It's a good insight. It does sound like that. I think
So,
he's
I
almost
know you're
resigned
crying
that
right
he's
now,
goofing this.
But October 12th, 2019, you weren't crying when you decided not to administer CPR to Atatiana Jefferson, were you?
This guy's coming across a little too hard.
I didn't decide not to.
But
I
you
think
were,
this process is extremely effective.
I was
Yeah.
about to when the other officers
I
ran
think
in.
it is too.
Oh, you're about to
I
start.
think he's
crying.
reached the point already where
About to
he's
start
basically
CPR.
resigned that he's
What about
lost.
start CPR? But you didn't.
Wow.
So you shot Atatiana Jefferson.
That's at
thinking
least how
she
he's
was some
presenting
bad
to
guy
me
in the
right
back
now.
window, is that right?
Yes.
A bad guy who had just been hunched over and who had a gun that you couldn't even see if their hands were around it?
Yeah, Maddie, I agree. I believe him 100%.
I saw the gun pointed at me.
Is that all you could see? Is that what you're saying?
Dude, it was dark in the
Gun
room.
Part
He was
of
looking
her
through a window.
That's all you could see.
He
That's all
saw a
you
silhouette.
said that you saw that night was an upper part of the torso of that gun.
Yes.
You
He
remember
saw a
seeing anything
silhouette
behind
and a weapon
No.
pointed at him.
Dude,
it?
I
So
was
you don't know
focused
if there
on. I
was
saw a
anything behind
laser.
it.
No, I don't.
How smart is it to shoot a gun at a target without knowing what's behind the target?
When it's pointed at you, mother.
That would be a good time.
It's like a well-aimed shot with ammunition that's designed not to overpenetrate.
How smart
Damn.
is it to take
Good
a
answer.
shot at a target without knowing what's behind the target?
Smart.
It's not.
You're trained
What?
against that, aren't you?
No, don't answer that way.
Yes.
Like
Dude,
one of the
he's
four
he's conceding
most
too
basic
much.
Rules about firearms.
That's what I'm
is
saying.
don't
If you
shoot
look at his
target
demeanor,
unless it's behind the target.
I think he's given up.
His demeanor was
The top
totally.
four.
I would have liked him to have a little bit
Yes.
more of this demeanor on
But you
direct,
disregarded that, didn't you?
but not here, dude. Like taking way.
Yes.
So
And this is why you arm yourself with
Yes, sir.
minimally penetrative rounds, is to try and limit collateral damage. And he answered that right.
But then he conceded.
I know.
Not smart.
It was a great follow-up by the prosecutor to
Mhm.
get him there. Yeah, Maddie, I agree with you. At this point, make up an objection just to give him some breathing room. He needs it.
I almost feel like he went to this so fast. I
showing you
almost
State's
feel like
Exhibit
it's a
7. Do you
strategy
recognize
to,
that?
to look like this.
Yes.
and is
Break
that
up the flow
home
of
where you
the
shot
argument.
Atatiana Jefferson kind of right there in the middle of State's Exhibit 7?
Yes.
And East Allen is running kind of perpendicular of the photo and kind of curving back over to the left part of the photo, is it right?
Yes.
And then what's the street that goes right across horizontal?
That's Mississippi.
Where did you and Darch park?
Right here on.
That's where they were supposed to, dude.
So if I was to hold my finger
Yeah.
right here, right up here, where this car is right here,
Yes.
is that kind of where y'all park?
Roughly, yes.
My friend, this is why, in my opinion, you'd never call this guy.
It would have been the one on that southwest corner.
The one on this southwest corner right here?
I think so, yes.
So if I'm pointing to it right now, that'd be correct. This one in the top right corner of the photo to my left, if I'm looking at it, that house, right?
Yes.
I've only seen a few defendants take a stand, but I feel like he's doing the worst I've seen.
Maintain some officer safety, but y'all just
He's
pulled right up next
not
to the one y'all were gonna
Holding
walk
up
into first.
brilliantly. Which is a shame because they had plenty of time to prep.
Well, then tell me. You were
They had
parked right
5
there.
days
You got
to
out
prep.
and walked to that house.
I knew which house was 1203.
4
East
days,
Allen.
whatever.
Oh, you knew, so it was Officer Darch.
Yeah.
It's her fault that y'all parked over there.
I pulled up behind her, yes.
So again, that's someone else's fault. That's Officer Darch. Is that right?
I pulled up behind her because I wanted to meet with her, and I knew that we were going to 1203 East Allen. I didn't know that she didn't know.
Why you didn't when she started walking towards the other house, you didn't stop her?
I believe she was coming back from that house already. She already knew that it was the wrong one at that
She already knew.
Maddie, I
So
believe
how'd you
that
get
every
across
word out
the
of his
street
mouth
on State
is
Exhibit
the
7,
God's
those
honest
cars
truth
apart,
from his
to
perspective.
Atatiana Jefferson?
But there is a way that you
You walked
convey
across this intersection. You went just straight
that
across.
information that hurts you more or less.
So just diagonal straight across the intersection.
I believe
right?
every word out of his mouth is the absolute God's honest truth
I
from
don't
his
recall.
perspective.
We're on the exact same
That's what you
page.
testified
He's
to
telling
earlier. Did
the
you forget
perfect
just a minute
truth,
ago?
but he's not doing it in a way
It's
that
been 3 years. I
helps
don't
him.
recall if we went diagonally or if we went across the crosswalks. I don't remember now.
But you were out in the middle of the intersection, right?
Which that is the job of the lawyer in preparing you. is how you frame
Trying to
the.
conceal cover isn't walking out the middle of the intersection of two streets.
Where
and
I
no way
think
to
you
do
and I
it.
disagree a little bit is I think it was their strategy to come across like
Across the
this.
street somehow.
But you could across the street closer. Aren't you taught like maybe to conceal yourself better? You don't walk out in the middle of the street. You might walk around the house line. Isn't that right?
We could have.
You're taught that, aren't you?
I don't necessarily agree with that strategy.
Yes.
Then.
But no, y'all just went.
Well,
right
I'm
across
with
the
you on
street
that.
in
I
the
think this is
open-
terrible.
In the most obvious place you could cross, where anyone in that intersection could see it. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
Wouldn't you agree with me? That's not a good way to sneak up on anybody.
Yes.
So more bad police work.
Oh, dude.
Dude, you gotta at some point you gotta push back a little bit.
You got to be like, dude, you're not a cop,
Okay,
bro.
so you testified, and you've heard people testify with their attorneys asking questions. That
Please talk a little bit about the adrenaline dump, the idea that
you were trying to gather up information.
you have to make split-second decisions. Like these are things that you can kick in there that are still true.
What's going on,
Dude,
Leah?
Officer Darch was
No.
way stronger about like, no,
So
we
you
pretty
better
much
have
did
your
the
eyes
right
peeled
thing.
so you make sure that
Then-
you're not in any
like-
dangerous situation. Isn't that right?
I agree with you.
Yes.
How long did it take you to notice James Smith and all his family sitting on the stoop of that house across the street?
I didn't see them.
You didn't see him.
No.
None of this
So
is
you're
relevant
open
to the.
structure. You just told this jury that you're trying to do everything you can.
This is where I make a relevance objection. I'm going to lose it, but it buys him a little bit of time.
Across the street from your target investigation.
No, the house was dark. I didn't see him.
Think that's good police work?
If you say no, I
was
swear to
focused on the
God.
primary threat in front of me.
The primary threat.
Good answer. There we go. Now we're getting closer.
Except that
They can.
he's willing to say
If
that was
the
not.
bad- if James
He's
Smith
willing to
and
say
his niece and
no.
his nephew
When they
and
say,
his
"Was that
sister
good police
were
work?" You
bad
need to throw
people.
some yeses in there. Yes, that
Yeah.
was good
You
police
didn't have
work.
any backup, did you?
Yeah, you're right.
Not at that point, no.
I mean, that would have left you and Officer Dart, that would have left y'all an unprotected 6, right?
Yes.
I
Is that
would.
a good thing for officers, an unprotected 6?
I would never have had him testify.
No.
You had 4 days
Nope.
to run through a hypothetical, and
The
if
facts exposed
you
to people.
presented during the prep like this, we're not going there.
You're just
And the
so focused
jury
on the bad
doesn't
guys
know
in
that this
house,
prosecutor
you didn't take a look that there might be some
is
bad
right or
guys
wrong.
somewhere else?
No, they don't.
He,
I did what I
the,
usually do.
the
is
police
quick
officers
look around.
letting
I didn't
the
see anybody else.
You didn't see 4 adults.
prosecutor
standing
get
across
away with
street.
really.
The police
Technical
officer is letting
arguments.
the prosecutor
You said you took a quick look
write the
around.
policy in real time in their
Yep.
minds.
I mean, that's a pretty honest statement, isn't it? You did take a quick look around, right?
Yes.
I mean, everything you did in the early morning hours of October 12th, 2019 was just a quick look. You didn't really follow any rules or regulations, did you?
Yeah. Again, you can't physically stop him if he wants to, but there
Inspected the structure.
after a few test sessions, you bring in the meanest attorney in your firm, grill the hell out of him, and convince him this is what they're going to do to you. Do you really think
That
this is a good
adrenaline
idea?
was pumping just a little bit.
But what baffles me more
This
is
is apprehensive. and
his
it's
performance
cautious,
reviews made it
so-
sound like he comes across as
Apprehensive
really
and cautious enough
as
to ignore
cross,
4 adults
for a
sitting
lot
across the
of a
street
better way of
on the
saying it.
street.
Never saw them.
He's being the opposite.
Might have been a good thing to notice, don't you think?
Yes.
The problem that I have is the way that he is answering.
So after
He-
Like what I
he's
said.
acting like
4 adults
freaking Kim Potter, dude.
sitting on the stoop across the
Yeah.
street, how did you walk up to that front door on East Allen?
Maybe a better way of phrasing that, it looks like he gave up
Slowly?
is he's almost displaying a guilty conscience,
Slower pace.
Yep.
which is not
Where you
good.
crouch down to conceal
Kim
yourself?
Potter wanted to go to jail for a couple of years. She felt like
She felt like she deserved it.
she deserved it for killing someone, no matter if it was her fault or not.
She was
Yeah.
behind me.
I'm getting the same sense from this guy right
She
now.
was behind you, but
I am
you
too.
didn't know exactly
And-
where she was behind you?
Not at that moment, no.
Not at that
Yeah.
point.
I
You have
don't
eyes in the back
have
of your
anything
head,
to
right?
add to that.
Right.
And your fucking
So-
self-defense and
When you got to the
all
front
the other
door,
cops in the world while you do it, man.
you knocked on it and identified yourself as Forward Police?
No.
You could have identified yourself as Forward Police at that point, couldn't you?
Yes.
Can you you tell me the rule?
I am actually starting to think that he
said
wants
you
to go to
shouldn't
jail.
identify
Me
yourself
too.
as what we need the general order that says you should not have identified yourself on that.
Or they have a strategy if you got to come across as completely contrite and just.
It's part of the general training.
That's not a strategy.
We don't announce ourselves in order to not alert.
At least in my opinion.
Okay, just push him back here. Come on, find your balls, dude.
You ever walked up to a house before that maybe there's a burglary in progress and identified yourself as Fort Worth PD?
Not on burglary in progress, no.
You sure about that?
Yes.
Okay.
Tell me specifically the rule that says you shouldn't have identified
Maddie,
yourself
I
as
agree
Fort Worth
with
Police
you.
on that front door.
But you gotta.
There isn't a specific line and a specific general order. It's the general practice. It's the general training.
Tell me specifically what that general training was. Can you tell me who told you that? The person.
The instructors at the academy.
Which one?
Remember, the
I
jury's
recall
reading
several.
the person. If he's evincing a guilty conscience,
Told you
See,
never
this-
to announce yourself when you walk up to a home.
Not never to announce.
That's gonna
yourself,
have
just
an
not on that
impact.
kind of call.
On an open structure, you never announce yourself.
Correct.
Ever.
The other officers
You
would
announce
testify to
before
that
they're in
too.
progress.
No.
I would let this go, dude. The prosecutor
Would
started
you
looking
got in trouble
disingenuous
for
here.
announcing Fort Worth Police at the front of that house?
true.
Yes.
You would have been written up by the Fort Worth Police Department for identifying yourself as Fort Worth Police.
I wouldn't have been written up. I'd have been told by a sergeant, don't do that.
Good.
answer.
Tell this jury
Good answer.
that a Fort Worth sergeant would tell you not to identify yourself at the front porch.
On an open structure call, yes.
This is the perfect temperament too.
In your head, what
Pushing
should you
back,
do?
but still staying with this temperament.
Yeah.
Come on, Aaron. I hope they go long enough
Ins-
for the jury to
excuse
forget
me.
about the first part.
Observing and inspecting the structure to see
Yes.
whether there's signs of forced entry.
So did you do that?
Good, Aaron. Keep going. Keep this up.
We were in the process of doing it, yes.
Stay honest. Same demeanor.
On your
But he's
body
finally
cam,
pushing back.
You walked up to that front door and turned your body cam on to the second that you shot at Atatiana Jefferson.
No.
It's 1 minute and 17 seconds.
So
You wear that?
I am now.
Do you get a lot of information in 1 minute and 17 seconds?
yes,
Yes.
you better say yes.
1 minute and 17 seconds is an eternity.
It's hard to be specific. I guess that depends.
Are you
Oh,
going to
dude,
tell this jury
say
that
yes.
in 17
Just
seconds
say yes.
to check whether 2 doors have any damage?
Don't give him something to latch onto.
That you've also cleared 2 cars and made sure there's not anybody else in them. That you've also then opened a gate to someone's private backyard. That you also then went in that backyard.
It was 1 minute and
that
17
you
seconds
Saw a silhouette with a gun.
before he
all in
saw
1
the
minute,
fucking
17
gun.
seconds, and you had all the information you needed.
Objection compounds. Buy him a second. That's actually a legit
You
objection.
have all the information you need at that point. Just tell the jury. Just tell them you didn't do a good job.
We were still,
Argumentative. Just
Thank
Would
you.
you give
Okay.
yourself an A plus for that 1 minute 17 seconds?
there's
Yes.
probably things I could have done better.
What grade would you give yourself? A to F. I'd like to see how you. Oh, go ahead, tell us.
No, go ahead. Tell us what's up with that. Like,
I'm talking before you pulled the trigger. That 1 minute 17 seconds before you pulled the
you could
trigger.
object to this question, couldn't you?
A to F.
Yes.
It's vague. Like, there's no grading scale.
I would object to that question
Okay.
as B.
Oh, B. High passing grade.
I would have gone with a B. That's actually what I was
You did the
thinking.
best.
Let's do this for the sake of the chat. Starting in
Not sure.
3, 2,
You
1.
give yourself a B, and you
now.
Tell this jury what you did the best.
We're gonna
1 minute and 17
Count out
seconds.
1 minute and 17 seconds. And you tell me it doesn't feel like an eternity.
A lot happened in minute 17.
No, I'm not sure.
You want to change your grade, maybe?
Oh, don't.
Don't fall for it.
No.
So you're happy with every decision you made up until that moment you pulled the trigger.
This prosecutor's good, dude.
He is good.
I'm sure there were things we could have done better.
You're telling this jury you're happy with every decision you made. from that
Say
moment when you
yes.
first turned that body cam on to the minute and 17 seconds.
Such a
Based
trap,
on what I
though.
knew at the time, yes.
He did. He's
Good.
stuck.
Based on what I knew
Checking
at the
that
time.
house, checking that perimeter, you're giving yourself a beat.
Yes.
Okay. Runner, may we play state?
He's stuck.
Yes.
That's such
There's-
a trap question.
He has nowhere to
They
go.
could have. They should have been able to. They should have objected to it.
And by the way, in 2, 1, that is 1 minute and 17 seconds. You tell
Yeah.
me that a lot can't happen in that time.
I mean, just think of how many topics
About
we
4
just.
seconds of looking at that front door. Did you check the door jamb of that front door to see if anything been pried open?
I took a look at it. I didn't see any evidence that anything was pried open.
That was like 3 seconds. You looked at that and decided nothing had been pried open in 3 seconds?
That video doesn't start at the beginning of the call.
Okay, so you were staying there a little bit longer, right?
Start
Yes.
calling them out on bullshit.
Did you check the inside? Did you check to see if the screen door worked?
No.
If it was open?
No.
If it was unlocked?
It
No.
always bothers me when
See if that was
people
off its frame.
ask, "What didn't you do?"
Visual inspection,
Yeah.
but other than
You and I
that,
have
no.
talked about that.
Did you
Proving
check-
the negative
Did you check the
sucks.
hinges?
No.
Did you see any tool marks on the doorknob?
No.
Did you look for tool marks on the doorknob like somebody tried to jimmy a lock open?
Yes.
You didn't see any.
No.
But at this point, you've already decided this is a burglary in progress.
No. At this point, it's an open structure, and I'm doing what the policy says and inspecting the structure for signs of forced entry.
Where'd you go next? The side door?
To the side door, yes.
Okay.
It is a long time when you actually sit there and count it out. 1 minute and 17 seconds is a long time.
I see some like
Doesn't
weather
sound like
stripping
it.
or something coming off that screen door. Is that what you were talking about?
Yes.
That was your big evidence that somebody had maybe tried to manipulate this door open.
See, I didn't like that idea. I didn't like where he went
It's
with
a
that.
piece of evidence.
So are you telling this jury from seeing that, you think they somehow lifted open the front portion of that screen and snuck through and then closed
See,
the
I
back?
saw inside the house
No.
in
Is
combination with
there
the
any
house.
way that that weather stripping that's coming off is connected to the operation of that door whatsoever? And what I mean by that is, if that weather stripping the way like that is that way, is there any way to know that the door's unlocked?
I would demand he rephrase that question. Again, you got to give this guy a
No.
little bit of breathing room. That's your job as his
Is there
lawyer.
any way to know that the door doesn't open?
Even if it's a
right
couple
without
seconds.
weather stripping that way?
No.
Is there anything that weather stripping has to do with the operational function of the door handle on that screen?
How the
No.
fuck would he
In your
know?
mind, you say, bam, someone's messed with this door, so there must be a burglary in progress.
The problem is he testified to this is
It's
why
a
he
data
thought it was a
point
burglary.
in the investigation of.
I would have left that
construction.
alone. I would have just stuck with
Is
the
it a big data
ransacked
point to
house.
you?
And I said that when he was testifying to it.
So they basically opened the door to that.
Yep.
All
It was a
right.
dumb
I don't know
argument.
if I'd say it's big. It goes in.
Otherwise, I would have argued, look, he's not a freaking contractor.
So, but did you try this door, the side door?
No.
Did it work?
No.
Did you knock on it?
No.
Could you have knocked on it?
Not without alerting someone that I was there.
That's a dumb. Yeah, that was a dumb thing for them to walk into.
That's what we do if we're concerned about someone burglarizing. the
That
house.
was an easy thing,
If you would announce yourself.
for lack of a better term, to close the door on if they didn't bring it up. I did not know that they did on direct.
Maybe.
They had no reason to. Except that, I mean, in his mind, that is honestly what I saw.
Atatiana Jefferson would still be alive, correct?
I don't know.
This is why honest
Still
people
might
go
have
to
shot her
jail.
anyway?
It would have depended on if she came out the front with a gun.
Are you telling this jury there might have been a situation where you still might have shot her anyway?
Only if she pointed a gun at me.
There you go. Finally a good answer.
Yeah, that is a good answer.
Hey, you just
It's a little
said
too
that
late,
was
and
is that the lawnmower
he's
that
buried.
you see now, the pause portion
Too
on
brief
62?
for anybody to actually remember it.
Yes.
You were here last week when the defense attorneys were asking questions about the stuff piled up outside. What's
God,
the
his
evidence
lawyers
that
have got to
police
have
officer
a
at the time?
killer redirect ready to go.
That it was a possible collection of items to be removed by a burglar.
Explain that to me.
Good answer.
Like, I don't know, I've never seen a burglary case before. Explain it to the jury. What does that mean?
Well, burglars will often collect loot near where they're going to leave, and so they have a pile of stuff to take.
Is that what you thought when you saw that stuff?
I thought
Dude,
it was
Darsh
possible.
explained that. Darsh explained that better than him too.
She did.
People keep
Absolutely
a lawnmower in
right.
their house.
I'm not aware of any.
How many people keep a weed eater in their house?
I'm not aware of any either.
Here's
But you
the
think that someone
problem.
broke in this house, took the weed eater and the lawnmower?
He's answering the
inside,
questions
stacked it
so
up,
tight,
okay?
and the
didn't say
questions
that.
themselves are pretty tight.
Uh-huh.
Take us an extra second, an extra clause,
So if it's a
and
burglary of a habitation,
Nope, Movid's trying to limit it to yes or
to your
no.
advantage a little bit. You
There's
can
a
do
detached
that.
garage to the back. I
The,
hadn't gotten
and the
to that.
judge isn't like
there
a
is a
stickler on
detached
yet
garage.
answering yes
How
or
much
no
time
on
did
the
you spend in
cross.
that detached garage?
Right.
I took a look at the door.
Did you try and open the door?
No.
Did you try and open, when I say the door, where the door where the car would go, right?
Yes. That door.
And no, Maddie, just iced
We-
tea.
we- we'll play that part. We can see how long you took with this garage.
I might need a beer after this though.
Well,
I hate seeing people who are defending themselves go to jail. Yep.
yes, Michelle, 110%. Always give a second pause before answering a question.
Yeah, we're just gonna answer verbally because for some reason it's taking forever for the pop up. But there's a fine line. You don't want to hesitate too long, but you can think. Okay, so what do we have here?
Just watch. We paused at the 1 minute and 5 second mark.
I mean, that's absolutely how I instruct people when it comes to depositions.
You didn't check.
Take a second, give me a moment so that I can register a question and object or not.
Well, Depo, you're not in front of a jury.
You didn't
I think-
actually look down to see if it had
I think it's even more important if you're actually in front of a live jury.
Didn't see any signs.
Right, but you can't. I would say you can't take too long in front of the
How did
jury.
you take a quick look?
You still need to stop and think.
Looked down as I was passing by.
You looked down as you were passing by. Is that good police work?
Yes.
I usually, yes. I usually phrase it as give yourself a
You
breath.
just told this jury
And
that
then
you got
answer.
people stacking
I
up
like that.
stuff that's outside
Doesn't have
the
to be a
garage.
second, but take a breath and answer.
I would have turned my attention back to the garage after we took care of the house.
That gives me enough time to let the cogs work and I can either jump in or not.
I didn't try to turn the knob, no.
Did you even look at it?
I believe it took a quick look as I passed by.
You didn't check to see if there were tool marks on that door, that it could have been Jimmy open
I-
some way?
I didn't see any.
You didn't see it, that it could have been pulled to and was still kind of just barely open? You didn't check it, maybe push on a little bit?
No.
You didn't think that maybe if the bad guys had taken that stuff out of the garage, they could still be there and that's where the danger is?
No, I was focused on the house at that moment.
All the stuff that's stacked up for these burglars to take is stuff that's out of the garage, and you didn't think that the garage might be a place you need to check out a little more?
Dude, this prosecutor's affect is
My focus was
absolutely
on the house at that
fantastic.
You didn't
I
think the garage needed to be
yeah,
checked
it's
out a
not
little
my style, but I cannot
I did, and I would have done it after the
criticize it at all.
house.
more? You didn't think the garage needed to be checked out at all?
It's
No.
perfect.
But that could have been another.
Righteous indignation,
Right?
like
Yes.
So, let me get this straight. We've got the first fatal funnel at the front door. Did you stand in front of that fatal funnel?
I moved across it.
Is that good police work?
You have to move across it.
Could you have stepped away from the
Again.
residence, maybe put some distance between you and the fatal funnel?
Yes.
Could one of you have covered the fatal funnel while the other
I
one
would
crossed,
like him to
maybe
start
put
throwing in
up a
some
bicycle
yeses.
back behind the wall?
yes, it was good police work.
Yes.
Could you have knocked and said forward police to see if there's anybody inside?
Yes.
Could you have tried the door to clear the area to see if there was someone hiding behind the big wooden door or behind the wall?
Again, I hate the
Yes.
You did none of those
Somebody,
things, correct?
like, at some point, he needs to do this because his lawyers can't do it for him.
Fight back.
Hindsight is 2020.
That good police work?
We can second guess and nitpick this
Following
entire
procedure for
incident.
Structure and not alerting
That's
them
not the
to
point.
inside the house.
So he's answering like clearing the structure first, but I would have answered that on every question instead of just saying yes. Say clearing the
It could have
structure
been
first is better.
Now we get to the
Yes.
second.
I agree with you entirely.
Because the judge is enforcing him to answer yes or
Your
no.
entire investigation of that door is.
And now, in fairness, a lot of times lawyers do instruct their clients. The
Yes.
only answer is yes or no
It's
on
not like you walk
cross.
up that side door, walk
But
back
that's
to
not
the
where we're
front
at right
door,
now. We're talking about a self-defense
No.
So as much
murder
time as you
trial.
go to that side door,
And the cop that should be showing he knows about being more about being a cop than the prosecutor does.
Yes, I agree with you.
Walk in front of that one? That fatal funnel?
I walked past it. Yes.
You let Darts walk past it?
Yes.
The fatal funnel.
Did you knock on that one? Knock at that time and alert whoever's inside?
Well, I guess we now know the theme of what the close is going to be.
You could have tried the door to see if it even opens, correct?
Yes.
But you didn't.
I hope the defense has an expert to tell him that he's an idiot on this.
If there was someone behind either door or
It's
around.
kind of
the
too
corner,
late.
could you?
Yeah, damage is
Yes.
done.
But you didn't.
No.
And still, is that good police work?
You don't knock on doors and announce yourself when you're investigating an open structure.
See? Yes.
If you're
It was
still
good police
looking
work.
at this fatal funnel, what's going
Oh
on?
my God. Being an imperfect cop or behaving, or even being a very good cop and not doing everything perfectly from a 2020 hindsight perspective doesn't make you a murderer.
Or
Push it
that
back.
it doesn't make it bad police work.
No, it doesn't.
Can you be more specific? I'm not sure what you're asking.
When you have a door that's a fatal funnel, you're trained to approach that door a certain way to look through it and make sure you and your partner are safe, correct?
Yes.
The prosecutor is forcing you to hold yourself to a standard of perfection. That's
Let-
not how it
Sometimes
works.
you look, decided
Let
it was
him-
safe, and then moved across.
And you're letting him get away with that.
I've never heard a cop testify this way either. Every cop's like, it's situational, sir. It's situational, sir. Like
Right.
every cop says that.
There's no
I-
specific
I-
amount of
I
time
can't-
given to move across the door.
It should
I think
take
you're right.
longer
I think
for
he
your
wants to
actions
go to
to
jail.
protect your safety and officer Guard's safety, correct?
No.
And if my client were in that mindset, I would never let him testify.
Some of a little bit of the pushback tells me
Officers
maybe
on
not.
every call to move
I-
across it.
I think he's just dedicated to be perfectly honest.
That second door wasn't.
Yeah, and that's going to end him up in jail.
It's gonna put him in jail, but I don't know if it's like as conscious as we're thinking. I don't think it's as conscious as Kim Potter was, but like
That's fair. That's fair.
I'm trying to think what I could have done better. I'm not coming up with anything.
So the second door, you're giving yourself an A+.
All right, good
Now,
answer.
average there?
I
See,
think
that's something in rehabilitation
Think about that second door.
that they can.
they might be able to rehab him on this stuff, but sir, someone died. I really don't want to grade my like. So someone died. It's really hard to say. I get an A+ on that part,
No.
but I didn't do anything
sure.
wrong. Like this,
We're gonna wait for the
easy
second
answer.
door And your pile of your quote unquote pile of
Right.
stolen goods from the garage.
That was a good answer, though. I'm thinking of some way I could have done it better, and I'm not coming up with it.
My job checking cars.
That's
see if
how you
something
can
was
work
hiding
with
in there.
Those cars have tinted windows.
Yes.
Was it easy to see inside?
Michelle, perfect answer. Sometimes that is the best
With a
answer.
light on it, yes.
With a light on? Why would you need a light?
I'm not sure. I don't
Just
know.
look in the windows.
That's a great answer from when I'm
When it's
defending
dark
deputy.
outside and you turn a flashlight on, is that hiding your position?
It gave me PTSD though.
No.
That was one of the core
If you're
values
there
that the
in
company I
house,
was
these bad guys
working
that
for
think you're
before I
inside, you're
started my
outside with a
illustrious
flashlight,
YouTube
right?
career. It depends.
It's possible.
Well, that's also the answer that every lawyer is going to give you in 90% of
You
circumstances.
said that this is a burglary in progress. That's not good police work, is it? To give away your position to the bad guys.
Although Attorney Tom might sue us now.
Yeah, he does have that.
I think he borderline tried to trademark it.
There are certain risks involved in police work, and some of police work is balancing the risks. And in this case, because I couldn't see anyone right there, I decided to go ahead and turn the light on.
So you turn the light on, you did a
I
balance
hate that
test, in your head. I need to turn the light
That's
on.
not a bad answer.
It's a good answer, but I hate that he hasn't been answering in that fashion for the last however long we've been watching this shit show.
Yeah.
Every answer could be, in police work, you're at risk. This is why I did it that way this time.
And that's the perfect way to use his demeanor. That it was thoughtful. He was taking his time with the answer. It was like you
My
could
turn.
turn that into an asset very quickly.
I was trained to address the room. I'm trying to look at various places when I'm
Who trained
talking.
you to address the room?
Sir, I was coming to try to
basic
protect
public
Atatiana Jefferson's house.
Basic public speaking.
That's
Okay.
I was doing the best I could to do that.
So let me get back to my question. You said that you did a balancing.
That's interesting. He's trying to. The prosecutor recognized that that was a good answer and started attacking him on public speaking communication style. That means that the prosecutor knows that was a good
because I hadn't
answer.
seen anybody in the house. I didn't think I was giving away my position.
But by shining a flashlight, you are giving away your position, right?
You can be, yes.
So you chose not to knock on the front door because that would be giving away your position, but yet you're just going to turn your flashlight on to give away your position. Is that correct?
If I'd knocked and loudly announced, anyone in the house would have known I was there.
I have a sneaking suspicion that
There
redirect
when I
is
turned my light
going
on,
to be
so I didn't think
very
anyone would see
powerful.
that.
Me too.
Oh, so right at the car,
I
you
hate
don't
questions
think
like
they did
that, though. Yeah, I didn't want to announce
Not
myself
in-
there, but I did want to
there's a
announce
windows
myself in the
facing-
window. That's not why, clearly not why he did it.
Not on that front.
Because what's your argument? What's the prosecutor's argument behind that? There really isn't one.
In the
He's
back
just
part of
trying
the
to make
house.
him look like he's contradicting
Yes.
himself.
I just want to be clear.
There
Yeah.
isn't a logical argument behind the
You still wanna
actual
lose inside that
contradiction.
house.
Correct.
Okay,
I agree with you.
so how fast
But it
did you
is
see
his
those
job.
cars?
So
At a moderate speed, I'd say.
Moderate. You felt
Again, I
like-
can not like particular interrogation
Yes.
styles,
Scoreboards?
but
Yes.
Did you check the cars? to see
most
if
of the
they-
reason why I don't like them is they're effective.
because it's working.
No.
Because it's working against your guy.
Trunk, see if it's been open?
No.
Did you check to see if there'd been any tool markings on the locks of the car?
No.
What did the call take? What information did you learn about these cars from your MDC?
That they match the description of the cars belonging to the person at the house.
Now that's kind of important, isn't it?
Yes.
I mean, you knew walking up that the owners of the home.
That
their
is super
cars
important.
match the description were in the driveway, right?
Yes.
And matter of fact, you were also told that the owners are usually home at that time, correct?
Yes.
Had you already determined that the owners weren't home?
No, I didn't know that.
So
The
in your
defense's
mind,
argument
those
is
cars-
none of this
the
mattered.
owners are in that house, correct?
No, I
The
thought
defense's
they weren't.
argument's pretty
Well, you
easy
thought they
still
weren't
here,
there. You
dude.
thought that there's no way.
And maybe that's where they're going with this. Is just say yes to all of this because none of it matters.
There were no
You
way
saw a gun pointed at you.
the home were present?
Based on everything that I saw inside that looked like a burglary, I didn't think the owners were there.
What exactly looked about, what about it inside that made it, you said burglary?
Oh, you disingenuous fuck.
Everything that was a mess.
What an
on the
ass.
floor, the cabinets and drawers open and items that just looked like they'd been gone through somebody.
Dude, but if you look at other chats,
You've been a mess.
it's what everybody is zeroed in on. Is that she
Some,
got
yes.
killed for having a messy
You
house.
said the calls where people put their cigarettes out on the parking.
Oh,
lot,
screw
right?
that.
Yes.
Fucking hate it, but like if you look at other chats, it's
Yes.
just filled with that. Dude, I'm getting replies to my tweets just announcing it.
I believe there's a television.
What
in
a
the living room
stupid argument, though.
Here in the living room,
on the stand over there.
set up where people on the couch can see it, right?
Yes.
It looks like exactly where you expect a TV to be with the living room set up that way, correct?
Yes.
So?
Burglars usually take electronics, don't they?
Yes.
Not always.
So the TV's sitting there, right there where it should be, and that no signal in your cop brain went off. Hold on a minute.
I know several people who've had their houses robbed and TV's not taken
Somebody might
because
still
the
be there
TVs
and
were
haven't
huge.
gotten to the TV yet.
They were too busy unloading the stuff out of the garage.
Yeah,
So
dipshit.
they're back in the house.
How's he supposed to know?
Okay, so let's get back to the cars.
He can't possibly.
He needs to say that.
Those are fatal funnels, right?
You're asking him to draw conclusions from information he could not possibly have known at the time.
Like a good response to that is, sir, I go to a lot of calls where it's you're just trying to pick up piece by piece.
Yes.
That garage, you never checked anything inside the garage, right?
No.
And that could have been a very
Yeah,
dangerous
Maddie,
situation.
televisions are heavy and take up a lot of room.
Yes.
Exactly.
Dude, there's a lot of robberies where they don't take the TVs.
It's possible.
Especially the TV's getting big, man. Like,
No.
Hey, you want to change your grade?
I mean, at least in my experience, the ones where you see it, they go first. They go to the bedroom and they try and find a jewelry box.
dude, I love what this prosecutor is doing. And we were talking over it, but he said, "You want to change the grade?"
I think I did a fine job.
I love keeping.
Did a fine job. Okay, we can keep watching.
And he can't go to jail for not doing. I mean, I don't know what the Texas statutes are, but
So that garage. I'm showing you State's Exhibit 57. Can you, is that the garage, right?
Yes.
And so the house kind of comes out right there, isn't that
You're
correct?
thinking about shit that's
And in
small,
State's Exhibit
easy to
59, You
move,
can see how that gate's kind of
and
recessed,
easy to fence.
right?
Yes.
jewelry
Back
and
there,
cash.
so there's a space where you have, if you're standing at that gate, there's the wall of the garage
Tools,
on your right,
video game
and the wall
systems, like
of the
Michelle
house on
said.
your left. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
Don't take the phones.
And so
They can track you.
somebody, if you're standing at that gate, somebody, I'm showing you
I feel like
State's
we're
Exhibit
teaching
58,
burglary.
somebody could be back over here behind this corner at the bike, and you'd never see him, would you?
No.
So somebody could be
I can
standing right
almost
here where my
argue-
finger is, and if you're at the gate, you're not gonna see him, right?
I can almost argue irrelevant to all of this.
Isn't that right?
Yes.
I mean, that's a dangerous place to be, isn't it?
Officer Darch had come through there. I'm not sure what you're asking.
None of this is
Who's
relevant.
covering the front doors when you're back at this gate.
We were both back there.
The whole
Who's
place
covering
was
the front
dangerous.
doors when you're back at this gate?
No one.
So who could have seen anyone? Could anyone just walked out of that house at that point?
Who
And
cares?
if you were back here in this recessed area of State's Exhibit 59 at the gate, somebody could have been around that corner we were just talking about, correct?
We already cleared it. Oh, thanks for walking. He walks by with
Is
a
that a
cock,
safe place for you and Officer Darcy
what a
to be?
cocky ass walk.
After we cleared it, it was.
After you
Yes,
cleared it, had you cleared
they
the
cleared
inside
it.
of that house?
They
No.
cleared.
Did you know who was inside the house?
No, not yet.
They cleared the living room.
So that could have been
This
a
is
very
duplicative
dangerous
at
place
this
if somebody from inside that house had come out around the corner.
It's circular,
Is that correct?
and he's not doing a
Yes.
good job of pushing back on it.
I mean,
No, he's
because y'all
not.
hadn't secured the house, right?
It's got to be hard as hell to be up there, but
No, we were in the process of inspecting the structure.
You were
This is why I
inspecting
feel like
structure.
the
With open
defense
structures,
team
aren't you
has got to
supposed
be
after you're
ready
inspecting the
with
structure,
a
make sure
plan
that all
and
bases are
ammunition
covered?
on redirect.
Yes.
That's part of the general orders, right, with open structures.
Yes.
But you didn't make sure all exits were covered, did you?
Not yet.
Who
At the point when
cares?
Officer Dark is standing
Sir,
at that gate,
this-
are all
it
exits
could be a
covered?
one-question
Yeah.
redirect.
So you're going against
Sir,
the
despite
general
all
orders,
this,
correct?
did you see a gun pointed at
We
you?
were on the
Yeah.
Just
inspecting the structure.
mic drop and call it a day.
Is the perimeter
I know lawyers
perimeter
can
secure
never
when
bring
you're
themselves
standing
to
at
do
that
that,
gate with
but
Officer Darch?
No.
I love
No,
microbes.
because those two front doors, you don't have anybody watching them, do you?
I've known one or two that
Isn't an
have
important part of the general
that
orders
sort
to
of a
make
style
sure
about
all
them.
exits are secure?
Yes,
But you ignored that part of the general orders, correct?
I was in the process of inspecting the structure.
I mean, because with open structures and general orders, if you can't secure the perimeter, what's one of the things you can do? Call for help?
Yes,
I mean, that's part of the general orders. If you cannot keep the perimeter, you can call for help, back up so that all exits are covered, correct?
Who
And
cares?
Of Atatiana's home, of her mother's house, there's this huge open field, isn't there?
Could you make a relevance
I
objection?
mean, that huge open field. would be
Yes.
a Great place.
It would be overruled,
It would
but,
be overruled, yeah.
Operations to secure the perimeter of that home, wouldn't it?
but you can make it.
And you could point out to the jury
Well,
like
you
that
don't-
this
you
is
could've
irrelevant to
seen
the case,
front porch,
right?
Isn't that correct?
That's what you do on the redirect.
yes.
And
And
I
the side doors,
almost
that's
guarantee you they have a legal pad and they're literally writing down all of the shit that this prosecutor's saying that has nothing to do with the facts.
And the gate,
filed in
isn't that
this
correct?
case.
Yes.
And if they don't do that, then
Then what's your?
But you didn't
Then
put
he's
that in that position, did you?
he's done.
No.
But that might work.
Head first into that gate to that backyard, isn't that correct?
I continue to inspect the structure. Yes.
You went
Like I
into
said,
that backyard, isn't that correct?
I
Yes.
swear to God, if they do not have a legal pad and are literally writing down all of the shit that this guy brings up that has nothing to do with the fundamental question here.
Did you hear anything that?
I think the prosecutor's doing his job though by doing this. It's going to be the defense's job to then muddy the waters.
No,
Why not?
because
It's
it's private
sort of
property.
It's private property, but you just went right into that gate, didn't you?
Which is part of the
Yes.
reason why I don't particularly like
Because you said, you're telling us
the
that you're.
style
looking
of
for-
both sides,
What?
because it's usually,
Yes.
or at
Mark's
least
is the
in a
house
perfect
inspecting the
world,
structure.
it's supposed to be the
See,
prosecution's
Lord,
job to
that
unmuddy
back
the
house
waters,
in
and
the
the
gate.
defense's job
No,
to
in
muddy
that
them.
case, no.
I
But
didn't see any doors.
No.
the burden of proof is in some degree flipped because of the nature of the case.
And
It's frustrating to me.
Yes.
Let's listen to this a bit. I like where the prosecutor's going on this.
If you would have walked up to one of those windows and seen something illegal going on, that might get suppressed, wouldn't it? So, you did a quick check of that second door, a quick check of the cars, a quick check of the garage, but yet you get in front of this window that Atatiana's in with her nephew, and you linger there. Isn't that correct?
I took a longer look because the light wasn't on.
Isn't there another window that's just on the other side of the air conditioning unit?
It's on the other side of the house.
Is there another window just right over there, though? You didn't go check that out, did you?
I hadn't gotten to that one yet.
But you took a lot of time at this one, though. More time than any other fatal funnel you've been in.
This idea that he's in the backyard on private property
I didn't count the
kind
seconds.
does kind of bother me.
So we've got the fatal funnel of the front door, the fatal funnel of the second door, the fatal funnel of each car, the fatal funnel of the garage and garage doors. Is that correct?
Yes.
The fatal funnel of that area right in front of the gate where if anybody come out of that house, you and Darts were in bad shape, right?
Damn, I like this fatal funnel. Like I don't find it like.
And then now we're in the backyard.
I almost wonder if he just learned the word from Sesame Street.
Yes.
Did y'all clear that properly?
As best we could, yes. We went directly through it.
So now you're up at the window where Tatiana is. Where's Officer Dart?
Behind me.
How close is she behind you?
Right up behind me.
How do you know?
Because that's what she's testified.
Because I was there.
But you didn't know that at the time, did you?
That's the way we're trained.
But you didn't know that at the time, did you?
Did I know it for an absolute fact? No.
I mean, as a matter of fact, you just testified earlier when I started asking questions that when you got to the front door, you didn't know if Officer Darts was behind you or not. And you said I didn't. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then I said, well, of course you didn't because you don't have eyes in the back of your head, correct?
Correct.
So has anything changed between the front door and the back door? Did you grow eyes in the back of your head?
No.
So you had no idea where Officer Darts
His
She
snark,
testified to this.
He's doing what we were trained to do.
but he's saying at the
At
time.
the front door, you said you didn't know where she was. because you didn't have eyes in the back of your head. At the back
I
of that
like his
house,
snark.
at that window, you didn't know for sure where she was, correct?
No.
But yet you're standing in front of another fatal funnel, correct?
Oh my God, if he uses that term again.
This could be completely off-putting to a
You
Texas
just kind of stand
jury,
in front
though.
of the window.
You mean the prosecutor's line of questioning?
Yeah.
I could see
Would
that.
you tactically slice the pie as you're taught at the Fort Worth Academy or any other tactical school?
Depending on where in New York,
No,
they would
there's
just
no
get
room.
pissed off that you keep repeating yourself.
So you're just out there for any bad guy that you think might be in that house to be able to shoot you.
Not if I shot him first.
And in Florida, I think this guy probably gets a medal instead of sent to jail.
It's part of inspecting the structure.
Is a good police work. And you said that how scared you, how apprehensive you were. That this is a fatal funnel. Is it good police work? Just to
He has
stand
literally
there?
two concepts. Fatal funnel is a good police work.
Yep.
That's the only thing that he knows.
I don't know of any better way to do it.
And bringing it back to what grade? But I think it's kind of working.
I don't think this is
Someone
effective.
had to look inside that
It's
room
less
to
and
look
less.
at
He
it.
should, I mean, he could have ended this.
If he had
Yes.
ended it
You could have
sooner,
had, moved to the side of the
it
window
would have
real
been
quick.
powerful.
No.
The longer he goes on,
Move to the side of that window real quick.
I
No,
think that
before
it's
you saw
losing
anything, you
its
saw there was a
effect.
window there.
No, there's
I
an
do
air
too.
conditioning unit next to me.
There's not enough room for you to stand there?
Not to move to the side.
What about the side closer to the gate?
He's starting to make
Yeah.
him some. There are some like,
It's right
dude, you're an
against
idiot.
The fence.
So
as
you
I
had
recall.
no choice but to stand right there where the bad guys can get to you if you're standing in front of that window.
what a stupid question. And good answer, by the way.
Use your flashlight going into the backyard?
Yes.
What did we just talk about with flashlights? What do they do?
Let me see.
We lost John.
What else do they do?
He's like
If there's
gone.
bad guys around.
They can work.
I wonder
both
if the
positions.
internet just went totally out
So
on.
now you're in the backyard of someone else's house and you just
No, he's
alerted
back.
whoever's in that home that you're present by flashing your flashlight, correct?
Sorry about
Welcome
that.
back.
Yes.
I apologize. One of the joys of using a mobile hotspot.
Yeah.
I feel bad because I want to cover the redirect,
It's an unavoidable part of me.
but I think I'm gonna have to step out at the lunch break.
Okay.
I mean, because it's just
No
not
problem.
matching up. If you're so concerned about this structure.
Hopefully they go to lunch.
Then why are you also so
Oh,
cavalier
they will.
giving away your position in a private citizen's backyard?
I'm not being cavalier. I'm approaching it as cautiously as I can.
Cautiously as you can. Who's covering the front door while you and Officer Darts are in the backyard?
Who cares?
Who the fuck is going to,
Run out
bro?
that front door as you and Officer Darts are in the backyard.
I don't know.
At the same time that you said that it's not safe to not have two officers clearing together,
You're taking anything of value, correct?
who's going to be at the front door?
Yes.
So do you need to have the two officers together or not? Like, what
That
do
was
you?
not the best. No.
Do we have to send an entire squad to every open
Whoever's inside the house because you decided to turn your
building
flashlight
call?
on.
Like, is that what we're arguing now?
Yes.
So now, if there is anyone in that home, they know for a fact that someone is in their backyard with a flashlight. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, is this an open area backyard? I mean, what I mean is it an easy backyard to get into?
Is he
No,
a
it's
carpenter?
fenced all the way around.
Fenced all the way around. Is it one of those was there a cyclone fence where you could see through it?
I don't recall.
It was a wooden privacy fence, wasn't it?
I know it was at the gate.
You couldn't see in that backyard unless you opened that gate, right?
Correct. Excuse me.
Okay.
Was it safe for you and Officer Darts in that backyard?
We didn't see anyone else in the backyard.
I approached with Mr. Harmon.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, they want full like. Man, that's a good point.
That's a good point.
Let's militarize the police on every call.
Yeah, let's just Waco every house.
I'm showing the witness states exhibit 9. Is that the backyard that you can see kind of in the middle of it?
Yes,
You can see the fence that goes all the way around it.
yes.
What is this building that's back behind the house?
I don't know.
Was it a tall building,
Yes,
multi-story,
yes,
with windows looking down into that backyard?
yes,
Is the garage? I mean, that's right there too, right, in the backyard.
yes.
Now over here to the side of the backyard, to the west of where Tatiana was living, do you see another structure there?
Yes,
And is that a multi-story structure
yes,
with windows looking down into the backyard?
yes,
So you led your partner into a backyard with multiple multi-story structures with windows looking down into the backyard where any bad guys from
None of this is relevant.
What the fuck are you in? Like, this is why he should have quit. He's starting to sound stupid now.
I mean, what are you arguing? That you were trying to get your partner killed?
yes.
Are you
She
arguing?
did.
police work, is it?
Yes, it is. Are you arguing that there's bad guys in all the buildings around? Like,
Obviously, there was a
talking about?
sniper. Obviously, there was a sniper in the
Every
next
time
house
we
over.
walk down the street, somebody could shoot at us out of a building.
Yeah,
Exactly, and that's why we have things like calling for backup. Isn't that correct?
we don't call for backup when we're walking down the street, sir. Come
Who
on,
was
come
screaming
on.
for help inside this
You
house?
gotta be
No.
kidding me.
Who was yelling that they were in danger inside this
The
house?
prosecutor realized it was a stupid
Who
question.
was
I
running
think he
out the
did.
house
Ask
and-
another one.
and creating such a commotion that you felt like they had needed all your attention?
No one.
Nobody that you know of is in the house at this point, correct?
Let's see.
Correct.
Let's see if I can do this.
So instead of leading your partner into an area with two overhead positions,
My
where
office
bad guys could be,
has a building behind it, and I don't know if you can see, they have open windows. I'm not particularly worried about somebody shooting me
I
from
was trying to figure out.
the next building over. That's not how normal people think.
Once I saw
Even cops don't think that way.
what the state of the structure was, yes.
At what point did you think about you were gonna call for backup?
Once I figured out how many doors we had and how many people we needed.
Did you call that in right then to the radio?
No.
You just kind of thought about it, is that right?
Once I finished my inspection of the structure, yes.
Maddie, I agree with you.
Okay, tell me.
Yeah, I
At
did
some
too.
point, they should cut off the line of
I
questioning.
didn't.
I think they're letting him go because the longer he goes, the stupider
The
he
worse it
actually.
gets.
Thought about calling backup.
And I do like the idea
What
of
you're saying
facts
is
and
you wanna
evidence.
finish your inspection
There's no
first.
facts and evidence that there's snipers in the
Yes.
buildings around you. Like,
But again, there was nothing.
I think they could cut off the line of questioning. I think they just don't care at this point.
you got a great view.
Guess I'm not understanding your question.
There was nobody screaming for help.
Florida's pretty beautiful.
There was no hostage situation, was there?
I don't know if you guys could actually have seen anything because the camera probably was totally saturated with light, but
Not that I could see.
You didn't have any information that anyone's life was in danger, did you?
Not at that moment.
Matter of fact, you didn't have information that anyone was inside that house, correct?
No, not yet.
He should have stopped a long time ago.
So there would have been nothing wrong with taking some time.
let him keep going. He's looking stupider the longer this
Oh
goes.
yeah. I'm just trying to call his balls and strikes how I see it.
I agree with you, but when your enemy is making a mistake, don't stop them.
The general order.
Oh yeah, no, they shouldn't.
cover all the
They
exits,
should let him go now.
call
The
for backup.
prosecutor,
That's what they say, correct?
Miss Deanne needs to pull on his coat.
No, that
Be
wasn't
like,
on
get
it.
done, bro.
Does it say that you have to secure all exits?
Yes.
And what happens if you can't secure all exits?
And Maddie, you're absolutely right. They were sent to an open building call in, what is this, Fort Worth?
If you can't secure
Yeah.
all exits, then we'll call for backup.
It's not exactly like they were being called into the Gaza Strip.
But you didn't secure all the exit here, did you?
Yeah, there's not army. Like,
The two exits that there are, the two front doors are just wide open for anyone to walk in and out of, correct?
Yes.
While you're in this backyard.
dude,
Yes.
That wasn't safe, was it?
Maddie, that is a very good point. It's like as this questioning continues going on, Aaron seems to be getting more into his elements,
mm-hmm.
and he's coming across better.
Do you want to take your grade down some?
Don't do it now. Yeah, it should probably go up. Dude, that would be brilliant. Yeah, it should probably be a B+. Now that we've walked through all this. Did he just not answer?
I think there might be an objection pending. I might have talked over it.
Are you gonna answer the question?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought that was rhetorical.
No,
Oh.
you went to
Yeah, I was.
My man.
You're thinking about like some of your other quick answers.
I don't think I did the best job at that, on that point, no.
You know what, let's stop the lunch, okay?
Dude, I thought it was a rhetorical comment. I love
That was great, dude.
Come back at 1:15. Okay? See you then.
Clearly now he was just super nervous and got a little caught off guard. He's not thinking I just want to go to jail.
Okay.
Let me turn this crap off.
Wow.
Wow.
That was
John, wow.
I mean, I feel like what we just saw there, Dale Smith, the prosecutor, is a master class.
Okay. All right. Yeah. It's a master class as a prosecutor. I think he did a fantastic job. He certainly got him rattled right off the bat.
Now that lady, so that group is just like our group here. The lady was like, that was a master class.
I wouldn't necessarily go that far.
She's just like me. She's just someone that like asks lawyers questions. She's not actually a lawyer.
Oh, she's not?
No.
Okay. Well.
So what do you think? Was it a master class though?
No, I don't know if I would necessarily go that far.
I wouldn't either. He needed to stop.
He went too long. He rattled him right at the beginning. That was good.
Mm-hmm.
And what you need to do in that circumstance, when you know your witness is rattled, you get in there while they're still under that stress response. You get the answers that you need, and you get out.
Right.
If you let them come back into their elements, it's the whole idea of the concept of primacy and recency.
Mm-hmm.
People remember the first thing and the last thing. The stuff in the middle kind of gets washed away from our minds. It's just the way that we process information as humans.
Mm-hmm.
So you have them rattled, you get what you need, you get out. Because now you are competing with the recency issue where he kind of came into his own a little bit more. And I think that he won the tail end of that exchange.
Yeah. I think he forgot the get out part.
Yeah, well, so has the United States in many military conflicts.
There you go. When did you have to bail?
I can stick around for maybe 10, 15 minutes or so.
Cool. Would you mind covering while I take a quick, 3-minute break? I'll be right back.
Sure.
Thanks,
I know Maddie was looking at potentially jumping in. I don't know what your comfort level is, but that might be a good replacement for me for a little bit.
Okay, yeah. I'll bring them on. Let me see them away. Maddie, I'll send you a link when John has to jump off.
All right, cool.
I really liked it too. But I'll be right back.
Yeah, no worries.
Thanks, man.
All right, so folks, what do you all think? Let's just open it up. Open questions from the chat. What do you guys have in mind? How do you think that went? I'm sure some of you are more opinionated than others, but talk to me. What's up? From my perspective, I think that he went far too long. Pull-out game is a fail. Yeah, that's probably true. No, I think part of the issue that I had with him is if you talk about the percentage of what he talked about that was actually relevant to the legal issue at hand, 90% of it had absolutely nothing to do at all with the actual question in front of the jury. The question in front of the jury is very, very simple. Was this an unjustified homicide of another individual? So I don't care how many death funnels there were, it is utterly irrelevant. I don't care that nobody was covering the front door. It's not relevant to me. Yeah, fine, all the burglars might have escaped out of the front door. What the hell does that have to do with whether the shooting was justified or not? Anything? I mean, I can't think of anything personally, but you know, this is why we have a brain trust. That's you guys. So I think that lost me. I think that probably lost the jury. On redirect, I think that's probably where they're going to go with it, which is why they did not particularly object, because nothing that was elicited has anything to do with whether he was in reasonable fear for life and limb at all. Yeah, we've talked about it before, but the fundamental question is, was he objectively and subjectively in fear for great bodily harm or death? What percentage of that cross had anything to do with that? So yeah, when she says this is a masterclass, sure, it's a masterclass in misdirection. That's fair. Well, Maddie, I think to some extent, like, lawyers get into their own headspace a little bit. This is why some of the firms that I've worked at, they have red teams, which are people who are not part of the trial team. They know virtually nothing about the case. And you give them your theory of the case and your presentation, and they point out from a set of fresh eyes. And I think they do this in journalism as well, where you basically have a red team that does not know about the story to try and eke out some sort of tunnel vision that happens when you've been dealing with the case solely for weeks. That sort of fresh perspective, I think, is deeply important. I don't know that he had it here. I think that his problem, again, I don't know how I would necessarily use it, but if I were, after that cross-examination, I think that the prosecution actually believes it does not have a particularly strong case when it comes to the specific facts that the jury is ultimately going to have to decide. So they were misdirecting.
They were.
Is it good police work? Tunnel of death. You could have gotten your partner killed. Blah, blah. None of that is relevant from a legal perspective, which makes me think that they recognize the specific facts relevant to the shooting probably are not in their favor. And the question then is, how do you capitalize on that?
So let's talk about that. I've been trying to formulate this question in my head for you for a while, and I don't know if it's going to come out right. But what would make him guilty in this case? What facts, what would the prosecution need to show to make him guilty in this case?
If she had not actually raised the weapon, which is why the prosecution brought the kid on first.
Okay, that makes sense. And that's where, I mean, I
know it's a short answer to a more complicated question, but I think that's basically what they would need to prove.
It's really not, because I came on this morning and said, okay, well, we have this really complicated case that hinges on did she raise a gun or not.
That's basically what it is. If she did not, in fact, raise the gun, then he is guilty because there was not an immediate threat and you lose the objective reasonableness.
So let's take this to other levels. Let me take it to the other extreme. What if he was just walking through the backyard and there wasn't even a call to that home?
Okay. I mean, that would just
Isn't that still, he would be trespassing. And then he sees someone pointing a gun at him in the window while trespassing.
Well, I don't know what
that kind of voids self-defense, right?
It's a challenge to it but you would charge that differently. I mean, I don't know what they consider non-notified trespassing in Texas, but let's say it was a felony, then you would charge it as potentially like a felony murder. That somebody died as a result of your actions while in the.
Okay, that makes sense.
I mean, I don't think trespassing is generally a felony, but that would be a vehicle in theory. You know what I mean? Okay. I don't think that it is. I don't think it necessarily works, but that's the one that I could think of. Think about it this way. If I don't know, think about a couple of kids hopping fences for a shortcut in the neighborhood, and they see somebody from their window pull a gun, point at them. Can they fire back? Probably. I mean, take the cop part out of it. Yep. Let's just say it's some random citizen. How does that change the hypothetical?
I think you would lose your right to self-defense if you're committing a crime, wouldn't you?
Not every crime. I think it really only applies to felonies, in my opinion. I don't think that so self-defense can be a perfect defense or an imperfect defense.
Yes.
So, if let's say in your particular jurisdiction, trespassing is a misdemeanor.
Yeah.
I don't know that it's necessarily a perfect defense.
There. But if you were burglarizing.
If you were burglarizing somebody, absolutely. It's a felony in everywhere.
So you'd have no defense.
So, yeah, you lose. The second you break in with the intention of...
Be prepared. You cannot shoot somebody.
your life is basically forfeit.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so let's take this to way less of an extreme. What if it was clear-cut policy that officers have to announce every time they enter private property?
Policy isn't law.
Right.
So,
I mean, that's where.
What difference does it make? Is basically my answer.
That's where I'm a little like they're going like. If you look at black letter of the law, the prosecution has proved nothing, even though they hammered him.
Yep.
But that's why that's why I don't understand how you don't get. That's why it drives me nuts that you can get past bringing the case, and then that you can get past directed verdict.
I don't know that you necessarily had enough for directed verdicts. And the only reason why
because we don't know if she raised the gun or not.
We're not certain, and we're never going to be certain. And so that is ultimately going to be a question for the jury to decide.
Yep, you're right.
So as a pure matter of law, we do not know for certain whether she raised the gun or not.
And so that was what drives me nuts about, like, and I get it. Like, you have to have questions about credibility and things like that. And you have to get into the record and in front of the jury everything that happened that night. But in a sense, it's almost like they should really only be able to ask him, did you see the gun raised or not? On direct. And on cross, they should be able to cross him on whether he saw the gun or not. Because that's the really only relevant fact.
Well, I think
you have to get everything in front of the jury.
I think part of the challenge here, and it's unfortunate I did not see the direct, is it seems like the direct opened up a lot of avenues for the cross that they maybe did not need to get into. Because like we talked about it, like there is sort of a funnel structure. You can't cross on anything that they didn't bring up in direct.
Right. But you would have looked really bad at the jury if you got him up there and said, "Did you see a gun raised at you?" Yes. Okay.
No, I know. Like you have to do a little bit more, but there's a way of doing that where it seems like they allowed the prosecution a little bit more room on the cross, and we'll see on the redirect, because again, the redirect has to be in response to what was asked on the cross. So the cross left the redirect with a lot of room to work too.
Mm-hmm.
And at that point, from a tactical perspective, the prosecution gave away their information on what they're going to be focusing on. So to some extent, that is actually helpful for the defense.
Yeah,
because
I mean, they
now know
they
the
asked them,
prosecution strategy. It is funnel of death and was it good police work? Neither of which is relevant. And we know that. And now on redirect, the defense has all of the room in the world to point out how irrelevant that is. That it was purely misdirection.
and funnel of death just really goes right back to your good police work.
Yeah. I mean,
they're asking if they should have crossed the plane, right?
And from my perspective, whether it was good police work or not, I don't care. It's not fundamentally relevant to the question the jury is ultimately going to have to decide. So why are we wasting our time on this? And sometimes that is actually a really effective argument in and of itself from a psychological standpoint, because if the jury thinks you're wasting their time, they're not going to particularly like you, and they are going to, generally speaking, discount your position.
Right.
So I that's where I think there were mistakes by both sides to some extent, but I think I'm hoping, because I thought the defense was relatively good last week.
Mm-hmm. I think they might have a
I'm
really
wondering if
good
they're
record.
sort of setting a trap almost for the prosecution at this stage. Because I am actually surprised that they didn't object, try to break up the flow, do something. They just let it run, which I can only imagine, presuming that they're totally competent and good attorneys, that this was playing into something that they have in mind.
Yeah, I always wonder about that, and I also do think, though, it's hard to object when you put your client on the stand, because then you immediately look like you're just trying to help your client not tell the full truth. Now, if anyone
that is a extremely astute point. I agree with you there. If their theory is our guy has nothing to hide, and that seems to be the case, then objecting does undermine that a little bit.
Yeah.
I mean, I still think right at the beginning, while he was still rattled, giving him a minute to breathe would have been okay.
And make an objection where it sounds like something being done was absolutely egregious.
And some of those questions were actually in
yeah.
I mean, there were a number of questions that were absolutely calling for speculation.
Mm-hmm.
So, when they're talking about the weather stripping on the door, I think that it doesn't necessarily undermine your client to be like, Your Honor, why is the prosecution asking my client about how weather stripping works?
Mm-hmm. I'm with you. Hey, Maddie, I sent you a link. Feel free to jump on anytime.
So yeah, like in that regard, I think that there were opportunities for them to jump in, give him a little bit of a breather while he was still not quite in his element.
And I think there's times where you can object to make your opponent look dumb.
That is absolutely true.
Where your client doesn't have to. Like, I really like Maddie's idea of object to facts not in evidence when they start talking about snipers outside of a window. Because objection.
That is one.
Facts not in evidence. There is no evidence that there were snipers out sitting in the window.
Well, the judge is not going to let you get that second sentence out.
You don't think he would?
No. No, that's a speaking objection, and this judge seems to not be particularly a fan of that.
Yeah, there hasn't been that many objections, so it's kind of hard to get a beat on that. But you're right; they've been
pretty tight objections.
They've been really tight objections.
And he rules almost immediately, which also has something to do with how much are you actually buying your client breathing room? Because he rules right off the bat, no discussion.
Yep. But he did. Fucking Daryl Brooks. I have started saying substain since Daryl Brooks, man.
Substain.
He was sustaining. I think he sustained every objection that the defense did make on that cross. I think there were only two.
I think there were only two, but yeah, he did sustain both of them, and I think that's where they were kind of going with more of a pinpoint precision approach and otherwise letting the prosecutor just talk. I mean, the snipers, that is where I'm going to contradict myself, because I said, you don't usually want to hold powder. Because of how ridiculous that suggestion was.
I would have freaking draw attention to it, man.
That might be something that you want to save. Just because of how ridiculous it is, that might be the kind of thing that you want to, let's slide a little bit, and then either in redirect. Or, perhaps they have another witness that they can emphasize it with, or even on your close. Just because of how ridiculous it is, that might be the kind of thing that I would like the jury to remember.
I like it better. Start the question with, Officer Dean, were there snipers in the building? Officer Dean, do you call for backup when you're walking down the road because you're concerned that that's the way to ask it too? Because this dumbass brought him.
Yeah. Let him leave that one out there, and that I think that's much better on a redirect, or even that's the kind of stuff you can save for an expert or a close, and just absolutely hammer the hell out of them, because it's such a stupid proposition.
Now you could save it for cross and use it again on your close, right?
Yeah, redirect.
No, yeah, sorry. Save it for redirect, and then
save it again. Yeah, do that again on the close. It's like the state's case is so weak that they want you to contemplate whether there were snipers in the building next door. That's their argument.
Yeah.
And you don't even have to go any further than that.
Yeah.
Because it makes the point the state's case is weak. Everybody knows the state's case on this is relatively weak. And by the way, not for nothing, it's also irrelevant to the actual facts of this case. Yeah. But this is what they want you to contemplate. That apparently next door to this home was the book depository and the home was the grassy knoll.
Yeah. Hey, good Dallas reference there, man. So I don't think the media in the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex think they have a weak case, though. Everything I've seen is, media's media, right?
Are you surprised by that?
I mean, even local media is slanted, except for our former Fox 10 anchor here. You know who that is, right? Carrie Lake. But
are you surprised by that, though?
No, local. Sometimes local will surprise you, but no, not really surprised by it.
So I'm. Look at this is my shocked face.
Look at that shocked face.
Look, as a practical matter, think about it from a business perspective. is it easier to cover this case as a Breonna Taylor, or is it easier to cover this as a justified shoot? Which do you think is probably going to be the more lucrative narrative?
Yeah, that's a good question. Or, I mean, a very good point. It's Breonna Taylor's like, and again, on the face of it, this pisses me off. If I just read this and had if I'm a news anchor who really only has time to read the superficial facts of the case, I'm going with a what the fuck.
Or for that matter, you have a 22-year-old intern that's writing you a summary.
Yep.
To work with.
Mm-hmm. Now that
and like even day one, both of us were at least 50-50, and it looked bad. But then the facts started coming out, and the trial occurred.
And I mean that happens to me in almost every trial.
Well, that's why we have trials.
Yeah, I mean, well, I guess it doesn't. I mean,
that's why we don't give the news media the ability to build gallows.
I should say that happens to me in almost every police shooting.
Yeah.
That I start with at least 50-50 on the decedent side. And then I generally slowly move to the officer side. Unfortunately, but
there are times where it operates the other way as well. I mean, look, we could take the George Floyd case as an example.
I was gonna mention it, then it wasn't. Yeah, let's
it's your show, so if you don't
let's do it.
I mean, look, I still personally, and maybe it's just because I'm a defense attorney, I actually don't think that was a criminal action.
Okay.
However, I can understand the jury's perspective on the specifics of the law.
Mm-hmm.
So
that is the one where I was like, yeah, that is, well, there's also the one in Mesa. Like I'm 10 miles away from, like probably less than 10 miles away from the hotel where the worst, I can't even remember his name right now, but the worst police shooting.
Was that the guy in the hotel that like they were doing directions to and then just decided to shoot?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, I'm familiar with the case generally speaking, but not all of the specifics. That was a bad shoot.
My town borders Mesa, and like,
yeah,
we're really close.
Everything I've seen, it was clearly a bad shoot.
Yeah. Sorry, I didn't mean to derail from George Floyd.
No, you're good. You're good.
Like outside of that case, I don't know. Outside of that case, I've always been falling on the side of the police when it came to the end. The George Floyd, I guess I would have had to vote not guilty because I had a little bit of reason of doubt still in my head.
Mm-hmm.
But if it was a civil case, I would have absolutely found against Chuck.
Civil, give him the money. Criminal, I don't know. And
what I'm trying to say is I was so close to like guilty beyond a reasonable doubt that
my problem was cause of death. I was not 100% convinced that it was not that a decent chunk of the causation was not his ingestion of drugs.
Right. I think
you can have multiple causes of a thing happening. And this is why we have, civil law where you have shared liability. But when it comes to criminal matters, I am not sure that I was certain that the knee on the neck was the proximate cause of the death and that it might not have occurred otherwise.
Yeah.
I just did not get there.
No, I agree. And that's exactly where I was at where if I was completely true to my morals and values and to the law, I would have had to sit in the jury room and been the one guy to be like, no, he's not guilty. That said, if I let how I really think slip into things just a little bit, I have a huge problem with somebody being actively involved in killing somebody, in the death of somebody, and saying, yeah, but it might also be this. And that's where I could have definitely gotten guilty pretty quickly.
No, I mean that's entirely fair, and that's a very honest response, and I think that's probably how a number of the jurors genuinely thought.
Mm-hmm.
I just, again, to me, tie always goes to the defendants.
Oh, 100%.
So
it would have just been seriously would have been a question to me if I was.
If I walk back into the jury room and I go, I'm not sure what caused this.
They're supposed to be not guilty.
It could be both. It could be either. I gotta go with tie goes to the defendant. And again, maybe that's just because I'm a lawyer, and this is why we have civil juries. This is why lawyers are not put on juries.
Mm-hmm.
As a general rule, you don't want a lawyer on a jury. But
right.
And so, maybe that's just training and the way that I think about it a little bit differently than your average, guy off the street. But
so it sounds like you were then, though, convinced that his knee was on his neck, causing breathing issues. Because that was another reasonable doubt hurdle for me to get over.
I was willing to accept that based upon the photographic evidence.
Yeah. It took those final extras to get me there.
Yeah, I looked many times at those photos, and I know that they were saying that it was really on the shoulder, but it was close enough to where you're starting to potentially impact the blood flow.
Yeah.
That was, it took me a while, and it took a lot of looks at the videos and the photos, but I am willing to accept that there was probably some sort of circulatory involvement based upon how he positioned his knee.
And I mean, this probably shouldn't fall into the calculus, but I mean, it was allowed to be brought in, so I guess it should be. Is when you have a 911 operator who puts her neck like completely, like never does this, puts her neck on the line because she's going to look like she's not going to look good, calling a lieutenant being like, what the fuck is going on over there? Something was wrong. Like, and when you have
that was not helpful.
I mean, the crowd standing around yelling kind of had a little bit of an effect on me, but
I don't give a damn about the crowd standing around. That sort of thing is, I've watched enough of these videos that generally when there's a bunch of the crowd standing around screaming, I actually probably go the other way.
Usually.
But and it has fundamentally changed because since then, you see so many more of these videos where you have some loud individual. Oh, I can curse on your channel, right?
Yep.
You have some loudmouth bitch screaming with a phone in her hand. I'm not gonna, but you know what I mean. You see that far more frequently, and most of the times they don't know what the hell is even going on in the interaction.
Yep. So let's bring that to a case that we will be covering on this channel, and that's the Schur case. The Officer Schur in, I think it was Lansing, Michigan. It's definitely in Michigan. I think it was Lansing.
Okay.
Who, he ended up shooting someone in the back of the head while they were resisting arrest. I'll be doing a preview video on that next week because we don't have trial next week. I don't have anything to cover, but his friend was actively recording the struggle between his friend and the cop, yelling, he's not doing anything, man. He's not doing anything, man. Like, it's like, yes, he's clearly resisting arrest. Like,
Oh, this was the traffic stop, right?
the traffic stop. Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know a ton about it, but
it's the one that just got bound over for trial. I didn't think it should. I think that judge was very. Grand Rapids. Thank you. I think that judge was very, very close to not binding it over for trial.
Okay.
But for the fact that he was shot in the back of the head.
That is not.
It just looks bad. It just looks bad.
Well, I mean, again, we can talk about it. It is entirely appropriate for cops to shoot a fleeing suspect.
Yeah,
that is actually a thing. You can shoot a fleeing suspect if they potentially objectively reasonably pose a risk to themselves or the officers or others.
So you
can shoot somebody in the back if they're running away. If they're, say, are carrying a weapon, and
so there is actually nothing from the defense's perspective, and I agreed with it. The judge had a little bit of an issue with it, but from the defense's perspective, there is nothing that overrides the common law from like 1880 that point blank gives the cop the ability to shoot a fleeing phone. Period.
What?
Like if and actually I think it's actually in the common law it's everybody, not even just peace officers. If a felon is fleeing, you can shoot him. It's from like 1880, and there's like Michigan's like one of the only places that they don't have anything that overrides that.
All right.
Now, the defense didn't win on that argument, so I could be wrong, but it's the prosecution's argument against it didn't seem to make sense.
Well, so explain that one a little bit more, because that's interesting to me.
In the commission of a felony, common citizen, kind of like the Georgia law, that was totally torn apart. But
well, I mean, that's sort of like the citizens' arrest statutes.
Kind of like citizens' arrest, but you can shoot them.
You can shoot them if they are in the commission of a felony. All right.
Fleeing from the commission of a felony.
All right. Well, you could probably shoot them in the commission as well.
Someone in the chat argue with me, telling me where I'm wrong. I only watched it. I only watched the hearing once. I'm going to do a full video on the hearing where we'll watch it again. But what's the hearing called where if it gets decided if it's going to be bound over or not? You know?
Well, Michelle said, I'm not super familiar with the case. Michelle's saying that he was on top of the person when he shot him. So the fleeing thing might not necessarily be.
He was getting. The argument there is that he was getting back to his feet.
Okay. All right. That should be an interesting.
That's why it probably should have been. That's right. That's why it needed to be bound over.
Yeah, I think that
there is a clear fact. There's a fear. You could it would be so wrong.
There's a clear question of fact here.
There is a question of fact. I mean, Michelle and I kind of disagreed already, right? That makes it a clear question of fact. And I don't think Michelle's stance is unreasonable. There's a clear question of fact.
Fair enough. That should be an interesting one.
Oh, I can't wait for that one.
That is such a.
We don't have a trial. We don't have a trial date on that one though.
No.
Do you say that's sick? I can't wait for that. It's kind of terrible.
I always said that lawyers, we have really sick senses of humor because we kind of have to.
Yeah, I remember when I super chatted you to tell you that this first trial I was going to do, and you're like, "What?" I guess it's your brand. No. This is the kind of stuff we're going to cover here, man. We want the interesting stuff. We don't want the.
I didn't think that this would be as interesting as it turned out to be.
And even if the facts aren't that interesting, there's always twists and turns that turn out to be interesting.
Yeah.
Like who would have expected the prosecution to rest 2.5 days in?
I didn't think Brooks would be particularly interesting originally.
I got pretty bored by his, to be quite honest.
But, you know.
I mean, I still watched the whole
Part of that was
thing,
because the judge handled him very professionally. But
yeah.
I ended up finding that somewhat interesting. Unfortunately, the Ortiz case, while I still think it was interesting, YouTube decided was not.
Yeah. I didn't find it that interesting either. Well, it was.
The fact pattern is pretty salty.
The fact pattern is salty in terms of people. Okay, here's what was super interesting.
I thought the incompetence of both sides was interesting, and the fact that you had an assistant DA quit during a lunch break.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah. Well, and so here's the part that I found very interesting.
And let's be very careful because YouTube literally has, after manual review, demonetized everything on the topic. So let's be careful because I don't want to get you into trouble.
Well, I don't have any monetization yet. Except for pay.trialjunkie.live. Please feel free to donate. Link is in the bottom of the description. Again, kind of joking there, y'all, but I will grift. I'm not scared of grifting, but I also want to make clear.
I just don't want to get you in trouble.
As small of a channel as we have, please don't feel obligated. The initial donations will go to technology to make the stream better, i.e. a faster processor than the one I have in this Sling computer right now.
My monetization goes to rent because, you know.
Yeah, that's awesome.
I'm having an office.
I mean, the donations will go to technology so I can get to monetization to start paying the mortgage. But yeah, so is the serial killer word the problem, or what's?
I have no idea what particularly it was that triggered.
I mean, I'm not monetized, so it doesn't matter.
Those are the only two videos I've done that after manual review they did not approve.
Interesting.
So I have no idea what it specifically was.
But what I found very, very interesting about that case is that there was a possibility that the serial killer was going to get off because his rights were violated. That's an interesting.
I think is actually kind of true.
Yep.
I actually do think that the confession was coerced.
Yep. And I was watching it on your channel. I was actually super into it until I came back after the first day of watching the interrogation tapes, and then interrogation tapes were still playing, and I just kind of lost it. I couldn't make it through it. And I get why they made him do it. They should have made him do it, but
it was a Hail Mary basically to force the jury to sit there and suffer the way that he did and hope that the jury felt like, because of how long it was, and going through all of that sort of it was borderline a golden rule violation, but that was the theory of why they did that.
Okay, so my theory on why they would do that is a little different, and tell me where I'm wrong. My theory is if you play clips of an interrogation, you can make it look clean.
Sure.
So if they would have let the prosecution play the clips that they wanted of the interrogation, they would have been able to make it clean. And then the flip side of that is, of course, the defense could play their own clips, but without playing the whole thing, I think it's hard to make it look that dirty.
Well, and that's why under the rules of evidence, you have the rule of completeness.
Right?
The defense had every right in the world to play the entire thing from start to finish.
But that kind of goes against the golden rule argument, more of like they had to show it to show why it was coerced. Right? I mean, sitting there is pretty golden rule, though. Sitting there through the torture is most of why it was coerced, huh? Because they didn't really do that much. They didn't really do that bad.
You can do two things at the same time.
Yeah, fair enough.
And I think that's basically what was occurring there.
Mm-hmm. I think I told you, I don't know. My sister, who's like now one of your neighbors in Tampa, living a very upstanding life, spent a year in jail for armed robbery. But her interrogation, she was on meth, and they knew exactly how to coerce confession out of her on meth. Let her sleep for an hour and then make her wake up again. Like they were like letting her sleep, waking her up, letting her sleep, waking her up, and it was like torture for her.
I mean, I feel like
there's nothing wrong, but there's nothing like really wrong with that.
No, that's pretty wrong.
You think it's wrong?
I have some questions about that in terms, just in my mind, like not that specific case, but as a general premise, do you have actual? I mean, if the Miranda court still exists, what are the ethical obligations when you have a suspect who you know is under the influence of something?
She was coming down though.
That's even worse to some extent.
Okay. They definitely use the coming down.
It's like if you have a right to an attorney, we have to tell you have a right to an attorney. But if you are too high or drunk to understand that warning, was the warning effective? I'm not sure on that one.
Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely with you. I'm not sure. And this is going to sound contrary to most of my crazy libertarian thought, but I do struggle with, okay, but then how are the cops going to catch people? Like, I mean,
well,
of course, I'm like very in favor of people's right to remain silent.
I think the idea would be that, I mean, if you were to do it, and again, I haven't thought a ton about this, but it's something that makes me a little uncomfortable.
It makes me uncomfortable.
Do you have to let them come down before you Mirandize them? And by the way, I don't think Miranda warnings should exist in the first place, but you know.
Why do you say that?
Because it was totally made up, has nothing to do with the Constitution or the law, absolutely at all. And the Warren Court was a freaking disaster.
Yeah, fair enough. There is nothing.
I don't think that I have any obligation to tell you what your rights are, because I have no obligation to tell you what the laws are. Ignorance of the law is not a defense. So if you don't know what your rights are, then that shouldn't be a defense either.
So our flip it is on its head, though, that argument. I think it puts the police in a much better position to say you have the right to remain silent.
Why?
Because most of them talk anyway, and then they get to go to court and say, I told them you have the right to remain silent.
But if I don't have if the Miranda decision never came down, then they wouldn't have the obligation to do that in the first place anyway, and it would be legally irrelevant.
Right. But Miranda was making the argument. That's what, after his arrest,
I'm just
led it to do it.
Again, what I am saying is that the Miranda decision was based upon absolute whole cloth nonsense.
We can totally agree on that part, and I recognize that I went off the rails kind of on my argument, because like your initial argument was like it's not in the Constitution, and then I kind of made like a logical, what do you call it when you made
a public policy argument?
I made a public policy argument, which is not how I want anything looked at. So
I don't think that's how you want most decisions to be made.
No, so I can't stand that shit. I went there.
Again, like, you know, just in the same way that I think.
I mean, but the Constitution doesn't say the police have a obligation not to say, by the way, you have Fifth Amendment rights,
sure.
Man.
You can, or you don't have to. But to make that a obligation by Supreme Court fiat is not law, in my opinion.
I can totally agree with that. It will be forever, because there's not a side that really.
No, nobody's ever getting rid of it at this point. But
and there's not a side that adamantly opposes it.
No, there isn't. Well,
do you think cops do? Because I don't think they do.
I don't think that they care enough one way or the other. I think that what you would need in order for that to get changed would be a very high-profile really abhorrent case where they get let go because of an insufficient Miranda warning. That's the only way that you would ever see that happen.
And with enough quote unquote YouTube watching your case down there in South Texas, Ortiz, if he would have walked, there might have been some questions around that. But I don't think
I still don't think it
wasn't straight on the lines. That wasn't straight on the lines of Miranda, though.
Yeah, you'd have to have enough of them, and I just don't see it happening.
Yeah, I agree.
I still think it's bad law, but I mean,
it is.
Who knows with the current makeup of the Supreme Court? I mean, Thomas has indicated in multiple ways that a lot of the substantive due process cases are subject to re-examination.
Yes, he has. He's in some of his newer decisions, he's pretty much said that, right?
Pretty much that if you want to bring a substantive due process issue before us, you got at least 2 or 3 votes. And the rule of 4 is what it was required to get certiorari. So, this is why we have the case that I covered on the free speech issue.
Mm-hmm.
That is the whole idea of these sort of anti-discrimination laws are based on a substantive due process theory, and that's why Thomas took it. Because Masterpiece was based upon oh, come on, stop, boys.
They hear about civil rights and they got it.
But so Master, give me one second.
They want to be heard. It's so funny. Yeah, but where John's going with that is
But yeah, so Masterpiece was based upon the idea that it was a religious discrimination, which is the most narrow grounds that you possibly could have made the free speech argument.
Right.
But
the decision wasn't even really on religious. It wasn't actually decided on religious grounds, was it? It kind of was.
Sort of not.
Yeah. That's what I thought. It kind of was.
It was basically that there was not an appropriate determination as it related to the commission that ultimately was handling the fines under the Colorado law. So it didn't strike down the Colorado law, which is why we have this one before us.
I don't think I got to watch the part of the hearing with you because I had to go, but I did end up watching it all. You got to the part where, and I'm not real familiar with who all the attorneys were, but sure. One of the litigants started arguing the Masterpiece, what the effects of the Masterpiece case, and his argument was super broad on what it meant. Did you catch that?
I did notice that. Yeah. So that was sort of interesting because I believe. So Olson was on behalf of Colorado. What's her name? The one that went first was on behalf of the web designer. Yeah, and then I think you're talking about the last one who was the solicitor for the United States.
Okay, that's who that. So that was like that was a Biden admin.
Yeah.
Okay.
I believe so. And I think part of the argument was that the United States was trying to argue that Masterpiece was, if anything, too broad, and we should not broaden it further.
Okay. His arguments were kind of in the middle.
Well, I mean, what interest does the United States honestly have in this? I don't particularly know why they gave them argument time, but yeah. They always do. If the United States asks, the Supreme Court will give them argument time. So, I don't know what the federal government has. Do I have any pictures? No, I don't, because I am really lazy and I don't like hanging things.
I think the comments are coming up way faster on your screen than everyone else's than mine, because you read them and answer them before I can even see them.
All right. What about the Fifth Amendment?
That was a little while ago. You and I were probably going on.
3. It was about 7 minutes ago.
Right. So was he saying when we were saying that there's nothing in the Constitution? I think I'm going to assume, Jolly Rogers, and please respond again if I'm wrong, but I'm going to assume when both John and I were like, there's nothing in the Constitution that says anything about Miranda. You're saying the Fifth Amendment talks about it.
The Fifth Amendment gives you the right. It
We
doesn't necessarily
absolutely agree with you.
informed of it.
We are 100% on your side in terms of the Fifth Amendment is real, it exists, and should be upheld.
So is the Sixth.
Yep. But there's nothing in the Fifth Amendment that says the police need to inform you of that, of the rights
Police
held
don't need
within.
to inform you about traffic laws. They don't have to inform you about burglary. They don't have to inform you about murder. We still hold you to those standards.
Let's go a step further. They're interrogating you in what could be a self-defense case using a firearm. They don't have to
tell you about what the standard of
They don't have
self-defense.
to walk through 2A. They don't have to walk you through 2A at all. Like,
Nope. So why are the Miranda standards different? Because the Warren Court said so.
Yep.
Which is not consistent with our legal tradition, in my opinion.
Should I really try to get yeeted and ask your opinion on where in the Constitution the Civil Rights Act is, how the Civil Rights Act is constitutional?
Give me 1 second, and I will be right back. And I'll do my best to answer that.
I love that question because from a fundamental, strict constitutionalist perspective, like I try to pretend I am, I 100% don't think it's constitutional. At the same time, I think the Civil Rights Act has done a lot of good for this country, and I would have hated to see that get overturned. Charlie, I think everyone else is, the comments coming up fast for other people, but yeah, I mean, if there's anything you've learned, don't talk to cops. And to be quite honest, it's YouTube that has really helped me form that decision in my mind. I've always believed that, but listening to folks on YouTube for so long talk about the actual practicalities of it, I actually do practice not talking to cops in my real life. I used to say it. Now I actually do it. I get pulled over for a speeding ticket. I give them my license and registration. I'm not a soft sit that doesn't believe that I need to give them my license. But if they start asking me questions about, have you had anything to drink, officer? And I like to say it up front. And I mean, I've been pulled over 3 times in the last couple months. So I've done this. Say up front, I totally respect you guys. I just make it a policy not to answer questions. And
that's perfectly fine.
It works. Like,
and as long as you're polite about it, usually they don't care anyway.
Well, yeah, I mean, I tell them, like, dude, I have the utmost respect for what you guys are doing. And I'm a nut job that has a policy of not answering police questions. Sorry, man.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that.
And then there's sometimes where I'm like, I wish I could just talk to this guy because I can talk myself out of this. But if you're going to hold yourself to it, you got to hold yourself to it.
Well, it kind of depends on the situation. But yeah, generally speaking, I've said this a million times and I'll say it once more. When they say that you have the right to remain silent, anything you say can and will be used against you.
They're not lying.
They're not lying to you. And by the way, anything you say cannot be used to help you. It's hearsay.
That's very true. I mean, I guess there's going to be the rare occurrences where it could.
No, there's
right?
almost no circumstance under which something can be used to help you. It can be used against you because one of the exceptions to hearsay is statement against interest.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Otherwise, it's hearsay.
You're right.
Period. I mean, obviously, yeah, there are non-hearsay uses for statements, but
Yeah, I guess this wasn't a statement to the police. Well, it was a statement to a police officer, but not in terms of an interrogation. I was thinking like in terms of Aaron Dean didn't say, "I saw a gun." It would have been really helpful to him if he would have told his partner, "I saw a gun."
that would have been helpful.
But that's not the hearsay exception. That's not because
Well, excited utterance.
that would excited utterance would have got brought in.
Yeah, that would probably still be able to come in.
So if you are in a self-defense situation, making the excited utterance of it was self-defense. I can't talk to you anymore until an alert here, but it was self-defense is probably fine and probably beneficial.
And probably still hearsay. Because by the time the cops get there was enough time for it to cool, so it could probably still be kept out.
Doesn't that make some of the excited utterances in your I keep on calling Ortiz. Is it Ortiz?
Think about it this way.
Didn't they get a lot of excited utterance stuff in that?
Yeah, he did. But think about it this way. Excited utterance and present sense impression are very, very closely related. So
no worries, man. Whenever.
So the whole idea, I mean, excited utterance obviously means what it means, but it's very closely related to present sense impression. So you have to be saying something about something you're observing at that moment.
Mm-hmm.
So, if at that exact second somebody heard you say, "Oh my God, I didn't mean to shoot him," or whatever, that's sort of the excited utterance. Present sense impression is, "Oh my God, you just fell." But they're very closely related, and they have to be pretty much instantaneously contemporaneous with the event that occurred. So by the time the cops get there, there's been enough time for the cool down period that it probably doesn't apply anymore.
Yeah.
That makes sense?
Yep. I still think cops are going to help you a little more if you say it's for self-defense. Maybe not. It depends on the jurisdiction. Totally depends on the jurisdiction.
Well, so does everything.
Yeah. In a lot of police, I mean, in fairness, a lot of police hear a lot of bullshit. It was self-defense claims.
I believe that.
So their default is, yeah, right.
Is there a single DV case that they're not going to claim self-defense?
Probably not. Oh, we're live. Let's go. I keep forgetting how I made this live. Yeah. Let's go.
I think so. I'm losing stuff from my desktop over the break, and now it's just not cooperating with me.
Oh, now the prosecutor's accusing people of stealing things.
Oh, good.
Hey, John, we did pretty good. We didn't lose very much of the audience over the break.
There we go. That's pretty good.
At one point, we were gaining. When we were having, there was one interesting part when we were actually gaining followers, or viewers.
Keep those in mind. That's important.
Yeah, I find it so hard to do breaks by myself. Like, I can recap everything, give you my opinion. But it's so much easier to go back and forth with someone.
Oh, good. I think I was able to reschedule my stuff, so I might be able to stick around for a little bit longer.
Sweet. Oh shit! It's the neighbor from Home Alone in the courtroom.
What?
The neighbor from Home Alone? He's in the courtroom.
Yeah. We're not on the record yet, so just let me know when you're ready.
Maybe Aaron Dean's his son that he made peace with. The South Bend Shovel Slayer, yep. I could not remember what that. I knew it was Shovel something, but South Bend Shovel Slayer. That's right.
Okay, so guys, we're just going to talk for a little bit while we wait.
Right,
I guess
no,
we're
we're
waiting
not.
for the jury to.
John and I are just going to talk for a bit while we
Are we
wait.
now? We're waiting for the jury to come back?
Here they go.
Okay.
The chat is saved. They don't have to hear us talking more.
And is that an open structure call that you went on back in 2019?
Yes.
Do you have any?
No shit. We only heard that 7 times.
No, I think he's talking about another one. He's going to try to
You
impeach
remember
him.
walking through the structure and announcing
Announce
yourself as
himself.
Fort Worth PD
Oh, on a previous incident?
on that open structure call?
Yep.
Okay.
Yes.
He was ready for that though. They were all ready for that because he was very like hardcore in his answer of yes, I'm sure. So he's gonna have a good response to that on redirect.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure there wasn't a lot of eating lunch during the lunch break for him.
I meant to ask you that on our break. How much is he allowed to talk to his lawyers about the testimony? He's allowed, right?
Technically, he's not.
Okay. But they do.
I didn't say that.
Okay.
I'm handing you what's been marked Stakes Exhibit 119 and 120.
You're catching my drift on that, right?
Yep. Jolly Roger. Oh, yep, it's coming up now. So I think redirect has, if they do a really good redirect, I think they have a chance to pretty much rehabilitate him. I don't know, even they're rehabbing, but I don't know if it's anything better than wash.
I don't think he did anything that was particularly fatal.
There. And they might have just needed that testimony. I'm gonna bring Maddie in.
Hello.
Hey, yeah. Maddie, nice to meet you.
Hey.
Hey, Maddie.
Hello.
That's
good
awesome.
to finally meet you.
You too. Okay. Sorry.
119 and 120, are they about a burglary report call that you were dispatched to on May 14th?
I wonder if I can get cigarettes delivered to my home.
Depends on which state you're in. I don't know if Florida allows that or not. I know Arizona doesn't.
Shed behind the house.
But they'll let you order CBD and vape.
You can order booze in Arizona.
I know. You can order CBD
you
and
can order booze in Florida. I just don't know about.
Hey, Maddie, you're coming in a little hot.
Okay.
Do you know how to turn it down?
Yeah.
I believe your question was burglary in progress.
In that case, every call is different. And in that case, the
how's
call
that?
Details
sound much better. Sounds good.
Okay.
Stated that he thought they had been broken into sometime during the night.
Yeah, we can get liquor, Jolly. We can do that here in Arizona too. It's just
no.
Cigarettes are a little different. We just actually
because there's
upped our age of buying them to 21.
Yeah. They started doing that in New York maybe 7 years ago.
What would PD on open structure calls and burglary calls?
Well, I'm just surprised they didn't grandfather those who were 18 already into this. You know, if you were born before this date, you're good.
As a former pack-a-day smoker, that would be a nightmare to be able to smoke and then take it away.
I've never smoked, so that's not really an issue, but I could imagine.
Relevance is the first one. It's collateral impeachment. Improper impeachment.
I'll let you ask those general questions. Just don't go into any specifics of the call.
The state does not intend to go into any specific call.
And do you intend to offer the call sheets or whatever that you handed to him to refresh his memory for purposes of the record?
Yes, Your Honor. The state would offer state exhibits 118, 119, and 120 for purposes of the record.
All right, they're admitted for purposes of the record. Mr. Brissett, you may have a running objection. I'm overruling your objection. Both sides ready for the jury?
Yes.
Oh, they did. The judge is very good at doing all this stuff outside the presence of the jury before they start.
That's a good thing.
Yeah, that is a good
But
thing.
it's not like he has to send them out. They're doing a good job of knowing what's coming and handling it before.
Well, like I said, I've had multiple judges where he would just ask, or he or she would just ask us to step over into, the antechamber to deal with stuff. So we don't have to move the jury back and forth.
Yeah, or just even just a traditional sidebar would work. I mean, if it's not going to be, a big deal, just have, the lawyers go up to the sidebar. And that's what I liked about, and that's what I liked about the second.
Everyone may be seated.
The second Alex Jones case where they were actually,
I love that,
doing sidebar, but she kept that the court mic.
So if I were to ask you again,
I absolutely love that. That was awesome.
Open structure calls in the past in your career where you've identified yourself out loud verbally as what we call.
Yeah, $9 a pack here.
And there have been burglary calls that you've dispatched.
Yikes.
You verbally announced yourself as Fort Worth Police. Isn't that correct?
Again, there are different types of burglary calls, but yes.
But we all have our legal vices, so.
All that stuff that's stacked up, the lawnmower, the weed eater, the bicycle that's being stacked up by, you think, the bad guy that's there in the house?
He looks a lot more calm.
Did you ever confirm?
He looks a lot more calm.
He does.
No.
Someone convinced him at lunch that he wasn't doing that bad.
And I don't think he did. I don't think he hurt his case as bad as it could have been.
At the time, both of the cars matched the description that said they were supposed to belong to the house. Then turned my focus to the house to see what was going on in the house. I'm sure.
I like how he started with again. He's like, you already asked me that, bro.
Not at that point.
Well, just expect the burglar to pick up the lawnmower, the weed eater, and the bicycle and carry it under their arms down the street? Or
No.
was the getaway car?
John, at what point would you start going with
There
ask
could have
and
been
answer?
someone coming.
Could have been someone coming. Did you leave
Depends
someone
on your
at the front
strategy.
door? Why
I mean, I
didn't you see when
think
they showed
we
up?
talked about it a little bit. I think they don't actually give a damn.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're thinking, let's just get this done with. Let's just.
Front yard to see if the getaway driver was coming.
And I think that
I called it.
strategy, I
It
think
could
part
have
of their
been better.
strategy is literally just, I don't care.
I don't know if you guys missed that, but we just got 2 ask and answers in a row.
I heard, and then I loved his answer. It could have been better.
Yes.
Oh, what do we got? What do we got? What do we got? What the fuck we got?
Again, you're going to tell this jury you had no room to stand somewhere to decide that window.
That upset dogs.
Okay.
I was like, whoa, where did the dogs come from? I don't remember that in the videos.
Was that your dog?
Start supervisor. And then start.
When you turned around your body cam, where was Officer Dart standing?
Some cops have it set up where they turn their body cam off when they get in the car.
When did you know she moved?
I don't.
So there is no way for you to know who was that if Officer Dart was behind you whenever you're up at that window, is there?
I trusted that she was standing behind me like we were trained to do.
But you have no way of knowing.
He's trying to make it sound like it could have hit
that night
Officer
she was
Dart.
behind you, dude.
If you're asking if I felt her, no, I did not.
Just say yes,
You know, in
dude.
the back of your head, you already said so. You did not know where she was.
This guy's too honest.
Again, I trusted that she was behind me like we were trained, but no, I don't know for an absolute fact.
Yeah,
And so right
but
now,
I
you
think
get
that's
shot.
going to keep his credibility, though,
Jefferson
It does.
is a
because he could have several times kind of
Yes.
skirted the line of lying, being honest, but kind of being coy about it.
Like, when you know for a fact that she was touching you, there's
I am
not
too
really
stop
too
this
much
guy.
harm in being like, yeah, I knew she was touching me.
which is what he could have said too, you know, because
It's a possibility, yes.
when they go in, you know, she's supposed to hit his back, you know, 4 times, tap him, 1, 2, 3, 4.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
And I think
Or
she
like-
said she did.
Or like in the military, it's 6. You know, got your 6. That's where that line comes from.
No.
If somebody was looking outside that window that we see, and we've got this paused on 1:28 seconds, I believe.
I don't know why they're not
Someone
showing
inside
it.
that window couldn't see out to you?
My apologies. I'm sorry.
Hold
I
on.
came directly up against it.
Let me see something real quick.
Anyone inside that window, inside that house, can see you from that window, can't they?
Yes.
And if there were 10 bad guys, they could have 10 guns trained on you right now, correct? And you're not doing anything tactical to protect.
Ricketa's using your this stream.
Is that correct?
The WFLA?
Yeah.
Yes, I believe so.
But it's all the same. It's all pool feed.
Believe it or not, I learned something. Some channels use different streams. It's weird.
In this order, in this court, it's the order of the court. In this judge ordered
It's a
one
quickly evolving
pool
scene.
camera.
We're moving around.
Ooh.
Are you seeing different views? On
Yeah,
this,
like
in this case.
Yeah, like during the Depp Heard trial, one.
Oh yeah, Depp Heard.
Well, even during Brooks too, some of those were different too.
Yeah.
You had determined this was a burglary in progress.
But I don't care. It's all the same to me.
I didn't have any way of knowing how many people.
FLA just won't copyright strike you.
They can't. It's a pool feed.
Mm.
Oh, they can copyright strike, but they can't win it.
Yeah, you got your tracking kit?
Okay, so we paused it at 1:37. Where are you headed at this point?
Back around to the front to go inside.
So what, in your head as an officer, what do you know that you just left in that backyard on the other side of that window?
The person that I shot
With what?
with my gun.
I know, but what else is that person you just shot? What do they have?
A gun.
That wasn't a
Did you
good
leave anyone
question.
back there to cover that
Yeah,
exit?
right.
Is that back window?
No.
I shot first.
Could the person, do you know for a fact that you hit the person that you shot at?
Fucking call me Han Solo.
Yes.
He
Do you
said
know
he
if they were
checked.
mortally wounded?
No.
Or did you know if they weren't capable of getting up and climbing out that window?
It didn't look like it.
No, I didn't.
So who's covering your 6 when you and Officer Darts are running to the front of this house?
We've had a threat. I've shot the threat. The threat's down. Now we're trying to move into the house to render aid.
You just said you didn't know if the wound was mortal.
The person was laying on the floor and not getting up,
Could they have been playing possum?
I suppose.
Did you know if there were other people, other bad guys in there with guns?
Not at that time.
So who is covering your 6, Officer Darts' 6, when y'all turn tail and run to the
They
front?
kind of have to allow a little speculation here because, like, it was the officer's
Is that good police work?
present sense.
It's the only way to do that. We had to run inside and clear the house and render
Say
emergency aid to this
yes.
person.
Yes,
There was
it's
no
the
one
only
outside.
way to do that.
But see, you keep going back and forth. Were you going to the house to render emergency aid, or were you going in the house because there could have been more bad guys there?
Both.
Both. Okay. So if there could have been more bad guys there, was it a good idea to leave the back of the house without surveillance and expose you and Officer Darts'
Sorry.
6 as y'all ran to the front of the home?
I wanted to help the person.
Exactly.
As I've already stated, there are risks in police work, and I had to make a choice.
It wasn't a good idea, was it?
Yes, say yes.
It was
See,
the only idea. It was the only way to do that.
Just like
Much
the only
better.
Choice, is that just like you're telling the story, the only choice you had was to shoot
He
and kill.
feels more comfortable. I think they talked to him.
Yes.
He was getting more comfortable before last year.
Well, he's starting to drill into him like he did at the beginning too.
So this prosecutor keeps coming to kind of getting down to the brass tacks of, was it your only choice to shoot her? And that's a bad fact for the prosecutor. It's like, yes, there was a gun pointed at me.
Oh, I go back to Rittenhouse, like I've been saying, I mean, literally, like when Gage ran up on him, he had a gun pointed at him and Rittenhouse shot first.
Yep.
Same idea. He took his flashlight, he scanned the room, the light on that hit the barrel of the gun, lit up the gun, and he shot.
Step back, establish a perimeter, and call for backup.
By then he's dead.
Yes.
Did you have a choice whenever you,
no. The answer to that would have been no, dude. He's conceding too much on that.
That would have been part of the procedure later, yes.
Did you have a choice whenever?
He's trying to think of the best way to word this. You can see it. He knows what's happening. He's been a cop long enough.
But you had a choice. You could have done that, couldn't you?
Not without violating general orders. We weren't at that
Which
step
one would
yet.
that have violated?
That would have been, we hadn't finished inspecting the structure yet.
I thought this situation was fluid.
It is.
Was it not?
I hate this stuff. They try to have it both ways.
We were still investigating we were still inspecting the structure.
You made a choice whenever you did not further inspect the garage, correct?
Yes.
And you made a choice whenever you took Officer Darts right in front of that gate with your 6 completely uncovered without somebody in front of the house, correct?
Police work is inherently dangerous, and there were risks.
It's a yes or no answer. You had a choice, correct?
Yes.
And you had a choice whenever you walked off, you and Officer Darts walked in that backyard with
Exactly.
It feels good.
to unknown
Because unfortunately, it puts the negativity on the cops as opposed to the other person. When, I'm sorry, but he has a family to go home to as well.
No.
Oh, you could have just stayed home? And what?
That's a good answer.
Why do you joke about just staying home? Is that because home is supposed to be a safe place?
It's not a joke. My point is simply that
It sounded like a joke to me. Is home supposed to be a safe place?
Argumentative.
I would have said compound, but that's okay. Or speculation.
Well, re-ask your question, Mr. Smith.
Is a person's home supposed to be a safe place?
it is.
That's why I was going to protect her home.
You feel safe in your home. There's nowhere else you're going to feel safe. Is that correct?
I agree.
And this is Texas. There's nothing wrong with a person owning a firearm, is there?
No.
Matter of fact, if one of your loved ones was at home alone with a child and heard something in the middle of the night, you would hope that your loved one maybe would go to their backyard window with a gun, wouldn't you?
Maybe.
To protect themselves and the child, isn't that correct?
Yes.
Especially if they saw flashlights in their backyard, isn't that correct?
Possibly.
Flashlights of a person announcing their presence in their backyard where they're not supposed to be.
These things aren't mutually exclusive.
So you had a lot of choices.
I had my flashlight out to help me see better because it was dark.
Yes.
Okay, just pause it a minute, 50 seconds. You had no trouble with that front door, did you?
No.
You could have opened it just as easily whenever y'all first got to the residence, isn't that correct?
Yes, but that's not the procedure.
Good answer.
They definitely helped him.
I don't know that.
You still may have killed her?
We talked about that too.
That house and pointed a gun.
Asked and answered, sir. Like, they need to do.
Yes,
I would
that's
go
still
way more
true.
asked and answered.
Hands up, show me your hands, show me your hands. Show me your hands.
Did you just clear that room? That you just pointed your gun into?
I just did a fast clear.
Mitt,
Was that a real-
Atatiana Jefferson
That
would
was
have
a
been
fast
just and
video, that's
justified
what
in
you
shooting
do.
him.
Did you know if there could have
Exactly.
been someone else standing to the side where you
I-
couldn't
I-
see what
I
was
don't think
behind
that-
door?
It's not mutually exclusive.
The camera doesn't see
I
everything
don't think
I'm seeing.
This prosecutor's trying to make it
I did
mutually
not see a
exclusive right
person in
now.
that room.
I think if he had died and she lived, nothing would have happened.
No.
I mean, because you're telling me that whenever you're walking through this house right now, you're still thinking there could be a threat.
Either
in this
way, I
house,
think
correct?
she
It's
probably
possible,
got you.
yes.
And you
I
still
don't know.
haven't told Officer Dark.
She
that you
shouldn't
saw
have
a
been.
gun
She would have been
and
totally
you had it.
justified, but
No.
shooting a cop still gets usually brings charges.
We're in.
Well, pull up Jolly Rogers' last comment. I completely agree with everything he just said.
See what looks like a weapon here.
All right, what did I miss?
Not my Aaron's actually defending himself. He's being very straight to the point. Yes, he's giving him a lot still, but
Yeah, I'm good.
All right.
His lawyers definitely said, dude, you can go back, try to maintain this demeanor, but you can come back at him a little harder.
Well, that's where I was sort of saying, you know, technically during lunch break, he's still on the stand, so you can't talk about his testimony.
But you
can
could talk about that.
other stuff.
Mm-hmm.
well, could not
the
his
mess.
testimony itself, like not what he's saying, but could they have like said maybe push back a little bit, you know, kind of.
Technically, they're not supposed to talk at all.
8 seconds.
We know as a practical matter that doesn't necessarily mean that that's what happens.
Sure.
That's what it says.
Now it's been almost a full minute later at 3:08. and you're
There's nothing wrong with giving somebody a pat on the back and saying, "You're doing great, bud."
That's what it says.
Keep it up, kind of keep relaxed, keep going.
That's what the clock says.
full minute you later bleeding out of your
I love the times when you push back.
That's what the clock says.
He has a Johnny Depp feeling now that he's gotten beaten up a little bit. He kind of has that snark to it.
I had no idea how much time was passing, but that's what it
But I
was.
think that's helpful because
Well,
the docile demeanor at the beginning kind of gives you that sense of that it's righteous indignation as opposed to being an asshole.
Yeah.
And the prosecutor had some snark, so you can give him some little snark back.
That dude's definitely being a snarky. He's almost getting to the point of prick.
Yeah, I think he's doing a pretty good job.
Oh, I do too. Now I want to get into defense, so I would be objecting a whole lot more, trying to give him a break.
Hey, you know whatever you and
We talked about that.
we're outside by
You know,
Right.
I mean, I understand why they're not. I do, but
She said, we've got to clear that car. I said, yeah.
That's it.
That
Yeah.
was the call, yes.
There was no more whispering.
it was how many fucking years ago?
I thought I heard her say something else. But I didn't hear it. And I said,
So no planning about what you were gonna do when you got on the other side of that gate?
we followed our training and
This prosecutor needs to give up and get out of here.
Yeah, dude, we ran back to our cars. We drew a blueprint on how we were going to attack the house. What the hell, dude? Like, no
We
planning.
went into the other buildings and we took out the snipers and the machine gun turrets on the roofs.
Back there
We
waiting.
were
This
good.
isn't Call of Duty. This is an open building call at 2 a.m.
I hope they
And a house,
From this
I hope they
person.
hammer back on that redirect.
rural Texas.
That's why we were back there to check to
It
see what
could've
was
been-
going
it could've
on.
been a hostage situation.
They're not in Afghanistan.
All those things that it could have been, and you didn't look at your partner and say, maybe we need to come up with a plan before we open this gate?
The plan was exactly what was trained.
There.
Open the door, the gate. One of us goes to the left and one of us goes to the right. And then we do whatever's on the other side.
Y'all didn't come up with a plan, did you?
The plan was made in training.
He just answered that, you idiot.
And I like this answer.
It was a good answer.
Oh, dude, I would have stuck with the plan was made in training.
It's exactly how we were trained to do it. You can tell he's getting fed up and the defense is getting fed up.
Mm-hmm.
And honestly, that probably means the jury's getting fed up.
Yeah.
This.
That's my girl. Yeah. Oh.
Because you guys know that one of the people on that defense team, their only job is to watch the jury.
Dude, I really wish he would have just stuck
I
with
know.
the plan. The plan was made in training. The plan was made in training. I wish he would have stuck with that. That was good.
That was a good answer.
And he has said it a few times, which is hopefully will stick in the jury's mind. And I hope his defense team wrote that down for closing.
Well, and his expert's going to come in and say that.
Well, what I mean is like it reiterate that during closing, you know.
Wasn't that just basically putting a spotlight to all the bad guys that you imagine were inside that house, telling them exactly where you were?
Police work's inherently dangerous. I had to go look inside the window to see what was going on, to see if there was a burglary.
It's inherently dangerous, but didn't you make it more dangerous by saying, look at me, look at me, look at me?
Someone had to go back there and clear that window and see what was going on inside that house.
So, and you were gonna be the hero.
I'll be back in like 20 seconds.
No.
You were gonna charge in and save somebody from whatever was happening inside that house, correct?
No.
You were gonna be a hero, ignore the rules, ignore trying to set up a perimeter because you had decided that you had to do something, correct?
No.
And you decided to put your window through that, put that flashlight through that window, correct?
Yes.
And anybody that was inside would have seen you, correct?
Yes.
Any bad guy that you potentially imagined being there would have seen you, and they would have been alerted to your position immediately.
Yes.
Is that good police work?
So did he screw up when
Is that good?
he didn't announce himself, or did he screw up when he put on a flashlight, effectively announcing himself?
Risks are inherent in police work.
Which one was it?
Or when he didn't tell his partner about
There's no other way to see
the gun, or
No other way to see. You made that choice.
when he shot her.
It's a dark night. I had to use my flashlight.
Jolly, he's allowed to be argumentative. This is cross. He's a hostile witness.
By
definition.
Through that back window in someone's own back.
The judge has to sustain a couple argumentative objections, but
Now it's finally when you decide to announce your presence.
that's when he was like making comments outside of a question.
Well, that's where the prosecution starts giving his speech.
Yep.
No, I just used my flashlight.
And whoever was in that house had no idea.
My light. Wasn't it Christmas yet?
Whoever was in that house had no idea what was coming today.
I don't know.
Whoever was in that house had no choice.
Autumn, because it kind of is all over the place. They've kind of taken the let's throw everything at the wall and see what sticks.
Which is exactly the opposite of what a prosecution's supposed to do. But, you know,
Very direct.
when you have a shit case, you have a shit case.
And Paul, he officially announced himself when he turned the light on. And if you watch the body cam footage before he shoots, he says,
"Hands up.
Show me your hands."
Yes.
And the kid during his testimony identified that he saw the guy and recognized him as a police officer.
He said he saw a badge.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which that's probably not true, but it helps. I don't know how the kid would have seen a badge, but you know.
Yes.
Well, if he's got his body armor
This
on,
lawyer's so quiet.
on their vest. I know at least at where I live, they do.
I'm just saying, as a general premise, if somebody's shining a flashlight into a dark room, it's probably not that easy to discern.
That's true.
Yes.
That's squeezing in common sense, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
You were ordered to be there, were you not?
Yes.
You were assigned a call and you had to check, correct?
Yes.
Regardless of whether you left anybody at the front door, somebody But
if the kid says that he saw it, then there's no reason to believe that the decedent didn't.
No, that gives him more, credibility.
You were taking the great task on cross about your fast entry into the house, but then not rendering aid fast enough. You recall that?
Yes.
In your training, were you given a scenario during survival week or weeks before or after that about active shooter and getting into a structure to render aid?
Yes.
What we see on the video of you and during a fast clear, is that consistent with that type of training?
It is.
Are you taught to, you're going in as a two-person team at that point, yes?
Yes.
And you're gonna take on any threat head on as you get there, because you gotta go at this point to get to the first aid part, correct?
Yes.
When you get inside, does the event catch up with you once you're inside and find the weapon?
Yes.
Explain that to the jury.
No, he resigned.
Once I found the weapon,
He was
He
forced
resigned
to
almost
resign.
immediately.
picked it up.
Yep.
Just
Well, everybody
After his-
pulled up the damn bus.
After his police chief came out and said this was not a justified shooting.
It's because at that moment,
Yeah, well,
that's
there's
how close
that.
we came to dying. Then I set it down, and to my memory, was moving right from one thing to the next. This was passing very quickly. I had no idea until several months later when I saw that camera footage at my lawyer's office that much time had passed.
Is it up here? Philip B.
You would agree with me that the prosecutor asked you on cross-examination if there's any audio or any conversation between the two of you. You haven't had a chance in the lab to listen to that.
No.
He wanted you to testify without having any outside influences that others may hear on the tape, correct?
Yes.
There was a question early on Mr. Smith's cross about y'all walking up the driveway immediately over Narch was. That's different than the training and experience you guys practice when you got to cross over in the backyard. Is that, you call those two different questions at different
Yes.
times? They're different. You knew Darch was down the left side when you were walking up the cars.
Yes.
When you eliminate the cars, are there any windows on the?
Is it just me, or is this prosecutor citing microphones aren't important anymore?
That's the defense, and I have him jacked up 400%.
Oh, shoot. This is redirect. I totally missed that.
Prosecutor asked
That
you
is my
if you were
fault.
gonna walk this-
Oh no, no problem.
But you're right. Like,
He forgot his
microphone.
mic.
Yes.
I mean, he's got the sweet spot at least.
No.
You have to check all four sides of the structure, and you ran into trouble and you got to the back side.
Sorry, guys. I'm a little distracted by something going on.
You're fine.
No problem.
I think I just heard a knock at my front door, so I'll be right back. Give me just...
In looking in that window, when this incident took place, would you be able to get a better vantage point as to what's inside going back toward the front windows and the people?
Yes, that's what I expected.
You were asked about looking through the front doors and walking across them.
Which makes testifying almost unfair.
Kansas to walk around the doors. Are you able to make observations inside an area to see if it's clear to slide past it?
Yes.
Are you able to make observations as an officer and look through a doorway and make a decision whether or not at that second, that moment in time, there's a threat and you can clear it and move on? I'm objecting on the lead.
It's just not the only doorway.
Tell the members of the jury what it is to clear a door properly since you want to write down something to that cross.
Well, when you clear the door, whether you do it slowly or quickly, look through it, across it to see that there's no threats at that moment, and then you proceed on at that moment if it's clear.
Now, you're an engineer. You didn't have a approach rifle.
Good answer.
No, sir.
You clearing this with a sweep with your eyes?
Yes.
You taught that day in and day out in the academy?
Yes.
Is that part of the muscle memory you testified about?
Yes.
On that night when you got in the backyard, were you protecting not only yourself but also Darcy?
Yes.
Mr. Smith.
But again, you didn't know for sure where Darcy was behind you in that backyard, did you?
There is no way I could prove it. I trusted that she was doing what she was trained and was standing right behind me.
Also a good answer.
You testified earlier that you had no way of knowing for sure where Darcy was in that backyard. Are you changing your testimony?
No, I had no way to prove where she was standing. I trusted that she was standing behind me as we're trained.
And don't the general orders say?
He's getting sick of this dude.
Silent alarm, which is how you treat an open structure, correct?
Yes.
That all main exit ways should be guarded so as to prevent the escape of any offense.
Yes, they do.
And y'all did not guard all the main exit ways, correct?
No.
The two biggest exit ways when you walk up to that house on East Allen Avenue are the front door and the side door, and those were left completely unguarded, correct?
Yes.
Not one person could tell you if anyone walked in or out of those doors while you and Officer Darch went to inspect the backyard, correct?
No.
And that's a violation of general orders, isn't it?
It's not a perfect execution of the general orders.
Good answer.
Yes.
Good, Maddie. If you keep doing that with the hat, I'm getting my robe.
Oh my god.
I think it might be called for if this shit keeps up.
All right, I'm doing it.
You yelled weapon to Officer Darch before she walked in, did she? Did you?
No.
That's because a weapon can be a lot of things, correct?
Yes.
A weapon can be a knife,
Yes.
correct? A weapon can be a lead pipe, correct?
No, a lead pipe can be a
It can be
weapon.
a sword, correct?
Yes.
And you said nothing specific to Officer Darch before you let her into that house. Let her walk into that house, did you?
No.
Pass the witness.
Mr. Brissett.
Nothing further.
Mr. Dean, if you'll step down and go sit by your lawyers.
All right, real quick, Jolly. Stitch is my favorite Disney character. Has been since I was 10.
Oh my god.
All right, Cole, go find something.
Witness, we have to.
I don't have anything like that.
I'm sure you can find
So if you're
something.
retired to your room, we'll call you back out when it's ready.
Go to your kids. It's like if you have to go to your kids' room, I'm sure you'll find something.
Got this. Doesn't really follow the theme, but
There you go.
That works.
Yeah, I have that same Cardinals beanie.
yeah.
Think you have to live in Arizona.
Okay, so the jury they've sent the jury out. I guess they're gonna.
Does she kind of look like the judge from the Deb Heard trial? Kind of.
A little bit. I can see it.
Yeah, I can see that.
I was like, where do I know her from? I couldn't figure it out, and then all of a sudden it's like, dude, I bought this thing for $10 on Saturday. It's great.
You guys are nuts.
This is
That's
the
awesome.
most comfortable thing that I own.
I bet. Well, that would explain why Mike always, strips. I mean, he's like,
Mike. No, I explain exactly why he does that.
I gotta get in touch with him. We haven't talked in a little while.
I was actually thinking that too.
Oh.
He left again. When he gets back, I want him to share my screen real quick.
Yeah, can you do that?
Yeah, if you'll allow me to.
Yeah, go ahead. Does it
All
just
right.
pop up at me?
You put it in present, and then he'll
Yeah,
Yeah, no, I'll bring it in.
I see.
What are we sharing?
This is his resignation letter. If you'll.
Oh, awesome. Yeah, let's do that. Popping it up.
All I gotta do is, it says, "Dear Chief Klaus, effective immediately, I am tendering my resignation from the Fort Worth Police Department." That's it.
That's it. All right.
And if you actually, I'll zoom in a tad here, and when my mouse decides to work.
His lawyer wrote that one.
Here, let me jump back over here.
I mean, the
And if you look, that might be too far. Yeah, that's too far. I'll back it up just a little. There we go. And if you look at the date, it is literally 2 days after it happened.
Yep, it was 2 days.
Yeah. All right. So stop sharing.
You don't have any of the mayor's comments, stuff like that, do you?
I don't, but let me see what they have pulled up here. Hold on. Because they've got the arrest warrant. Let me see what else I can find.
Yeah, I read the arrest warrant on stream.
Yeah,
it was a little ridiculous to me. I was like, where in here does it say why they're actually arresting him?
Well, it's weird. Is I see two of them. Hold on, October. Are they both the same? Hold on, let me look at these real quick and see if they're both the same. Okay. Yeah, these look like they're the same. They are.
Yeah. I mean, they wrote an arrest warrant just like a very vanilla murder warrant. Like,
yeah,
he shot her. And I guess that's the way to do it.
All right, and then I'm gonna share one more thing, thanks to our friend Andrew Branca from Mr. Self-Defense himself. Oh, I don't want my camera. Whoops, wrong one. I'm going to, and I want to see if we can actually see if we can get self-defense out of this. All right, when you're ready. Thank you. So we have the 5 elements of self-defense law.
I hope he doesn't copyright strike me on this.
Why? It was a free download. He sent it to me.
Oh, that's fine.
Okay, so we're right here. Attack in progress. Imminent. Do we think he felt that immediate bodily harm? Do we think that right there?
See, I think that's the fat question in this case.
Yeah.
If you saw the gun, then yes.
But let's just assume that she pointed the gun at him.
Then he's good there.
Then we move down. Is it the right tool for the job?
Yep.
Yeah. There's a window between them.
Well,
she's got a gun.
At that end, I mean, it's deadly force can be met with deadly force. Like,
exactly. It actually,
you don't have to pull a taser and then go to the gun. Like, not how it works.
All right. Reasonableness. Do we think that a regular person with a gun pointed at him in the dark could think that this person's going to do bodily harm to me?
Yes.
Yeah.
But if you ask some of these commentators, no. But yes, the answer is yes.
Do we think that they have the right to retreat? He needs the right to a retreat,
or had the ability to retreat.
Yeah, no. If he would have, she'd have shot.
The shot could have been immediate.
Exactly.
I don't know if she would have. I kind of doubt she would have. But from a reasonable person's perspective, she would have.
Correct. And
cops
then,
don't run, dude. Like,
right?
Sorry, cops don't run. Like,
they're not supposed to.
Yeah.
And then, did he start the fight? Not really.
No, he was called there.
Was he justified in it? Yes, he's a cop. They were out on a, they were out on a call of somebody breaking into this house. Mm-hmm. He got to the back window. He saw a gun. He fired. I would think that that's mutual confrontation.
Yeah, and I think the innocence, the don't start to fight, is way more about. I mean, he wasn't there to start conflict. He was there to help her, to protect her house. And John and I got in a whole conversation about, well, what if he was trespassing? What if he's a regular citizen trespassing? In that standpoint, I think you would have a hard time arguing you didn't start the fight. In this case, I don't think he did. So really, the fact question here is imminence. Once you hit imminence, you can go through this cycle pretty easily.
Oh, well, and he was pointing a gun at her. However,
he didn't draw it though until he saw the gun.
And he actually said before he lifts his gun, "Show me your hands."
Your hands. Yep.
Paul, have you seen the body cam footage?
No, Cole. No,
I'm looking in the chat. I'm sorry.
Oh, in the chat. I got you. Sorry, I was like,
you're like, Paul, I'm like, I know who you are.
Yeah, I thought so.
Paul in the chat said he was pointing a gun at her too. Okay, so go back. Do me a favor. Go back and watch it again, but don't watch what's going on in the direct. Watch the shakiness of the cam, because that camera was sitting on his shoulder. You actually see when he pulls his gun.
I was literally saying that like 2 hours ago.
Yep. But and here's the thing. I don't even care about that. She would have been absolutely justified. She would have been absolutely justified to shoot him.
Exactly.
Probably, yes.
It doesn't make it mutually exclusive.
Oh, no.
It's not a mutually exclusive. This is not a, well, even in civil cases, two parties can be right and win. But this is not a,
heard all over again.
This is not a her versus him.
No, this is.
It was in the time, but it's not. She was right or he is right. They can both be right.
I think they were both
right. At the same time, he just happened to pull the trigger first.
Yep.
And that's exactly like people say, if you're going to carry a gun,
be willing to use it.
Exactly. And that's a cop's right, and that's her right. Yes, they live in Texas, and sure, I heard somebody say that he should have expected her or the people in there to carry a gun because they live in Texas. No.
No, he was expecting her to carry a gun. That's why he pulled it.
Yeah. I mean, if the whole idea is that this was a burglary in progress, the idea of them having a weapon is not outside of the realm of what somebody might expect.
No.
Sure, but she was trying to say that because he had his gun and shot her, he should have been more vigilant and kind of observed more.
I don't know. That's not the standard that I was taught in law school.
Yeah, that's kind of what okay.
Yeah, I mean, hey, Paul, keep giving us your divergent opinions too. Like this is not
a conversation.
This isn't a gang up on Paul thing. Like,
not at all.
These are good arguments, and in a lot of chats, these are the arguments you only see.
And I completely agree with that. He was shining. He could have said, "Show me your hands, police." He could have, but it was what did we think it to? A minute and 17 seconds?
Yep.
That the whole thing happened. So it's like, I mean,
and that particular moment of recognition occurred over the course of maybe 3.
Yeah. I think
long enough to say, "Show me your hands," and he said,
"Show me your hands twice."
Yeah, he said he couldn't. As he was saying it the second time, he had shot her.
Yeah.
As he was saying it the second time, he said that he saw the barrel. Okay.
Yeah, and he shot.
That. First of all, he has a great draw time. I'll give him that.
No shit.
Yeah.
And he's got good accuracy.
They were on alert. I don't know how you their bodies were on alert.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That situation. Like you can tell
it's the adrenaline dump.
But they didn't think they were going to a normal call.
I think once they saw the state of
I
the
guarantee
house,
you exactly what I was going to say. The second they saw the state of the house, they went alert up.
yeah.
Something's not right. And I mean, you put the call in, plus the fact that they got there and there was the stuff on the patio, which made it even more plausible, not possible, plausible, that there was a burglary in progress and people were inside the house. So they went into, okay, let's check the outside of the house, the perimeter, see what we see, and we'll go from there. They got to a point where that air conditioner was right there. He glanced in, something drew his attention. He got his flashlight turned on, and it happened.
He saw a weapon. Like, it's horrible.
That's the exact.
It's an
story
accident. It's an accident.
Paul, let me say this real quick, Paul. I absolutely hate. No, it wasn't an accident.
Well, what I mean is, it wasn't like he intentionally went in there to shoot somebody.
It was a justifiable use of deadly force.
He
That's
went
not
there to
an
protect her
accident.
house. He went
That's
there.
fair.
He went there to protect her house, and unfortunately, there wasn't somebody to protect the house from. There was someone else trying to protect the house, and he shot her justifiably. Like the accident part where I kind of like.
I don't like the loose term. I don't like the loose use of the term accident, because that means something very different to me as a civil defense attorney.
And that's fair. The justifiable means of deadly force is the proper term to use. You're correct. I was saying accident kind of is.
No, I know where you were coming from. I just like that term particularly to me is like kind of a light bulb switch.
Right. I should have said.
Well, I mean, like, because of true accident, it should not be in court.
Yeah. He shouldn't be in court, which is what's wrong. This turned into a kind of a political shit show.
I agree, but I was saying the same thing, but I think John's right, and John, I think you said this, there is a true question of fact in that, was the gun raised?
And there's only two people that officially know.
And one of them's dead.
And the other one's body cam. You really can't tell. I mean,
if his body cam's not bad for him.
I know it definitely helps.
I think the body cam absolutely, in my opinion, confirms the burglary in progress thing going through his mind. That
absolutely
makes sense to me.
And
folks, I don't know why we're on break again. Usually they let us hear argument, but there's been a few times where they just pulled us out. I'm monitoring it. If anyone sees anything on Twitter or anything like that,
because this is, you're right. They usually do let us hear the argument,
and it wasn't time. It wasn't time for another full break.
Arguing about.
That's what I was going to ask. Is it time for like the afternoon break?
Nope.
Let me.
Because what is it?
Let me jump on Twitter.
Yeah, if anyone sees anything on Twitter, let me know.
I'm looking. Long Crime usually pretty good on their tweets.
They are, but they're usually like behind on it.
Well, at least they'll tell what's
going on. Don't you dare give any benefits to law and crime. Come on.
No.
Oh, I'm not gonna lie. Law and Crime's only.
They are pretty good at it, though.
They're the only person I follow that I have notified me when they tweet on. So, not even you, John. Just Law and Crime. So.
Hey, by the way, I just broke 1,000 Twitter followers, so that's kind of
nice. You're killing it, dude.
Dude, very nice.
Speaking of which, my Twitter link is in the description. It's Trial Junkie Cole or at Trial Junkie Cole. Changed from the crazy one that I had.
I couldn't find it
because of both of these guys. That's the nice thing about Twitter is you can change your handle without losing your followers.
That is pretty cool, actually. There are not a lot of platforms where you can change your username without having to start over.
I just wonder what my followers think. He used to tweet about radical libertarian ideas. And now he's just promoting a YouTube channel.
You know, 6 of one, half a dozen of the other.
Okay, I must not have heard that. Did you guys hear the assistant district attorney ask him his grade as a police
Oh, like 7 times. It was
yeah.
it was,
Well, I never caught his response. I actually
plus.
never heard.
They
Yeah,
said B.
and instead of an A, I'm sorry, but a B to an A is literally could be a quarter of a point. I mean,
Well,
if you're
anyway-
taking a bar exam, that's passing or failing.
No, a B would still be passing the bar exam.
Well, no,
Like
no,
a
no. I mean that, like, instead of failing it or
I know what
passing.
you mean.
Could be in a, you say that, and I'm like, oh, no, wait.
There are plenty of C attorneys in the world.
I had a professor in business school tell us that C's were the only good grade. A's and B's were inefficient. D's and F's weren't good enough.
Economy of effort.
Yep.
I mean, Rogers is right. Why wouldn't she yell something if she saw somebody outside?
I don't know if I'd yell something. Because
Well, the kids said we didn't hear anything either.
It's just one of those things that unfortunately
happened.
Yeah.
I mean,
My
there is
natural
such a thing
reaction
as
would be to stay quiet.
there is such a thing as it's nobody's fault.
And that's kind of where I'm sitting at, watching this whole case. It's nobody's fault, and
like, look, I don't want this. I don't want a weaponized state to be able to come onto my personal property and shoot me. I hate that idea. I do like the idea that he's coming to protect your house, and he's justified. Like, he saw the barrel of a gun. I don't want it to be where you are not allowed to shoot when seeing a barrel of a gun pointed at you. It's just a really hard question. And in that case, I think you have to go with the black letter law. Like, yeah, maybe they did. I have this feeling, I can't describe what they should have done better, but I do have a feeling that they could have both officers could have probably handled that situation better.
They could have
waited.
waited.
But I'm not
I
caught.
agree.
I don't know.
They could have waited for backup or more officers, or there are many things that, from my perspective, and this is the way that I presented it, particularly when it came to like medical malpractice cases, is now that we know what the outcome was, are there ways that we can look back at it and say, certain things could have been done differently? Sure. But that's not the standard. It's what was a reasonable doctor, or in this case, a reasonable officer, in that circumstance with the information that they had available going to do. And unfortunately, the chain of events led to a bad outcome. That doesn't necessarily make it anyone's fault.
Yeah.
That makes, like, that's the way that I usually try to frame it.
I 100% agree with that. And so I always try to think too, like, well, why didn't they call for backup? Because if they called for backup on every open structure call, nothing
there would be
else.
A police department left.
Well, the police department would be at these open structure calls or light calls. Crime would go up because other calls weren't getting handled, and the community would be up in arms.
Well, that's the thing is, I don't like an open structure call. It's probably like mid-tier priority. It's not a murder. It's not an active robbery. It's a mid-tier call, right? Am I totally off base?
No, it's 2. It's the level 2. It's definition of mid-tier. Like, and they weren't walking around. I thought they were walking like securing the structure, clearing the structure with their weapons drawn, but he wasn't even doing that.
No, he was trying to look in
He
through
draw
the
and shot when the
figure
gun
out
was-
what the lay of the land was to determine how to approach the situation.
All right, I'm kind of curious. Let's see. Oh, we're going back. I was just gonna say, let's see what these crazy people, the local media, have to say. But never
I
mind,
think we
we're
should
going
let
back.
them talk at some point, and I can just make fun of them because I actually am a lawyer. So I can only imagine how stupid their commentary is.
I'm a lawyer.
Oh God.
I mean, that one was talking about the prosecutor giving a master class, which I have some questions
Yeah, she
about.
started with that was a master class.
Not where I come from, but okay.
What happened there? Oh, I bet this jury's just coming back in. That's why we're raised. This jury's coming back in.
Yeah.
I think this guy is bald.
I think it was a competent cross. I would not call it a master class. I'll put it that way.
He did really good. I mean, he got him to the point he needed to be, where he couldn't do anything. He was stuck, legitimately.
Again, he toppled Saddam's regime, and then he just never left.
Yeah.
Good afternoon. We are ready to proceed. Ladies and gentlemen, this witness has been previously sworn to testify truthfully. Mr. Brissett.
Thank you, Your Honor. The defense would
Oh, body cam guy.
Mr. Fredericks, good afternoon,
This
sir.
is
Good
the
afternoon.
body cam expert that they had on the stand at the beginning of the day.
Good afternoon.
So here's what I find
Good
interesting
afternoon.
is they don't have him do any.
You have a
They don't qualify him
background
as a witness in front of the jury at all, which kind of makes me as a juror say like,
It is
do
not.
I trust him? I don't like that.
It's interesting. I never thought about it.
Oh, they've
I'm a
wandered him
certified
outside of
forensic video
the
analyst.
jury.
Yep, they
Yeah,
him
this morning.
outside this morning.
Yeah,
Before
and
they
they
were-
done that with
I have a
everyone.
degree in broadcast television communications. My emphasis was on television engineering. I worked in television for a number of years.
Okay, they're qualifying him a little bit. I think
Eventually
we're good.
left that business and became a police officer with the city of Vancouver
Well,
in Canada.
now they have to do it
During
twice.
the time that I was a police officer, I
Yeah.
continually got called off the
Hopefully
street
they
to work
can
on any
go fast with it.
video-related cases. But in that time, I worked the street. I was a patrol officer, and then I ended up working major crime, assigned as the head of the forensic video unit. During that time, I began teaching at the FBI Academy, doing forensic video instruction. That started in about 1998. In about 2001,
I don't
I've been a
necessarily
contract
disagree with
instructor at
this
the
either.
FBI National Academy in Quantico, Virginia, and I've been doing those courses.
It's policy. They followed
each
policy,
year,
but was the
since
policy
then.
right? That might need to
And,
be reviewed.
For the past
And
couple
we're-
of years, I've been
go down
also,
one. I think that's even
instructing
funnier.
The command courses for police chiefs around the country as part of the FBI training.
It's like, wasn't that in a movie?
Oh yeah, I mean, but it's true.
Apart from my undergraduate degree and experience, I also have a certification from an organization called the Law Enforcement and Emergency Services Video Association.
God, I wish it was
The
Christmas.
acronym is LEVA, L-E-V-A.
I have a
And
ring
it's a
light
worldwide
going under the tree.
organization with thousands of members.
It's like, damn,
We
I
have
wish it
two
was Christmas time.
certifications. One is a technician
Green.
certification for video, and the other is a certified forensic video analyst certification. As a part of that curriculum,
I was excited about hearing from this guy
certified
this morning
individuals have to go
when I
through
thought he was going to testify
a
right
course
after.
that's similar
but
to
they're-
a master's type degree. It's about 280.
I don't know.
hours of
I'm more
training,
curious to see
followed
what he's
by
gonna
a
say
awarded,
after
where
hearing the
defense
defense.
of a report
Yep.
and a work product has to be presented, and that's in front of peers. All of these the courses have to be tested, so you can't just attend. You have to test out, and then every 3 years we have to recertify. That recertification requires another 80 hours per certification period of additional training.
And when did you become certified? What year?
The certification program, I think, started in about 2007. We didn't grandfather I was a lead instructor for that organization for about 14 years. We didn't grandfather anybody in. So I believe I got certified the first time in about 2012. And I've maintained my certification since.
Have you had an opportunity to testify in the field of?
So Fudger is boring, so I'm going to
Yeah.
grift real quick. Hit that subscribe button, hit that notification
Yes.
button, hit that like button if you haven't already. Also, I do have a donation link in the description. Please don't feel obligated, but if you feel at all compelled, hit that link. There's not a real big charge on it. It's like 3% to donate to me. So appreciate any of it.
Video evidence is.
I was gonna say, if you don't want it, yes, it is miscongeniality. Good pull.
So
That's
when I would
right.
go to a crime scene as a police officer and find a witness.
And if you weren't gonna grift
we
about
wouldn't
money, I was about to
just
say you can
accept
always
everything
hit
the witness would tell us. We would
Cash App.
interrogate them. We'd want to find out.
My
first
Cash
of
App's
all,
always
their
open.
names, how old they are. Where do
Yeah,
they
so I built my
stand,
site,
perspective
trialjunkie.online,
did they have
through
any
GoDaddy, and they
relationship
offer
with the
a
victim
pretty
or-
cool
or
paid method
suspect,
that's easy
we
to
can
set up.
understand
So I
what
just did that.
biases there
That's
might be.
awesome.
So digital video evidence has all the same frailties of a human eyewitness. And due to something called compression, there are hundreds of different kinds of compression methods to encode video. Each one of them records video slightly different than the other, resulting in changes to color.
He
shape,
seems absolutely riveting.
resolution. So the interrogation process.
Hey, I
He's
love
just
that.
basically
asks the question,
revoiring
is the video
himself.
fit for the purpose that the examination request is asking.
Yay.
Does it
That's
have
my
the
favorite
resolution,
part of
color,
all
are colors
testimony is
reproduced
experts
correctly,
giving their qualifications.
the position of the camera, how
Yep.
far away, how many pixels.
Has to be
per inch,
done,
perhaps, if we're
but-
measuring.
It does,
the object
but
at
it is
plane
the most
from
boring
distance
part
the
of
camera,
trial.
we conduct accurate measurements. So there are
So the part where
variety of
sometimes I
different
wonder if it has to be done,
interrogation questions we ask.
because I've heard some
Those are
very
small sample.
terrible void
We
ears.
didn't get into the
And
metadata.
I've never seen anyone
If
actually get
questions
excluded.
regarding timing,
So why don't they just have them
test
testify?
the recording device.
I've seen
and
people
the
get excluded.
data
Have you?
within
That's good.
the streams of video and audio to see if the
I just feel like you should take their CV, put it in one of those T-shirt cannons,
So
and just
those
shoot it
are
at the
few
jury.
examples of
That's it.
many dozens of interrogation processes.
Definitely. Just I like that idea.
Metadata is simply data about data. It is a recording such as the body camera will encode two streams of what we call essence. One is a video stream, the other is an audio stream.
Metadata is classification.
Each one of those
data.
streams is associated with metadata.
Metadata will get us like.
And they are recorded with different
I mean,
codecs, compressors.
I'm
decompressors,
sure
so the
Amber Heard
audio
doesn't want to talk about
is
metadata.
recorded completely independent of the video, and they will have different results, and the timing will be slightly different. If we're looking at milliseconds, thousands of a second timing, there will be an offset. All of that data is important to the integrity and the understanding of what the video is trying to tell us. And then each image within the video also has metadata that helps players play the video back properly and helps us assess the reliability.
It's kind of an odd
of image to
description.
another image,
Metadata,
which should
but
actually be different.
okay, I'll give it to him.
And as part of our representation of Aaron Dean, engage your services to look at a video in this case, Aaron's body worn camera. Is that your understanding?
Yes.
And we let you have wide range. of-
And John's channel's in the description there too.
Look at it and give us your-
Maddie, if you have anything you want to share, please throw it in.
Based on the specific request.
I'm getting there.
All right.
I understood what the
Gotcha.
request
I
was.
appreciate it.
Then I conducted an examination of the video.
I mean, I've gained since I started helping with you. I've gained
Mr. Smith, Ms. Diener.
4 new subs since Saturday.
And we're
Nice.
able to send us a link from a-
So we've hit 18.
You received a link at some point for evidence.
That's awesome.
to download a video. You recall that?
What channel is it? What's the channel?
Oh,
Oh, you shared it. Yeah, you shared it.
yeah, I'm doing it right now. I'm actually going to drop the link in the chat right
I
now.
can receive the video in two different ways. One is to receive a link and download it, and the other is to receive the video and then an audit report, so I can validate that it's been downloaded properly. I don't recall in this case whether I downloaded.
I get
it or not.
fidgety when people are just like rambling on.
For those, and for the jury's benefit, evidence.com is a system used by a company known as Axon, I believe.
Axon, yes.
And Axon is the manufacturer of the camera in this case.
Yes.
No, I heard a cat too. I think it's
You have
Maddie.
an understanding and a working
Yeah, it's
knowledge
mine.
of how
Sorry.
evidence.com
No, that's all right.
uploads video from a department such as
I thought it was
Yeah,
kind of funny. It was very faint, so I was like,
Yes.
Our
consulted for a large number of
Christmas
departments
present
on
3 years ago
body
is
worn video. I've researched
once
it
in the room, and I'm like, no.
about body worn video. I am also a consultant, a paid consultant for Axon. Right
But
now,
yes,
so
Jolly
I have
Rogers, that is
knowledge of
poison
this.
ivy.
The camera itself, worn by the officer, is after it's been used, the end of shift is placed into what's called a docking station. Prior to it being placed into the docking station, the officer has no access, control, more control over the images, so they can't be changed. The data is uploaded to a cloud service. In this case, it's I believe it's the Amazon cloud storage device, and which has silo storage systems all over the world that they deposit pieces of this data on for protection. Once the data is uploaded,
that was the most basic description of AWS I've ever heard in my life.
It's very plain.
Packets of data are sent up, and each packet has a code that identifies what's being sent.
Now, this is actually a good description.
The packet is cross-referenced, and then once the packets are all received, they're all put back together into a video stream and audio stream, so that the essence. That audit trail starts with producing what's called a hash. And that hash is a alphanumeric character. In this case, it's called a SHA-256 hash. It's got 52 hexadecimal codes that identifies it as a unique file. And so basically we refer to that as the DNA of the file. So it's a unique data set. No other data set will have the same hash values. That identifies.
All right, I'll go grab her in a minute.
The first instance on the camera that should then survive that process of being uploaded and stored in evidence.com. The police department will have coded access.
They're doing a lot of talk about authenticating this video and the chain of command, like
authorized within the department. Axon can't even
or
get
chain
access
of
to it. It's very proprietary.
custody.
I don't know why. Get her in a minute.
I don't really know why the defense is doing that.
Court where
fuck, man.
Faces may be blocked out.
She was supposed to be here like
action process,
earlier.
or you can download the original file. And when that file is downloaded, we then get the audit.
There is a way to do it in a way that is reasonably intuitive. It is, once again, I've gone back to this, telling a story.
Yep.
Invalidate that.
And he's doing an okay job. He's an okay job at that. Like he's explaining metadata and he's explaining AWS and stuff like that the same way I would. I just don't know why he's having to do that.
I'm not necessarily certain that the jury cares.
And it's the state's video.
Right.
Yeah, it's probably floating over Seattle. Maybe it's the Space Needle.
Defendants 37. Do you recognize?
That's where the Amazon cloud is. It's the Space Needle.
I do.
All right, I'll be right back.
And what is Defendants 37?
This is sort of a two-part audit trail. The first part of this is the information about when the file was first uploaded, and it has the SHA. It says SHA-2 here, but it's SHA-256, and it has the checksum, which is the hash.
I think, like,
code.
from my perspective,
it has some dates, and then it has some information
unless
about who
this
accessed
preliminary stuff
that
advances
video,
your
when it
story in
accessed,
some way, why not just stipulate to it and move on to the story?
I'll show you what's been marked for identification purposes is a thumb drive labeled.
The only reason I see to do this is if you're going to attack the state on their
source video,
chain of
the
custody.
original video in this case.
Which they might. I mean, they didn't do a fantastic job establishing in the first instance.
Defendants 36 would be reported on.
Or maybe just wanting to look more thorough in front of the jury.
Yes.
Yes.
But there's a risk of boring the shit out of them.
Contents of Defendants 36 to do.
That's what I'm saying, is juries get bored.
In this case, am I understanding that correct?
Yes.
We are at this time, the defense would tender to the state. Defendants 36 and 37 offer.
Okay, well, so it's their own evidence. Maybe he did some altering to it.
He might have.
Defense exhibits 36 and 37 are admitted.
In that case, you have to lay all that foundation.
Yes. I also wouldn't allow it in. We have the raw footage.
Mm-hmm.
So best evidence rule, why would I allow an altered version of it?
For this type of Axon camera
Well, he did say he made
Model
something.
is
That could
a,
be one of the
uh,
things he
tree,
made was a
and then
altered
each
version of the
cameras
video.
has a unique
Right, but why would I allow that in its evidence?
Sure, but if
That
maybe it's
is
a
literally a
clear.
definition of fabrication.
Well, it could be. He could have just like brightened it up a little bit too. So it could benefit both sides.
No, that's still bad evidence.
All the streams, all the metadata.
Best evidence rule. We have the original.
Actually,
that's all we need.
The essence. We then have TV screens to them.
Man, can you go talk to Judge Schroeder about that?
It's not a fair and accurate representation of what was actually depicted at the time.
John, I'll pay for your airline ticket to go discuss that with Judge Schroeder in
On all
Wisconsin.
stations, yes.
Fair enough.
Ouch! You had to go there, huh? I'm still fighting the cat, so I've got my AirPods on. It's like, ow! Okay, I got that one.
Limitations of a camera system like the Axon camera used in this case?
Yes.
May I approach with you, John?
Yes, sir.
How in God's name does it take 2.5 hours to get a pack of cigarettes delivered to you?
Dude, you could have run downstairs, got it.
Wait, you actually got him to deliver it, huh?
Fredericks, I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification purposes.
Well, we'll see in 13 minutes.
Well, yeah, I'm watching an Amazon truck on my phone too.
38. The 39 is a printout hard copy of what you prepared on 38.
Yes.
And is this the summary of the testimony to explain the limitations of an Axon 2 camera and what we should be looking at with?
This exhibit provides a 10,000 foot level basic understanding of the immediate limitations. It's not a complete exhaustive list, but it's relevant to this examination.
Would it aid you in your testimony today before the jury to explain what you found during your interrogation and what some of the limitations are with the camera system as a whole?
Yes.
Show you what's been marked for identification purposes is defendant's 42.
I'm wondering a little bit where they're going because I actually think the body cam footage is helpful to them. So why would you want to focus on limitations?
I'm kind of confused. One thing I was just thinking about is this defense attorney here used to be a chief prosecutor and head of the technical and forensics division, so he knows what he's doing in this stuff.
But that also might give a little bit of tunnel vision, you know?
Yep.
When your tool is a hammer, everything looks like a nail.
Yep.
Totally. It was 38, 39, and 42 are admitted.
Mr. Fredericks, with the ability of your computer system, do you have defendants 38 already keyed into your system?
Yes.
And you, with the court's permission, Judge, may we publish 38?
Yes.
Bring that up.
Finally, dude. We get to see this evidence. What is it? I'm on the edge of my chair.
So when we look at an Axon Flex 2 camera, what are some of the limitations that we've been looking at?
Just for the record here, I'll be referring sometimes to.
Oh God, we really need to have a conversation with this cameraman in terms of smooth panning.
On Flex 2 camera limitations as slide 1. And what I've done is, if I advance to slide 2, I've outlined sort of the general purpose of the Axon Flex camera, what it's designed for. I am a co-author of the national standards for mobile video recordings for law enforcement, for digital mobile video recordings. And we set standards for the Department of Justice and the International Association of Chiefs of Police to help guide
Oh my God, this guy's putting me to sleep, man.
And so the purpose of cameras in general.
It won't get better.
improve.
I usually can get in. I can usually get into this stuff. He's just
to provide sort of.
It would be helpful if he actually used words instead of and as 90% of his
purpose of the actual
vocabulary.
camera or the conduct of the camera to reach that purpose has some limitations, but in general, the purpose is to provide visual and audible perspective of all these.
Holy shit, Amazon! I'll be right back.
And that's the perspective.
There you go. My guy on the map is apparently going in the wrong direction. So,
who did you order it from, John?
Accurately reproduces
What's
what
that?
was recorded.
I had,
So as far as
I had DoorDash actually cancel a delivery on me once.
File in 10 years, and it will show us exactly the same.
Depending on how hungry I was, I would have wanted to kill them.
Oh yeah, I did. Oh, trust me, I had a screaming 11-year-old at the time. Yeah, I was pissed. The chick thought it was because the 316 North Miller is literally on both sides of the freeway.
Closely synchronized. The audio.
And she thought it was on the other side and didn't have the gas to get to me, so she canceled my order. I was pissed. And
provide
Kara,
timing.
I have Cash App. Mine's actually in the chat.
It's independent of potential bias. So the camera.
That's the point where you start contemplating setting things on fire.
It really doesn't, but it's not subject to, if it's properly interrogated, to any particular bias. It's going to be what it's going to be. Is considered a technical witness requiring that interrogation that I spoke about earlier. And on slide 8, I start off with sort of an explanation of some of the limitations.
I will literally pay WFAA to show these slides while he's talking instead of just
most body-worn video systems, and there are many.
Does anybody have their phone number?
It cannot reproduce
the
perspective, the experience of the officer. The camera is not.
John, I think you just pay them through pay.trail junkie. That's live.
Police officers are not designed to reproduce the officer's.
There you go. You're starting to get the grift.
They are located in a different position in the officer's eyes. And we'll get through a number of examples of or discussions of what the camera is confined to. So its field of view is determined by where it's positioned and the movement of the officer's body, not movement of the officer's head or eyes or the officer's ability to see in certain.
This is basic body cam testimony, man. Like,
it cannot independently track events. So if there's an event happening in one part
That's
of the
the thing when you watch a bunch of trials, like we've heard this a million times.
Yeah, the jury hasn't.
The jury might not have.
Whereas a human can.
You know, like we were talking about, that little like jostle is him pulling the weapon, for instance. Like that's the kind of thing that people don't necessarily think about.
Well, to be honest, I didn't even think about that one. So
the officer's head turns to see something, the camera will continue seeing that one object.
I'm just finding it more interesting.
It has
like
what's called a
the
monocular vision.
defense is laying the foundation for this body cam, and I think that's what it goes to now. Is the thing about it is they're going to focus way more on the body cam.
Separation of our eyes.
And then the prosecution did.
The ability to see.
It's fantastic for them.
Yeah, so that's why they have to. That's why they have to lay all this foundation.
So we can look at a scene and we can get a sense of who is.
Well, I mean, you sort of notice, like during the prosecution's case,
how far back
they ran through it, tried to get ahead of it a little bit, but they were not emphasizing it. But the camera is the defense's entire case.
We don't have that.
Yeah. Yeah, Katie, I agree.
The field of
immediate
view
execution.
Camera.
No trial, no jury.
2 degrees horizontal. So
the second you hit cancel on the app, we just kill you.
5 degrees from top to bottom, so it has a much narrower.
When I was working on getting new internet this weekend, Verizon is offering like a $250 Grubhub gift card when you get there. And it's not SPN. I mean, it almost sold me on it, man.
That's not terrible. I have Verizon, not for the internet, but for my phone.
Yeah, I have Verizon for phone, but they have I was looking at their home internet, but it's not fast enough.
Even though they're behind our eyes. So that's just over 100.
Yeah, I was thinking that all food delivery drivers, it should be like Speed.
So can't again.
You know the movie where if you end up going less miles an hour, the bus blows
frames
up.
per second.
Yep.
You just do that. The second you hit cancel on an
0.97
order,
frames per second.
boom,
And
car's
that,
gone.
Odd number 0.97 is a holdover from old broadcast television in the United States. It goes back to 1953.
Guys, I want to blow this channel
How,
up big enough
images are
to where I can
transmitted
start doing
over a
videos,
broadcast signal.
ordering
These
food,
cameras
and
are
then
still
tipping the
maintaining
drivers like
these cameras, maintaining
thousands
that
of
frame
dollars.
rate. That frame rate.
You're on the wrong platform. That's called TikTok.
9.97
Oh,
frames
did
per
you go on
second.
YouTube?
That tells us how long it is between the beginning of one image being captured.
No, I'm pretty sure you have to pay the Chinese Communist government some amount of money in order to do channels like that.
33.33 milliseconds. Thousands.
I don't have TikTok on my phone, man.
So we can calculate timing based on that. The human eye, the studies show that in general, when we're watching something, say on a
So, John, do you think, I feel like they're trying to go over all lay all the
how many
foundation, talk about all the
events did we
technical
perceive?
aspects of what they're
Studies
going to show
that
for
we perceive
everything?
events at a speed of about 13,000.
I always like it when they hit.
We were
I always like
watching
when they hit foundation,
recorded
show
that frame
something.
rate
Hit
and
foundation, show
jump
something.
or something.
'Cause especially for like an
Move
older
the
jury
switch
member, that
at
don't just
13,000
spare
per second.
anything, but for a
We
non-technical
would-
jury
most of us
member,
would say
this
something
is like a
there's
dump,
something moving, let's go
a
back.
dump of
I think
information on this.
Part
In my
of
own
the
personal
problem
experience,
that you
as
have
tens of thousands
is
of video images, I
their
know that
actual content in terms of what the video is. All of this setup is relevant to each piece, so it's a little difficult when you're dealing with a technical expert not to get all of that out ahead of time.
7 milliseconds. That's 60
Makes
frames per
sense.
second.
I mean,
We're watching sporting events on television. We're
the
watching
jury member is actually listening and trying to absorb all this.
No,
They're gonna
no,
walk
they are.
away. They're gonna walk away dripping, man. Like,
No, they're asleep.
Otherwise, it would be kind of
Everybody knows they're asleep, but you kind of have to do it anyway because.
And dynamic range constraints.
there
with this
might be
camera
one juror
are
that's like, I want to know
very
how that works.
significant. And by dynamic
Well, no, I mean it's a little bit.
range,
It's more a technical reason when it's all said and done.
In a scene. So if we were to walk into a dark room.
That sucks, Kara.
And there was a bit of light in the corner.
I hate
and
meetings.
Somebody was illuminated, and then somebody in the darkness in our foreground. We would see both of them, and we'd be able to instantly evaluate.
Hey, there's the
adjust,
kitty.
And our eyes would do it in milliseconds, and we'd be able to go back and forth. Cameras generally will focus on the brightest object and darken everything else. So the camera may not see somebody sitting in the foreground.
She's a bitcher. all right. Hold on.
Object in the background.
And in
So that's
fairness,
a-
like he's not
limited
the worst I've ever seen,
He's not bad.
but
All
it
of
just
these
it is always boring.
especially body worn video. Most
The way
police
he's
work
described AWS,
and all of these.
I thought that was pretty good.
Video. Majority of video that I look at is nighttime video, and we have to kind of study it as much as we can.
And as
to,
much as it feels like this is taking an eternity, he's actually doing it in a fairly concise manner compared to some other folks I've seen.
it's just a lot of things he's hitting on.
brightest thing that the camera
Yeah.
can try to focus on to pull as much light. If we try to have a provision for that by doing enhancements, and I'm kind of air quoting enhancements here. Enhancement is not something that a video analyst generally does. It's something we see in the movies and on television. Let's enhance that. Let's get a license plate. It's very rare to be able to actually.
That's an interesting
effectively
choice for where to
enhance
be.
video and get any.
Apparently, my delivery driver is decided to end up on the wrong
All I'm
island.
going to be doing is I'm going to be brightening up
You address that.
compression errors, and we won't get any more value. So that's the dynamic range really limits our ability to do that and to see detail, especially if we're looking at a low resolution digital video image as opposed to HD, high definition, where the dynamic range is much better engineered in the camera system or in the encoding system. And this camera has a number of options for improving the image quality. What we're dealing with, this camera was set to the lowest image quality possible. So we're kind of hamstrung on what we see.
Mr. Frederick, directing your attention to the
Low res.
I think the Appendix 42, the spec sheet for the cameras there?
Yes.
And do you have, I apologize, I hate jumping between decks. We can go to it in a second, but you also have that in your system as well, I believe, do you not?
Yes. And we can go to it because I was referring to this
Okay.
in this discussion.
Could you pull that up at this point?
Ready?
Yes.
I'm just going to make this a bit bigger.
Mr. Frederick, you were just talking about the camera system that was used by Officer Dean that night had approximately 4 different resolution settings. Is that correct?
Yes.
How does a department such as Fort Worth, does the officer pick which setting he's going to use that night? How does this take place with the camera system such as this, based on your knowledge?
This is an agency request. And so in the purchasing process and the acquisition of the cameras from the manufacturer to the agency, firmware in the camera when it's delivered will dictate the quality of the images and therefore how much data will be produced per image. And so if you can imagine having hundreds of cameras recording all of the police shifts and having to upload it to the cloud, the higher the quality, the more costly it is to be stored. And so some agencies choose, based on their financial restraints, to acquire the least amount of data to approximate the scene. And so the agencies ask for these options, and these are part of the sales approach that all the body-worn video systems offer. They say,
I think they said it went with 480 on this.
And to save money, you can choose a lower resolution if you want to.
On the exhibit that's on the screen, which is Appendix 42, of the 4 options that are there under resolution, under item 8, which was this camera set at that night?
Low standard definition 480p, that's 480 pixels from top to bottom, and it's progressive. And it's a WVGA resolution, which is a pretty poor resolution.
Damn,
in today's
that's like
The number 848 by 480 versus 1920 by 1080 under the high HD. What do those numbers in the brackets mean?
1920 is the number of pixels in the same field of view, same 102 degrees, so the same area has 1920 pixels as opposed to 848 pixels. And the second number, the 1080, means that we have 1080 pixels from top to bottom in that same area that is represented.
Well, cigarettes arrived, but the internet still is not quite up to enough. So there's that. One thing at a time.
That's hilarious, man. So this body camera was 480p.
Right-hand
VGA.
side, that this is a
Quality
cost
low.
factor for agencies, and I certainly understand it, is that every hour of high definition video takes up about 5.4 gigabytes of data. It changes depending on nighttime and how much movement is in the camera, but that's the average. Whereas the one we have takes up less than a gigabyte per hour, so significantly less resolution.
And with less resolution, is there less information available to interrogate post-incident as to what may have happened or taken place in front of the camera?
I would just object to that as compounding
question. There is more compression, and as a result of that, there is less reliability and less visual information. The audio is not affected; it's the video that's affected.
On 42 as well, on the right-hand side, this is a 2-column example for their spec sheet, is it not?
It is. It is, yes.
There is an item that says low light capability less than 0.1 lux. What's a lux?
It's a measure of brightness, and that's fairly pretty low, 0.1 lux.
And is that 0.1 lux at the low recording value or 0.1 lux at the 2K high definition value?
That's going to be.
Oh my God.
I think it might be on a robot, dude.
The system be less capable and low light at a lower quality resolution than it's capturing now?
What's the resolution we're seeing this chart at?
If we get 0.1.
I thought I was about to kill somebody.
Expect a poorer performance in capturing.
My movie came in, and I'm like, oh my God, I knew it was used, but it was a library from a library, and I'm like, oh my God, I'm gonna be mad as hell. But the DVD looks like it's in good shape, and I was scared that it wasn't region 1.
I ended up at slide 14.
I'd have been mad if I'd have just paid to get this movie and it be
flux and resolution.
not able to be
Slide
watched.
15. I've noted significant motion blur errors, especially in low light. So motion blur is a description of the position of an object within the field of view of the camera.
Oh yeah.
Appears to become
Please
skewed.
tell me you've seen
And
this.
that basically is blurring.
Oh.
It's when if the camera itself is moving
So good.
quickly, all objects within the field of view that have any light to them will be blurred.
Now I have to go hide
They'll
this.
all be blurred in the same.
People
angle.
buy physical copies of media
And so
anymore?
you count the pixels. So
Hey, I am a physical media junkie.
blur.
I
the same plane.
I don't care.
I'm that way when it comes to books.
The objects
but
primarily are not in
I'm like
blur,
that period.
But one object is in blur, then that object itself is moving, independent of the other objects.
I mean, when the zombies take over
in the interrogation
and like the internet goes down, I'll have this massive collection of physical media movies,
what's moving faster,
and everybody will have to come to me.
Another object.
I mean, in fairness, my
If
prized possession,
do too much
back in New York, but
in other words,
was
if there's a light object,
3 floor-to-ceiling bookshelves that I called my library, and it had almost
all of a sudden
anything.
that
you could
object
I love.
blur quickly, and I've got
I absolutely
diagonal
love. I'm the same way with books too.
and that will tell me that the officer has moved to the right, and
I just personally, if I can hold it,
always the perspective of the blurs.
it feels more real to me.
In a circle, you can see blurs with the
Plus, I mean, one hack, one line of code being off, your digital media library could be gone.
Other images of the officer's body part that has the camera.
I used to piss off administrators at my law firms because I would always print stuff out because I would redline on paper, and I'm like, I'm not editing on a computer, even though they wanted to be paperless offices.
Yeah.
I hate reading on I would find just tedious and overwhelming if you were just doing it on computer. I actually like to, write notes.
I literally was the guy with like the red pen and literally.
Oh yeah. Yes, I am too.
Distortion is not a
all right.
Termination.
I think we are now at the point of
field of view specifically.
I want to see some evidence, man.
I would really want this guy to get to the point
for axes.
Yeah, I'm glad. Now he's talking about pixels, and like I'm like, come on.
Well, if they zoom, I mean, you kind of have to.
I mean, are we talking pinch to zoom again?
So we have
to some extent you have to control your experts because they're perfectly happy to go on and on like this.
I've never met an expert.
But you have to ask them questions that include, why do I care about this? That's where they're not getting me.
Never met an expert that didn't like to hear himself talk.
Camera systems, and in this particular,
I hate professional experts.
We see anything that is straight on the edges will have a rounded curve to it. As the camera, say, pans to the left.
Oh, and real quick, Evie dear, I'm in Arizona, so we're neighbors. It's all good.
The distortion of the lens. That's called.
Don't worry about doxing yourself. I mean, Cole's got an ASU sweater on, so I mean that's
cameras,
got
because
Arizona written all over it.
You're trying to pick up.
I talk about being in the gallery at the Jody Arias case a couple of times.
As
So
much on the outside as possible.
we're good.
That rounding.
All of my
causes
information can literally be pulled from 2 different states' bar websites. So
and they actually are.
it is what
That's
it
fair.
is.
I'm looking at the video image.
That's fair.
And I'm trying to assess what.
Oh, and John, I apologize. I didn't realize you were confusing Jody and the other chick. If I'd have realized that, I would have made it a little more
further away
clear.
than the officer, and I looked to the barrel
That's
portion.
Jody and Casey Anthony.
Yeah, there you go. Jody it's crazy. Like if you actually look at that case, like she takes like
as a warning to me to say
like nudes of her like slaughtering this guy and throws the camera in the washing machine.
They might actually be within touch distance.
And they found the camera and the SIM card was fine.
So
they were actually blasting her nudes.
We all experience.
In court.
Strangely enough, I did not recall that one. But okay.
Maddie and I are in Arizona.
Yeah,
So.
I'm not familiar with that particular fact. That's interesting.
Dude, that's all we heard about on the news
For identification purposes, is defendant's 47.
Well, she finally got
47 with you to help explain
sentenced.
his position.
Yep,
I did. Yeah.
And
What
2 mistrials later. Life without parole.
Oh, good.
What is
that seems appropriate to me.
47
Well,
is
she was up for the death penalty.
That is used by the
And, yeah, and 2 juries both could not decide. They were hung
demonstrates
both
how
times.
vehicle manufacturers
And
have
the third
a
time, the third appeal judge just went, "That's it. I'm sentencing you to life without parole. Done. Go to jail."
When you look at the mirror,
Yeah, at some point you got to be done with
see
it.
an object that might be
I agree.
further, that appears to be further away. It's gonna
And
be
then
Like I mentioned, ever
Her-
since Florida changed the death penalty thing to unanimous, nobody's
And then-
gotten.
your shoulders.
her lawyer got disbarred, and it's wild. If you actually look at the after effects of it, it's wild.
it is.
That might be a cool retrospective.
I don't have any objection for all purposes.
All right.
That's fine, Judge.
Okay.
And there's
I think
actually
I have enough on my plate for at least December, but that might be a cool thing for the new year as like a retrospective, sort of like what a Legal Mindset's doing with the OJ case.
Yeah.
No, legal license.
And what's cool
is
is
the
there's
license
actually a
on
channel
that.
on here. I'll
47.
link you to
And-
that
and
has
this is actually
every
a photograph that's connected to
day's
a mirror. Otherwise, you would see some of the barrel distortion. And
every day they
mirrors
were
don't
in
have
court
barrel distortion. Camera
on
would.
like
It gives the
footage.
idea. This is always the warning that
That
we
might
see
be
on
cool.
these-
That might be a cool thing to do for like a new year, like let's take a look at an old case kind of thing.
Explanation of when we look
And she's getting hundreds of letters every day of men trying to hook up with her.
It may appear
I don't doubt that.
the officer.
I mean, she was good looking in court. She had this kind of like
person they're talking to. In fact, they might be.
they tried for this innocent and sweet sort of look. She had these glasses on.
Yeah,
But
if
she
I recall correctly, if I'm not confusing them again, they kind of went with like that sort of like sexy librarian look almost.
They did.
Yeah. And then she
recommend
looked,
using
locked
all
eyes
of
with me, and I'm like, you
and
are
impression has what's called
absolutely
a
batshit insane.
type of
Like,
format.
I'm like, no wonder, like,
So
your
video has to be
boyfriend
compressed,
tried to get away from you.
and then decompressed to be shown. The
But she
format
must
is
have had a super thing, because
rules. And
he
this
kept
is
coming back.
MPEG. So many people have heard of MPEG. It's what it's probably.
Well, I thought it was pretty interesting that OnlyFans model that I was covering was denied bond entirely. That was kind of
Levels
interesting.
of MPEG compression.
Really? Even though considering she's, up for
experts group, and it's a scientific group.
murder?
Imaging
I mean,
experts that establish.
I actually thought that the defense made a decent argument that she was not personally in control of her assets, and so
yeah, and sure,
and because it was a targeted killing.
And H265
It's not
is
necessarily a threat to the public generally. I mean,
It
there was an
depends on the
argument. I thought that they made the best argument they could under the circumstances.
I think they really
circumstances,
did.
you mean like when the cops show up and she's sitting there covered in blood like 12 hours later?
Well, there's that, but you know.
It's just really hard to get around the Florida dangerous crime law.
I honestly think
this particular level
that there's something wrong with people in Wisconsin and Florida. Like,
and it looks to redundant data. So
Wisconsin's had a rough run of it. So is Florida. That's true.
well,
Now, I think part of that as well is kind of media coverage because
it's the two states that allow cameras in the courtroom.
well, I mean, let's back it up too. Though. Like, I didn't even realize the Slenderman case was in Waukesha, Wisconsin. Like,
it may say, use the image, use the.
You've
I'm covering that, by the way.
That is looking forward.
Taylor Shabusiness.
And you reuse it.
I mean,
so
Daryl Brooks.
It can get very complicated.
And he's not wrong that in Texas, again, it's the states that allow cameras in courtrooms.
I understand.
Yeah, because I still get the New York Post, even though I'm in. Even though
Arizona does. Hey, Cole, did you know this? That Pima County actually has cameras in their courtrooms. I didn't realize it. And they actually live stream daily, which is cool.
Well, isn't it Arizona judges that have been trying to do a lot? Is it Arizona or it was,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, Arizona's. Yeah, we've been the judges have been pushing for it. It's just, I don't know. It's really weird. Like the judges push for it, but then people push back. I'm like, but then they bitch about.
So if we look at
not, the courts not being crystal, and it's like, so let them have cameras.
We can see it in a
Hey guys, there's a distinct possibility that I'm gonna have to bounce to go get kids in 10 minutes. This kind of emergency came up.
No, that's fine. We can shut it down, and you're right. I'm just looked at the clock. My kid's coming home in a few minutes too. Maybe what we can do, if you want, is once we get everything set, if you want, Cole, you could start it back up.
I could, or John. I mean, I'm happy to leave it running too, John. But I don't want you to feel obligated to stay here.
No, let me make this.
I have a couple things that I probably need to
So chat, I may need to shut this down in 10 minutes at quarter past the hour. I'm not 100% sure yet though. So let's just hope.
And if he does, why don't you hit that notification bell? So if he does put up another stream, you guys are notified when he goes live.
There you go.
The last thing I look at are the video images.
And I will drop into the chat all three of our Twitter handles.
Understand
if you follow there, you may know when he goes live, or eventually when I start going live.
I got a cool one coming up tomorrow. Buddy of mine who is a financial fraud investigator is going to come in and talk about how. So he works for one of the major banks, and he's going to talk about how they use their investigative tactics to find, trafficking rings, money laundering, all of that sort of stuff. It should be cool. And he'll be here live with me. I have to figure out some way to make the camera work, but we'll get it done.
That's 5 p.m. Eastern, right?
Yep, 5 Eastern tomorrow. So that should be fun.
5 p.m. Eastern. J. Robine Law. Check it out.
I'm getting there.
Dude, I am excited to see that one, John.
Twitter's being a pain in the ass right now.
Yeah, he can't talk about like real cases, but he can give sort of hypothetical stuff. So it'll be cool, sort of like case study things.
That's awesome.
I thought that was the case, Kara. You're actively involved in that industry, right? Watch most of the video, right?
I am not currently.
No. Kara is active. Kara is actively involved in that industry.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, so I think that should be interesting to hear some of his stuff and
investigate.
Kind of how the banks doing risk management work can lead to prosecutions that actually stop
and not just
real
for
problems.
Axon, in fact, it was built for for looking at digital video in general and acts on acquired.
There you. All right. So he probably is
my
basically
very
doing the same
first,
stuff you do, Kara.
Page here is called
awesome.
Interrogate.
That'd be cool.
So you're gonna get him to drop any hints on how to get away with it, or
play?
We're gonna try not
here, and then
try not.
There are a number
Well,
of
let's
places I can go.
yeah, you know that show I almost got away with
Once
it.
it's loaded in, it will create text.
Well, that's one of
this
the
is being,
kind of the
all
older
of,
jokes is
hexadecimal code that
yeah.
makes
There's a
up
lot of research that suggests that
audio and video
prisoners or criminals tend to be low IQ, and the joke for most criminal attorneys is, yeah, those are the ones that got caught.
I can come down.
Very.
Is he actually showing code?
This is actually video
Yes,
and audio.
yes, he is, and everybody has fallen asleep already.
Relate to.
I'm just listening to him, and I'm like, this is kind of getting boring.
This is me being like, this is my industry, but no, but it's still.
I mean, there's parts that like could be very interesting at this because I mean, I have a
at the very
bachelor's
top,
in computer coding and statistics,
and the human
but
information, as an example,
yikes.
is
The mechanism of communication needs to be thought out a little bit better.
I have a master's in data science, and this is still boring as shit.
Oh, very cool. I didn't know that about you.
I have a bachelor's in political science.
That makes up
Nice.
the codec for this
And a doctorate in jurisprudence.
Well, there's that too.
And it,
so that's,
I mean,
human readable information that
y'all, you know,
authenticate that what I'm looking at is.
but I also have an in film and media studies, so
Very end.
That's cool.
Is the serial number.
That is cool.
For the camera. And in this case, the serial number reads.
I wanted to be a film director when I got like
2147. So this is.
And then COVID hit, and they closed the
that is embedded as an on-screen
film studio a few miles away, and
the same serial number X.
that kind of like screwed everything up.
And that's on every.
Yeah,
image.
I can relate. When COVID hit,
it has the
the
other metadata. Here
New York
is it
freaked the
automatically
hell out because they
produces the
had a
shot
few judges pass away
So
and
this
shut down the
number,
courts. And if you're a
file
litigator,
hash
it's a little
is
hard
what is
to
contained on,
justify your position when there's no trials.
Sure.
Same number.
So
On the date that
just
this was
before
uploaded,
COVID, the firm that I was with was contemplating expanding down to Florida. So they sent us down to go get our licenses there. And so when I got furloughed,
there are
I was
other
sort of like,
pieces of
all right,
information here.
at some point I might as well roll the dice and try
Kodak
Florida.
Pixel format.
That's fair.
Yeah, I never really felt the effects of the COVID economy until last month.
Well, aren't you just special?
When it all caught up with tech.
Frame rate.
Well, aren't you just special there, buddy?
How many images?
Oh no, I mean I'm feeling it right now, man.
Oh well, I had to quit working because my son was home.
And
Aren't you just
other information about the audio codec, and there are other sources of metadata, other information that can be gleaned from this.
Didn't want to pause. But yeah, I had to quit working because my son was home with his health problems.
Oh yeah,
couldn't do anything, so I stayed home and actually taught him.
So this is what we're looking at.
Oh, that's cool.
Yes, that's nice.
I just had to didn't know that.
Yeah, no, I mean, look, when it's
yes.
all said and done,
36. Can you ask that question again?
I loved my firm in New York, and I still do. They're fantastic, and they were running for months at a deficit to keep people employed as opposed to having to furlough folks.
10, 12. The time
Great
fee,
folks.
and this is.
But I don't know. I like.
Yeah, are we seeing something here now?
Ultimately, it was the right dice to roll, and it worked out okay.
For international timekeeping.
Yeah, Kara in the chat, she is
in Mountain Time. I think this is
extremely interesting. I can't wait till I can get her on stream with me one day just to talk. She has
And then we're in the
a
central
very
time.
interesting. She works in the law
And I
as
don't
well.
know if you do daylight savings.
We do.
Okay.
You know what?
You know,
Why
Karen,
don't you, Karen,
get
put
get in
what you
touch
do?
with us. Let's find a topic and see if we can
Yeah.
do a little powwow session on the criminology stuff. That would be kind
Yeah,
of fun.
Carol, why don't you put in the chat what you do for a living?
She did.
Yes, and in the subsequent
Popping
acts
it up real
on
quick.
technology,
There we go.
upgrade
Yeah,
camera
her and I were
systems,
talking about
finally changed
that the other
so
night,
actually
and I'm
the
like,
time of day,
it is
local time.
absolutely fascinating what kind of stories she
We
could
managed
have.
to make that
I mean,
connection.
obviously
Kids can
she's
see
going to
the
have to
people.
be
It's part of your.
a little
All right,
good
Chet.
about it.
I'm gonna have to shut it down right when we're getting to actual evidence. My apologies, but I can't leave kids stranded.
That's
No.
all right. I didn't hate
I'll-
shooting.
I'll spin up a part 2 as soon as I get back in about 30 to 45 minutes.
All right,
If they're still going.
I'm gonna try and get by. Otherwise, I probably have to catch up on this meeting that I kicked down the road.
Yeah, all good.
It's
But
simple.
I will definitely be
I
on.
can find an
If
area
all
of
else
interest.
fails, be back 7:30
IT
Central Time tomorrow
action
morning.
Right there, and you can
Thanks,
Hey,
everyone.
Cole, anytime you need a second, just, you know where my Twitter is.
just a little
Yeah,
marker.
for sure. Thanks for
I can
joining,
go
man.
forward,
I'll do my
Uh,
best.
I'm
Shoot me a link. You know,
another mark.
To
if I
actually
can make it, I will.
converse with you guys.
And there it is. That's the
Yep.
area of interest that
All
I
right.
want to
talk
work
to everyone
on.
later.
And I'm going to make
All right.
Love everyone.
my S key, and I'm just going to call this